Day 4 of the Kouri Richins trial, and day 3 was an odd one as the judge adjourned.
Our present counsel
here
for
we
the
are.
Defense are present with
Joel
Ms.
Waldman for holding
Richins.
the court down. Here she is.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we begin this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Is Ms. Gibson close by?
She's ready.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
I do. I'll get that happen. Ms. Nestor, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Welcome back, Joel.
Thank you. From what I read about yesterday, it apparently was some sort of court matter, personal matter, having nothing to do with this case, but I guess that's anyone's guess. As you know, I'm coming in a little bit midstream.
Oh, is it working?
But I did have a chance to watch
really nice.
openings
Thanks, Brady.
on the flight.
great.
And the first couple, I watched Eric's
better.
father, Eric's sister, and some of the experts. So
You can.
pretty much caught up here. And it's been an interesting case.
Yeah. The judge said it had nothing to, the judge said it was a administrative matter or a scheduling matter. I'm not sure I entirely believe him, but that's what he said. But it meant we had one hour yesterday, Joel. He took the hour and said he'd be back, and then when he came back, he said we're
Feel free to have a
adjourning for the
seat. Thank
day.
you.
Yeah, that seems very odd, to say the least.
Yes.
Please have a seat. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. We will continue with cross-examination of Ms. Gibson. Ms. Gibson, you are still under oath. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to try this one more time. So when we were last speaking yesterday morning, we were talking about an individual from the United States Postal Service named Agent Travis Smoot that was present on the search on the 12th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that one of the reasons he was there was to just look for any evidence that might have come through the Postal Service, right?
Yes.
Well, was there another reason he was there?
I believe he was also there to test any drugs for narcotics.
Right. And the reason that you all asked him to do that, or, well, I'm not going to say y'all anymore. The reason that he was asked to do that was that there was a thought there may be fentanyl in the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason that you all thought there might be fentanyl in the home, that you personally thought there might not be fentanyl in the home, or there might be fentanyl in the home, was because you all had been informed at that point from the medical examiner's office that there was a positive result for fentanyl in Mr. Richins' body. Is that correct?
Correct.
So on the 12th, when you and your team,
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Nestor, but it's April 13th.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
I don't want to confuse the dates.
I apologize. I meant to say April 13th. Did I say March?
You said April 12th.
Oh, April
just-
12th. Okay.
I don't want the dates to get confused.
Thank
Understood.
you. Thank you very much. April 13th. When you and your entire team were in the home on April 13th, all of you were aware that there had been a preliminary finding that fentanyl was at least partially responsible for Mr. Richins' death, correct?
Correct.
She crime scene investigator, Joe?
When you were there, you noticed, I'm sure, and you have noticed since you've done the Matterport videos, that there was a very large garage detached from the home, behind the home, correct?
Yes.
And in that garage, did you all examine any vehicles that were in that garage?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware, or were you aware then, of what vehicle Mr. Richins regularly drove in?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you know whether he had a work truck, a personal truck? Did you know any of that?
I believe he had both.
And were those vehicles within, you're about a month away from his death, a little over a month and a week. Did anybody search his vehicles?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I believe we did search a vehicle that was inside the main garage of the home.
A personal vehicle, right?
I'm assuming it's a personal vehicle. I don't know for sure.
Were any of the vehicles that Mr. Richins drove in the detached garage searched?
I don't believe so.
I'm also interested in that warrant that you had on the 12th. It was also included I did it again. It's because I have the 12th written on my paper, so I'm fixing it right now. The 13th. The warrant, the search on the 13th, it was also for electronics. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for electronics that could have belonged to either Mrs. Richins or Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
And did you find in the home Mr. Richins' computers?
I don't believe so in the home.
At some point, you did take Mr. Richins' computer into custody or into your custody, correct?
We've located a computer in the office shop. I'm not sure whose computer that one was, though.
But in fact, didn't you actually get the computer from Mr. Todd Gabler?
If that's who turned it in, yes. I'm not sure who exactly turned it in.
So, being the person responsible for everything that was checked in on the day of the 13th, when you all did this search, did anybody turn in a computer for Mr. Richins on that day?
I don't believe it was that day. I'd have to double check the records on which day it was booked into.
And if you check your records, would you be able to tell, well, strike that. So just to be crystal clear, on the 13th of April, Mr. Richins' computer was not in that home or the detached garage where his office was located, correct?
I don't believe so, but it's a large home and I'm not sure who owns what.
Okay. Did you ever go back and get a warrant to search that truck that Mr. Richins drove on a regular basis?
Which truck are you referring to? The one that was in the home or outside?
The red truck.
Yeah, I believe we searched it that day.
The red truck?
I believe that's the one that was inside the garage.
Okay. There was a picture in the, well, strike that. We're not going to talk about that right now. Did you ever go retrieve any of Eric Richins' personal items, either vehicles, computers, anything, from his business partner, Kouri Wright?
I did not personally know.
Do you know if anybody did and brought them to you?
I believe so, yes.
And what items were taken from Kouri Wright and brought to you?
I believe it was a computer or a hard drive from a computer.
And before, were you present when that hard drive was obtained from Kouri Wright?
No, I was not.
And just to keep the searches clear, when you were doing your Matterport, did you prepare kind of like a key that has all the purple dots are from this search, all the orange dots are from this day's search, all the green dots are from this day's search? Did you prepare a key like that?
Yes.
All right. Can we please pull up State's Exhibit 1-15 and just show it to the witness, please? Can you see that?
I can.
Is that the key that you prepared?
It is.
And it has a link on it where if you click on the link, it'll take you to those Matterport walkthroughs, right?
Correct.
Okay. And has this been altered in any way since you prepared it?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit
Can we,
1.
sorry, before we do that, can we have a side note?
Yes?
Hold on. Let's make sure we know what we're asking for.
Oh, you mean with the judge? Or what are we asking?
Pause for just 1 second.
Okay.
Ms. Sherbanak is answering.
All right. So this appears to be a crime scene investigator. Joe, I think you're muted, but I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here. And Joe, do we know what the cause of this sidebar was just now?
The defense has been moving states' exhibits in, which is a little odd. There's nothing completely wrong with it, but it's odd. And a couple of times now, the state has asked for a sidebar. Once it was that the state said there was hearsay in the exhibit. This was a recording. I don't know what the issue is with regard to this particular exhibit. And this investigator didn't do the investigation. She collected
Any objection
and was
to states
essentially
1-50?
Collected the evidence.
the custodian of the evidence, yeah.
Hold on,
Okay.
yes.
No, I need to clarify. I want to make sure this box is going to travel when we publish it. So just one moment.
It will? Okay. Sorry. May we approach?
Of course.
Joe, what was the issue? Here's another sidebar. What was the issue? I caught a snippet of Catherine Nestor, the defense attorney, kind of going back and forth with the judge about regarding witnesses and them coming back in 2 weeks. What was that all about? A lot of people thought that rubbed them.
Yeah,
the wrong
I'm not
way.
sure. Well, what happened was she wanted to cross-examine the state's witnesses while they were on the stand in the state's case, and then use them as her witnesses. So do a direct examination of them rather than having to call them in her case. And she said it would be more convenient for them. They wouldn't have to come back, et cetera, et cetera. And the state said we should be able to.
Please.
First Taiwan ever in the house that I can remember. Welcome.
Miss Sure, we're not going to need a yes or a no here.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
We'd actually need to be in black so that we know something was
Yeah, if they could just be in black, so we know that they're not just removed, so that it looks like a redacted version.
Sure.
That would be helpful.
So she wants it to show that there's something been crossed
Any
out.
objection from the state?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Anyway, the state said we're entitled
1-15 as redacted is now published.
to put our evidence in without being
So-
interrupted. Well,
No worries. Thank you, Your Honor. So that list right there, that is the list of the dates of every single time through December of 24 when the home was searched by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And in your Matterport videos, which have been introduced, if the jury wants to use this key, they can go back and compare. The little pink dots were from the search on March 5th, and the magenta dots were from the search on August 9th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Since this list was prepared, you all have been back to the home again, right?
Correct.
And what date did you return to the home that is not listed on this list?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was about a month or 2 ago.
So sometime in February of 2025 or 6.
Yes, I believe it was February 6th around that time.
Okay. Were there any other searches after December 24 and between the one on February 6th of 26?
I don't believe so.
And every single one of the times that you guys went in this home, you're trying to find evidence about what happened in the 6 hours before Mr. Richins' body was discovered, right?
Correct.
And you kept going back and back and back.
Yes.
All right, I do want to talk a little bit, you can take it down, thank you. I do want to talk a little bit about the Matterport. You mentioned you did some measuring
Correct.
with, is it the same device you do the video with that does the measurements?
Yeah, it's the Matterport.
Okay. And I believe you said you measured the distance from the master bedroom to the front door,
Correct.
and then from the, what is the second one you did?
There was one from the master bedroom to the kitchen, master bedroom to each boy's room.
Okay. And what's the purpose? Why did you make those measurements?
I was asked to try to figure out how far they were to correlate with data that was retrieved off of a cell phone.
Perfect. Did you also take any measurements from the master bedroom to the back porch door?
I have not, no.
Did you notice the day that you were there when Mr. Richins died, did they have a dog?
I believe so, yes.
Did you also measure the distance from the master bedroom to the master bathroom
I did not.
or to the hallway bathroom?
No.
Also, in your report from the search on the 13th, you mentioned that you all collected some hydrocodone pills. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Where did you find those?
Hold on. Okay, my apologies, Ms. Nestor. Keep going.
Where did you find those pills?
I didn't personally find them, but they were located in the laundry room in the cabinet.
And how many hydrocodone pills did you find?
Like I said, I wasn't the one that found them. I collected them. I don't know the exact, approximately 10, around that.
And were they in a bottle or were they loose?
They were in a bag.
And in the garage, I know you were very careful about marking where every single thing was found. When these hydrocodone pills were found in the garage, what were they near?
They weren't in the garage. They were
I'm
in the
sorry.
laundry room.
The laundry room, which is right at the door where the garage starts, right?
It's near it, yes.
And what was it near?
It was inside the cabinet in the laundry room.
Up high?
Correct.
Is there any way to tell if a hydrocodone pill was purchased, if you find it loose like that, not in a bottle? Is there any way for law enforcement to look at it and say, hey, this is bought on the street or this is bought in the drugstore?
Not that I know of on scene.
You also had a picture that you referred to when Ms. Shervanack was questioning you that had the picture of all the gummies on it. I believe it is exhibit number.
The gummies are marijuana, Joe.
Sorry, give me just a second.
Yeah, and I saw Primetime KCL had some sort of indication that maybe they belong to Kouri,
9-12.
not Eric.
Well, that's
Can we
the
put that up,
argument.
Your Honor? It's been admitted.
Let's make sure it's the one you want before I show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Because their claim is he took the drugs himself, got them in Mexico on some business trip.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yes.
the argument.
That's the one I want, the one that's on the screen. Can we publish that, Your Honor?
Any objection, Ms. Sherman?
No, Your Honor.
One moment.
This defense lawyer.
And I need to approach the screen. Do I need permission for that, or?
No.
Okay.
Just make sure your mic is
Interjects a lot of
working. We're not gonna
comments
pick you up.
that a lot of judges would say you shouldn't do, such as perfect. Yesterday it was, that's what I wanted to hear.
So this picture that you have in front of you, you told Ms. Shervanack that all of these gummies were seized together. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but I'm seeing these two little plastic baggies of gummies up at the top that are not labeled, that don't have any commercial labeling. Are you saying these two were all in the same place with all the rest of these?
Correct. That's what I was told.
So if there's a picture of these in the top of the kitchen where you actually have a dot above the fridge, then you would be incorrect that they were all found together.
That's a different package that was found above the fridge.
Oh, so there was at least 3 clear packages that had no commercial marking on them?
Correct.
With gummies in them? Okay.
This is not the first time this lawyer has gotten the drugs or where they were confused.
And the gummies that are on the screen that have the red packaging, at least one of those was found in that green jacket in the closet, right?
Not these specific ones. That's an additional one that was located.
So there was another red bag of gummies.
Correct.
Did anybody take that green jacket into custody?
No.
Do you recall where in the closet it was as compared to near men's clothing or women's clothing?
I was in the the southeast corner of the closet.
Is that where the men's clothing was located?
I'm not sure if it was men's or women's, to be honest.
Okay. All right, now I want to move to the search that occurred on Can we put the key back up that we just had on, the key? Get there, make sure I have the right date. I don't want to say the wrong date and get corrected. Oh, there it is. March 14th of 2022, right? Is that the next one that was on your key?
Yeah, that's the second one, correct.
All right, what was the purpose of the search on March 14th, which was just about, I think that's a typo, because you
that
didn't.
is a typo. Yes.
Okay, can we?
It's April 14th.
Can you pull that out, Katie? Can you pull that out? Make it bigger so the jury can see it. So where it says 3/14/22, sunflower yellow, that actually should read April 13th, right?
Correct.
So is that the only mistake on there?
I believe so.
Okay, just want to make sure the jury remembers that. All right, so the next search would have been May 8th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those are going to be forest green dots on your Matterport.
Correct.
And what was the purpose of going back to the house a couple months or a year later on May 8th of 2023? What were you looking for that time?
I believe that one was to obtain additional electronics and also documents and drugs.
And when you went to that search, was any fentanyl located in the home?
No.
All right. And then the next search you did, which was October 24th of 2023, what was the purpose of going back for that search?
I'd have to double check my notes. I believe that's one that we were collecting some more electronics.
All right. Was there ever a time prior to any of those, well, let's just keep going. On the 31st, do you remember why you guys were searching a week later? Why you went back?
I believe that one was also for electronics and or documents.
Prior to all of these searches and the ones that are listed below it,
Or I'm sorry, I believe those two and December were actually for some copper cups and drugs.
okay. And the copper cups, you actually found them, right?
We found several, correct.
And where were they when you found them?
I believe on the first one, some were located upstairs in the kitchen.
And they were tested, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. And so if Ms. Richins, in any of her interviews, stated that they had a gift of copper cups and had a drink that night, you found something that corroborated that part of her story, correct?
We found copper cups, correct.
All right. And if Ms. Richins gave interviews that said that her husband may have taken a gummy that night, you found gummies that could have corroborated that part of her story, right?
We found gummies, yes.
And if she said that she pulled him on a sheet off onto the ground to try to start CPR, you found a sheet that corroborated that part of her story.
Correct.
And you measured the distances between the bedroom, between the children's rooms, not the whole house, but a good part of the house. And so there were steps that were recorded on her phone that were consistent with her moving around the house prior to calling 911, correct?
Correct.
So that corroborated her story that she had been somewhere other than the bedroom.
Your Honor. She's introducing her client's statements as hearsay through this witness.
Well, I think they've already all been brought up. Okay.
Overruled.
And then,
Back
Uh,
to sidebar.
Yeah, Joe, it seems very disjointed here.
Yeah.
Is this a defense issue or a
You know,
prosecution issue?
yeah, I don't know whether the defense is doing this deliberately to try to confuse the jury, or she just can't keep straight what was picked up when, but she's certainly been doing it consistently. The other thing she's doing that I'm surprised the prosecutor hasn't at least raised sidebar is interjecting these comments like, I want the jury to remember this. Perfect. That's the answer I wanted. Those are all inappropriate comments from a lawyer. And by doing that, she's able to emphasize to the jury what she wants them to hear, what's important to her. So it's surprising me that the judge hasn't gotten on her, but about it. Some judges wouldn't allow it. The first time a lawyer tried it, the judge would be on them. So, and you asked about the witnesses testifying. So what the defense wanted to do was then do their direct of the witness that the state had called. And the state said, we're entitled to put on our case our way. You want to call them as witnesses, go call them in your case.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. A lot of people didn't like the way she addressed the judge at that point, but
Well, she's a little,
in these searches
a little harsh.
that you all were conducting, was there ever a time where you were conducting a search because the private investigator had revealed to law enforcement that there were items worthy of going back to the house for?
Yes,
How many times did that happen?
at least one that I recall.
All right, I
This
want
is
to talk about that one time. Does that involve the letter that was recovered from the bed?
Okay, there's two.
Okay, 2 times. So tell me about the first one that you remembered.
I believe it was a voice recording or a recording device that was located.
And you all got information from a private investigator that had been in the scene on the house that he'd found something he thought you wanted to see.
Correct.
And so you issued a warrant and went and picked it up.
I did not issue the warrant, but somebody else did.
Of course. I'm sorry, that's inaccurate. A warrant was issued and you
Correct.
guys went in. All right, and the second time, what did that involve?
A letter that was located.
And the letter that was located in this search, and do you remember the date of the search? Want me to refresh your memory?
If you could, yes, please.
Sure, no worries. 11/7/24.
Okay.
Your purple day. It's your purple dot day. My understanding is a letter was recovered on the foot of the bed, of Eric's side of the bed.
Correct.
Now, the jury has seen multiple photos from that night where there's clearly no letter on that bed.
Correct.
And there were several, at least 7 searches prior to November of 24 where that letter was not seen on the bed, right?
Correct.
And that included walkthroughs of defense counsel, walkthroughs of prosecution team, you doing Matterport videos where there's no letter on the foot of the bed, right?
Correct.
And then when all of a sudden, when you guys get there in November, there's this letter on the bed.
Yes.
Right. And you took that into evidence.
Eric
Yes, we did.
found it.
Same when you went and you got the tip off that there's a recording device, you went and were you showed exactly where it was by the private investigator?
Yes.
How many times when you all searched the house was the private investigator there and present?
I don't know. I wasn't told.
When you saw him with your own eyes, right?
Just the one time.
Just once that you saw him.
Correct.
This witness is unflappable. No matter what this defense lawyer tries, she stays right in her lane.
Okay. At some point, and I just need to clarify this for the jury too, in addition to the physical evidence that's seized at the scene, documentary evidence, electronic evidence, you also were in charge of maintaining video footage of witness interviews. Is that right?
Correct.
And every witness that was interviewed that had an audio or videotape, you saved it and did all those procedures we talked about at the very beginning of your testimony.
Correct.
At some point, did you become aware that 2 witness interviews, the audio or the video was missing?
I vaguely recall that, yes.
Does it refresh your memory if I tell you that you were unable to locate interview footage for witnesses Nick Bonsavage, and Nancy Peterson?
I don't know for sure if those were missing or if they hadn't been booked in yet.
Have you ever located those 2 interviews to this day?
I'm unsure.
Also, one of the items you recovered on a search on September, well, I'm not sure of the date, so I'm just going to say one of the searches you seized or took custody of an Apple Watch that belonged to Eric Richins. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you took custody of that Apple Watch, it had a massive amount of data on it, correct?
I wouldn't say a mass amount of data. It had a gigabytes worth of data.
So it wasn't deleted.
No.
So if someone testified that the Apple Watch had been deleted, that might not be true. Wasn't true because you got it.
On Eric's Apple Watch, we had very little data off of it.
You had how much data?
I don't recall the exact amount.
But you had data on it.
We had some data, yes.
So it wasn't deleted.
I don't recall if anything was deleted off of it.
Thank you. In addition to the computer that Todd Gabler turned over to law enforcement that had originally belonged to Eric, did Todd Gabler take physical possession of any evidence first before giving it to the law enforcement? Do you know besides the computer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. One of the things you found on the search in November 7th of 2024, you all found what's called an epinephrine medical injection unit, right?
Correct.
And can you tell us what that is?
I believe that one was just a EpiPen that's used to administer insulin.
Or maybe not insulin, maybe something for an allergic reaction.
Yes.
And that's something that you normally find on a scene if someone's severely allergic?
Correct.
And where did you find that epinephrine medical injection?
I believe it was in the kitchen. I believe it was inside the refrigerator.
Wasn't there also one located in the master bathroom?
At one point, I believe so.
All right. And you did not take that into evidence?
No.
You just noted it?
Correct.
You also found syringes in the master bedroom?
Yes. In the master bedroom.
I'm sorry, master bathroom?
There was some in the master closet.
And where in the closet were the syringes located?
At the very top shelf in the northwest corner.
Up high.
Correct.
And did you all take those into evidence?
Yes.
Did you test them
No. They were unused.
and destroyed them?
They were not destroyed, no.
You still have them?
Correct.
And there was one syringe that you found in the master bathroom, I believe, that did have residue of substance in it, right?
There was a syringe located in the kitchen.
Okay. And was that tested?
That one was, yes.
And what was the substance that was determined to be inside that syringe?
I don't recall what was the positive.
When you were searching the home, did you also find oxycodone pills?
I'm unsure.
And the quetiapine pills that we talked about yesterday, that was in the bag that we had you open and untape?
Quetiapine?
The quetiapine pills that were in the bag that we opened, actually I think it was yesterday or the day before, I can't remember. But it had some little substance in it that was,
The 2 half pills.
that's what I was about to ask you.
Quetiapine.
Quetiapine.
Yes.
And that pill was cut in half, correct?
I don't recall if it was. It's in 2 halves right now, yes.
So the pill was in 2 halves.
Correct.
And you didn't do that.
No.
And you've protected that, so that must be the condition it was in when you got it.
Yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
Never heard of quetiapine, which is what they were just discussing. But Joe, the obvious thing here is they're trying to muddy the waters and say that maybe Eric was using other drugs. Is that it?
Yeah, and that he was using, she wasn't administering to him, I think is the other point they're trying to make. Yeah, I don't know any of these drugs. This is not my area whatsoever. I barely know what an aspirin is.
Yeah.
I believe, if it refreshes your memory, that the last search that was conducted on the house might have been February 9th. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And when you went and searched the house on February 9th, what did you take away from the house on the 9th?
A black Under Armour jacket
Where did you find that jacket?
in one of the downstairs bedroom closets.
And how many jackets would you say were in that house 3 years after the death?
There was
4 years?
a lot of jackets.
Right. And that's the jacket you picked and you took it with you out of the house.
Correct.
And I want to be really specific about the search of the truck. So there were 2 trucks. One was a brown work truck and one was a red truck. Which is the truck that you believe was searched when you were present and logging in all the search materials?
I believe it was red. It was the truck that was inside the garage.
So you have no notice or no note anywhere that the brown truck that Eric spent all day, every day in was ever searched on the day of his death or in the month after?
I didn't personally know.
And you didn't note it down because that would be your job, right?
If I didn't search it, then it wouldn't be my job to note it down.
Well, if someone inventoried anything out of the truck, it would be, right?
If they took anything out of the truck, yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. There was a canine search run at one point with a dog.
Yes.
When was that approximately? You don't need to know the exact date.
That was on the April 14th of 2022 search.
And was the canine just run through the home?
I can't attest to where it ran. I believe it just ran through the entire home.
To your knowledge, did the canine go into any vehicles on that day?
I'm unaware.
So you have the canine dog.
Thank you, Your
there,
Honor. Attend to the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The canine
Ms. Sherman.
officer.
Redirect.
Let's see how many things I can stack on this podium. Okay. Ms. Gibson, let's talk about March 4th. That's the day that, of 2022, that's the day Eric Richins died. Did you have a search warrant that day?
No, we did not.
Were you legally permitted to search the house for anything you wanted?
No, not at that time.
Were you looking for prescriptions of Eric Richins?
Yes.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins?
No.
Why not?
A little closer, yeah.
How's that? Are we better?
Yeah, thank you very much.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins?
Correct.
Why not?
Typically, when we have a death investigation, we only look for the decedent's medications or any other medicine that could be potentially misused. I think we did note some prescription bottles of Kouri Richins just to verify, make sure there wasn't an overdose possibility on those.
And you didn't find any hydrocodone that day.
No.
So let's move forward 5 weeks. April 13th, 2022. That's the first time the house is searched by a search warrant.
Correct.
You weren't in the house between March 4th of 2022 when Eric died and April 13th of 2022.
Correct.
There was no search warrant on the home in that time frame.
Correct.
And you went back on April 13th with a search warrant looking for fentanyl
Yes.
because fentanyl killed Eric Richins.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Nestor asked you about a truck being searched on April 13th,
Yes.
and the truck that was searched was a red truck.
I believe so.
When you were at the home during any of those searches, but in particular on April 13th, was there a brown truck at the home?
I don't recall.
If there was a brown truck there and something was found in it, would you have been made aware of that?
Yes.
If we could, Scott, put up Exhibit 1-16 and 1-18 side by side. Are they up? I can see one picture.
Can we see?
I messed something up.
Is this what you wanted to show the witness?
Yes, Scott, is there a second page to 1-18? Okay, go, that's the view that I would like, please. If we could publish that to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No. So when we're looking at these two photographs, the photograph on the left, I just want to make this clear for the jury. These items were located on April 13th, 2022.
Correct.
And the items on the left were located in the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
The item on the right was located in the kitchen.
Correct.
Now, you also testified with Ms. Nestor there was hydrocodone found in a baggie,
Yes.
and that was located kind of like a mudroom area.
Yeah.
Were those items sent to be tested at the lab?
I believe so, but I'm not positive.
Scott, if we could show the witness exhibit 1-17, please. Is there a second page to that one? Okay, that view is fine. If we could show that to the jury, please.
Ms. Nestor?
No objection.
Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Did you look at that jacket?
I didn't look inside the jacket.
Not inside the jacket, but did you look at the jacket?
Not really, no.
Could you tell if it was a men's jacket or a women's jacket?
I can't tell now.
You can take it down. Now, I want to talk about the black jacket, the Under Armour jacket. You went back and retrieved that jacket from the home
Correct.
with a search warrant.
Yes.
Why did you retrieve that jacket out of all the jackets in the home?
It was the jacket that a pair of tweezers and a small piece of plastic was located in.
So, Miss Nestor has gone over these multiple searches with you. Why do you keep going back to the house?
We obtained additional information that could potentially lead to something else that we could have missed originally. We're looking for different items.
The investigation, is it developing between those searches?
Yes.
You're receiving new information?
Yes.
And we talked about some phone calls that you had retrieved and booked into evidence. Were you ever, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you ever involved in downloading, storing, retrieving, preserving any secret phone calls?
What do you mean secret phone calls?
Yes or no?
No.
Give me just a minute.
She keeps in her lane, even with the prosecutor. What she knows,
Those are
and
my
what she
questions
doesn't
for you.
know, you
Thank you.
can't get her to go there.
Within the scope of
I
redirect,
will,
please.
absolutely. So what you just said to Ms. Chevernick, you would go back in case you missed things,
And we obtain additional information
in case you missed it.
with additional information.
And you had to do that, looks like a minimum of 10 times?
Yes, we kept obtaining additional information.
So each time you went back, you found things you'd missed before?
It's things that weren't being looked for before.
Okay.
Lawyer wants.
At the very beginning of
Very
Ms.
additional
Chevernick's
information.
questions, she mentioned that you were not legally authorized to search the home on the day of the death pursuant to a warrant, correct?
Correct.
However, you can certainly legally search a home if someone consents and says, hey, search my home, right?
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Richins didn't stop anyone from searching anything in that house, did she?
I
At
didn't
any
have,
point?
I didn't have any interaction with her, so I'm unaware.
I mean, she didn't stop you?
Correct.
And you knew when you arrived, because you were there to help Detective Woody, you knew from the minute you got there that somebody was making allegations that she was involved in the death. From the minute you got there, right?
Not the minute I got there, no.
How soon after you got there?
I don't recall how long it had been. I was just there to assist Detective Woody, and there were some suspicious circumstances.
And you knew that day, right?
I know there was some allegations, yes, that day.
Did you ever go to Ms. Richins and say, may I please photograph your bathroom? May I please photograph your kitchen sink? May I please have those drink cups that are in the sink? Did you ever do any of that?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Shervanack, anything else?
No, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Gibson, you can step down. You can take the things in your custody with you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Am I released from my subpoena? Or am I gonna
I'm actually
be-
not sure. Let me ask. That's a fair question.
Do we need to release her or just hold her?
If we could just not release her, but we promise if we need her, we'll give her much advance notice that
Fair
she needs to
notice,
come
yeah.
back.
So you're
okay?
not released. We'll make sure you get fair notice.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right.
And if she could be advised not to discuss her testimony.
Yeah. Counsel, would you approach?
Yes.
Joe, you missed a great exchange yesterday with this witness. The lawyer wanted her to answer a question about phone calls that were recorded and wanted her to answer specifically. This witness didn't understand. There was a sidebar before the lawyer asked the question, and then the lawyer tried, I think twice. She didn't understand, and she said, "Do you mean the phone calls at the jail?" Which they were trying not to have. And so then there was a big sidebar, and there was
Oh,
an
boy.
instruction to the jury, and it was just,
Oh,
I
boy.
found it very entertaining, actually.
Oh, man. Yeah, I was going to ask you, in light of this walk the dog letter, has there been talk about Kouri possibly taking the stand here in her own defense?
She has said, or through her lawyers, that she's going to take the stand, but you know what that's worth.
Yeah.
For that and $3.50, you can get a cup of coffee somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, Donna Adelson said she was going to take the stand.
Same with Brian Walsh.
Brian
right?
Walsh said he was going to take the stand. Yeah. In fact, Brian Walsh, in opening said he was going to take the stand and referred to things he was going to say that never officially got into evidence.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And then there was talk about Brendan Banfield taking the stand.
Yes,
That didn't happen.
exactly.
Thank
So
you to
you really-
Elizabeth Kim here. Thank you.
Right. You know, it's not
You're
a
free
good
to go.
idea.
Thank you.
And I don't think she'd be a particularly good witness as witnesses go.
Right. All right.
Ms. Shervanack, Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
The Dr. Peterson.
Okay.
Dr. Peterson.
But I wish she would.
People keep saying Nestor seems unprepared, and she's
Need to
also.
go look at one piece of evidence and bring it up for this examination. So could I just have a minute or two to
Yeah,
talk?
you know what, folks? We'll just let you stretch your legs for 5 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
Eric's sister and brother-in-law are in the back right. The woman to the far right in the last row with the longest red hair is their sister Katie, and to her right is her brother-in-law.
Have a seat.
His
The
brother-in-law.
court will be in recess until Mr. Burmester. Why don't you do that, and I'll give Mr. Bloodworth the benefit of the record. How about that?
Okay.
Very good, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. I've actually asked Ms. Payer for a quick dirty of the transcript. I think that would help the argument. I don't have it yet.
No problem. We'll do it later.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30.
That
Eight
is
minutes.
8 minutes of recess. That gives me
Yeah.
just enough time. I've got a bank below me that I have to run into, Joe, because I've been MIA, and I'll be right back at
Okay.
9:30. Okay. Trial continues here.
It certainly does.
Yeah, they're saying 4 to 5 weeks. I don't think it's going to go that long, Joe. What do you
I
think?
hope not.
Yeah. I don't
I
know.
mean, I don't see, well, there's more to it than some other trials in terms of the evidence going in, but I can't imagine why it should take that long.
Yeah. Someone saying here, let's see here. Oh, it's hard. We're trying. It's hard. Sometimes you get clipped by the action, or we clip the action. So we will do our best. I'm going to run downstairs, Joe. I'll be right back. This is got a 7-minute break left. I'll be right back, everybody.
Okay. So they're Chivello, the brain, huh? The brain 100. No way. If I were a betting person, I would agree. I would certainly agree with you, the Chivello. I think she'll take the stand only if the defense feels absolutely there's no other way to get in her defense, and they have to have her defense. And even then, I think they'll think 100 times first. Do we know who is on the witness list? I have a partial witness list now, but I don't know. A lot of the documents in this case were sealed for reasons I do not understand, but a lot of stuff was never on the public docket. And the witness list was among those, I believe, that didn't get on the public docket. But witness lists, I've said this before, lawyers put on witness lists everyone that they might potentially call, because if they don't have someone on the witness list and then they decide they want to call that person, the other side has a pretty good argument that they should not then be able to call the witness. In addition, lawyers put lots of people on the witness list because when a jury is being selected, one of the things the judge does is run through a lot of names that those jurors might hear during the course of the trial. Because what you want to know is, does this juror know anybody that might testify? And so a lot of people are on that list. They're never going to testify. There's never any intention that they're going to testify, but they're on there so that in vetting the jury, everyone can be clear that the jurors don't even know any of the names, or if they do know someone, it's peripheral and not a problem. So I don't see many questions in here. Let's see. Okay, how about this? Do I think Kouri's mother will be called? Her partner died of an overdose in 2006. I don't think so, in part because I think if I recall correctly, Kouri's mother, was her name Lisa Darden, was among the names that they talked about that first day who could sit in at the trial. And so I think she was one of the ones that they said could sit in and wouldn't be called. I don't want to swear to it. Did somebody in the chat hear that at the beginning? Would have been the first day, where they had that long discussion about who can sit in at the trial and when. So I don't think so. And the fact that her significant other or her spouse died of an overdose, if that's the case, is not relevant to this trial. You'd have to do a lot to say it should be admissible at this trial, and it wouldn't. And even if there was some relevance, that it wouldn't be overridden by potential prejudice to the defendant. How do I think the jury feels about the cross-examination? I don't know. I mean, these are the only cross-examinations they've ever heard. I think the jurors may be wondering what the relevance is of some of these questions, and why it matters that there was a brown truck and a red truck, and why maybe this witness didn't search wherever it was that the witness said she didn't search. But that will become clearer as more witnesses testify, and certainly should be clear in the closing arguments. Will Kouri's boyfriend be called? Now, there my guess is yes, because he does have some evidence to provide that's relevant. There's a text that I believe that Kouri sent to him the day of or the day before that Eric died, saying, now I'm really going to paraphrase a lot, so don't hold me to anything close to the language, but the sense of it was, we can be together soon, something like that. And I think the state may want to get that statement in. The state may also have evidence about Kouri's demeanor in the days preceding and maybe the days after the death. So my guess is he may be called. And there's Wyoming. Wyoming, you're gonna bankrupt yourself. I am very appreciative, but I'm also overwhelmed at the generosity. Thank you very, very much. And so my guess is yes with regard to the boyfriend. Any other questions? Let's see. Kouri's boyfriend be called. Okay, here's another one from the Travello. Has the evidence of the life insurance policy taken shortly before Eric's death been posed yet? You know, I think I heard them talk about it, but I'm not sure now. Not sure now whether it was a $100,000 policy, wasn't it? I think one of the police officers may have mentioned it again. Somebody in the chat may have a better memory of whether that's in evidence. Okay, here's a question over here. The boyfriend's conversation about his service and if he ever killed anyone. I don't recall him that, and I don't know. Somebody'd have to explain to me why that would be relevant. I know what you're talking about. Kouri asking him if he had ever killed anyone and how did he feel about it. That's potentially relevant. Going to state of mind. The letter on the bed, Murray Wright, is that what you're talking about? Well, the defense is clearly going to claim that that private investigator hired by Eric's family planted the evidence, or someone in the family planted the evidence. And on that one, I would side with the defense. If there were that many searches of that room by law enforcement, the prosecutor was there, the defense lawyer was there, and no one ever saw that letter on the bed, I think it gives rise to a pretty strong inference that it wasn't there until much later, and it didn't fly in on its own. How do I think the prosecution is doing with this case? It's too early to tell. I thought the opening was first rate. And they're putting the evidence, and when the evidence goes in piece by piece by piece, you can get the feeling, where is this going? But we will, as more evidence comes in, I think the picture will be clearer, and the prosecutor in closing will really put the case together. Okay. Julia DeNurse says she's stunned at how I guess Julia would be a she, stunned at how poorly both the prosecution and defense have been performing regarding the medical aspects of the case, mispronouncing in medications. I agree with you. I would mispronounce medications sitting here for sure, but I'm not preparing for trial or preparing to do a class. And they had plenty of time to learn what the medications were and how you pronounce them and what each of them might be prescribed for and in what dosages. I mean, that's really not hard to do. And you could have a cheat sheet in front of you. So I agree with you that I don't know that I would say stunned, but I do think they could have been better prepared. Okay. And then there was a question about the mother's behavior. This is Tish Pelly.
We invite the jury in.
No, Your Honor.
At the house at 4
Ms.
a.m.
Lewis.
dressed and ready.
Okay,
No hugs for the
we
daughter.
need Mr. Burmester.
You don't know whether mother and daughter hugged a lot, and she would have to be dressed when she arrived at the house. She's not going in her birthday suit. I'm being a little facetious, I apologize. She would have gotten a call, I believe. Didn't Kouri ask if she could call her mother, if I recall the testimony? So the mother would have dressed and come over, and I don't know how she was dressed. So you may be suggesting that she was dressed with,
Tom, would you
fully
get the jury
coiffed
line?
and everything, and I don't know.
Oh, thank you.
That's true, it is a little odd.
Sir, if you just wait in the gallery for just a second. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right there is fine. Okay. Mr. Burmester, are we ready for the jury? Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Animals over human asks which side I think has more
I've seen
evidence
those,
right
thank
now. Well, the defense hasn't started to present its case, so it's a little unfair to say the state is doing better right now. All they're doing is jabbing holes in the state's case. We haven't heard
All
what
right,
evidence.
have a seat,
evidence
thank you.
brings.
Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
The state calls Brianna Peterson.
Okay. Dr. Peterson, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Hello, doctor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brianna Lynn Peterson, Peterson.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic toxicologist with NMS Labs.
How long have you been a forensic toxicologist?
Over 20 years.
And with NMS?
I've been with NMS since June of 2021.
Okay. So you were working there in March of 2022?
Correct.
What is a forensic toxicologist?
Forensic toxicology, you analyze biological samples for the presence or absence of drugs and alcohol.
And what is your education, briefly?
I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse in 1997, a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Illinois at Chicago in 1999, and a PhD in toxicology from the University of Georgia in 2007.
Since becoming a forensic toxicologist 20 years ago, have you had training, continuous training?
Yes, so throughout my career, I've received training specific to the chemical extractions that are to be performed on the biological samples, the instrumentation that's used for the analysis, and then also pharmacology for the interpretation of the drug and ethanol results and how they might apply to either impairment or a medical legal death investigation.
So have you had a chance to, this is kind of a funny question, have you had a chance to check the data from biological samples?
Yes.
About how many times have you done that?
So my primary job duty is case review. So on average, I probably review 12,000 cases a year with NMS Labs.
And have you ever testified before as an expert in a criminal case?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 160.
How does the toxicology process work? I mean, how do you get it, at whose request, and what happens to it?
So NMS receives samples from various clients like medical examiners, coroners, law enforcement, hospitals. So we receive the evidence and the client will request specific testing to be performed.
And you said they come from all over the country?
Correct.
And so how do they get there?
So
Typically.
they can be shipped via FedEx, UPS, hand delivery, US mail.
Then, once they arrive at NMS, what happens to the sample?
We have a specimen processing department that will open up the packaging, compare the evidence against the information that was provided by the client on a request form to make sure that the information matches. And then we create our own unique case. We have an electronic laboratory information management system where we'll input all the information provided to us, what testing was requested, and then we give each case a unique 8-digit number that we barcode. So all of the evidence is barcoded so it can be tracked throughout the time in the laboratory.
Once they receive it and process it as you've just described, then is it secured someplace?
Yes, so it's a secure facility in general, and then, so the building is secure, and then the laboratory also has limited access to the people that need to use the laboratory, and then where the evidence is stored in like walk-in freezers or fridges, that also requires like a prox card access. So it's secure and then limited to staff that need access to those areas.
So when it comes to testing, what happens, we heard about some gray vials and stuff, for example. What happens to how does it get into the laboratory?
So for this case, we received 2 blood samples. They were both in gray top vials. So each vial is going to get its own unique barcode number. And then when testing is going to be performed, we will take out a small volume of blood that's needed for the test. So we have the original container that was received, and we just remove out or aliquot the amount of volume that's needed for the test. And then, that's placed into a clean new test tube that also is barcoded and tracked.
Then this aliquot is forwarded to the lab for the scientists to run through the instruments?
Yes, so the aliquot is given to a staff member who will perform the specific test following a standardized operating procedure.
Okay. Is it run by itself or in batches of cases?
So we run batches, so there's going to be many other unknown case samples, and then also every batch will have a set of standards and controls that is also run concurrently with the unknown cases.
So when the instrument runs its test on any particular sample, how is the data entered?
So everything is being tracked by that unique case number that we gave it. Once an extraction is performed, the sample is run on an instrument. The instrument has inputted, like they scan the barcode to tell the instrument this is, this vial is this case number. After the data is reviewed, it's sent electronically from the instrument to our electronic laboratory information management system that stores the results. So it's always just following our unique case number.
Is there someone near in time who then reviews that data to make sure that it was processed properly?
Yes, so after the person in the laboratory performs their procedure, it runs on an instrument. When the instrument is done running the entire batch, someone's going to review all of the data for the knowns to make sure that the positive controls were positive, the negatives were negative, and then that all of the unknown cases, that any results that were found meet the acceptance criteria for reporting. So they'll look at the batch in its entirety, to make sure that it's acceptable based on those standards and controls. And then when they're done, a second person is going to do the exact same thing. So it's like a double check of their work before that batch is released and those results sent to the computer system.
And that's the same process for each test that you run on all the various substances?
Correct.
Okay. When do you come into the picture?
So after all testing has been completed for a case, then in my role as a toxicologist, I'm going to review the data from all of the testing that was performed for this specific case. I also have access to the administrative information provided by the client on that request form. So I'm making sure that the correct testing was performed that was requested. So I review everything, and then I will issue a final toxicology report with the findings from all of the testing.
So in this particular case, you received some samples from the Utah medical examiner on March 8th?
Correct.
Okay, and it was assigned the unique number at that point?
Correct.
And what did you receive?
We received 2 tubes of blood, vitreous fluid, urine, liver tissue, and gastric fluid.
Okay. And initially, what were you asked to do?
Initially, it was just requested that we perform a test that screens for alcohol and drugs in one of the blood samples.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. In the screening, were any of those? Did any of those come up positive for substances that you subsequently tested a confirmatory test?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury about that.
So we first perform a broad drug screen that looks for hundreds of different drugs. And then based on those results, if there's any positive findings, then we will perform a second confirmation test that's more specific and sensitive for that drug or drug class. And so that's, we're taking a separate aliquot, performing a separate test, running on another instrument to confirm those original screening results.
And in this case, what did you find in the confirmatory test?
Fentanyl and norfentanyl.
Okay, and did the confirmatory test identify levels?
Yes, so fentanyl was reported at 15 nanograms per milliliter and norfentanyl at 3.3 nanograms per milliliter.
What is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So when your body is trying to eliminate drugs, they'll break them down into a different form called metabolites sometime that are easier for the body to excrete. So it's inactive, it doesn't cause any effects, but it just shows that some fentanyl has been metabolized to norfentanyl.
Did you screen for hydrocodone?
Yes.
And did the screen identify anything for further testing?
No.
Any other opioids tested in the screening?
Yes.
And any others besides fentanyl positive for further testing?
No.
Do you know how long hydrocodone stays in the body that you're able to find out in a subsequent toxicology test?
So hydrocodone has a half-life of maybe 4 to 6 hours. So a half-life refers to how long does it take for the concentration to go in half. And usually drugs will be completely eliminated from your body in 5 half-lives. So if someone took a dose of hydrocodone, we would expect it all to be eliminated within 20 to 30 hours based on that 4 to 6 hour half-life times 5.
Okay. When a person dies, does it freeze in place whatever is there? I mean, you don't continue to eliminate it, or it doesn't evaporate once the blood is drawn out. It freezes it in place. Is that correct?
In general, it's going to be a snapshot of what was going on. There are some drugs that might have limited stability, like cocaine can be broken down after death just due to enzymes that are present that can break it down into its metabolite. So there are a few drugs that we know have limited stability in the biological samples after death, but for the most part, yes, it's, your body has stopped working, like it's no longer going to be metabolizing, etc.
Is that true for opioids then?
That it should be a snapshot of them, yes.
Yeah, okay. Have you ever heard of a principle or a theory or something called post-mortem redistribution?
Yes.
Can you give a brief explanation of what that is?
So post-mortem redistribution, so after someone dies, the pH of your blood starts to change and the permeability of the tissues isn't maintained the same. So it means if there was like drugs stored in like major organs like your heart or your lungs, they might start to seep out of those organs and go into the neighboring blood. And so this means like they're being redistributed. So maybe there was a concentration of drugs in your heart, and now after death, due to the changes the body might be undergoing, they might go into the blood and increase the concentration. So the blood might not be, the concentration that's there might not be an exact representation of the concentration at the time right before death, right? So it might have increased due to the tissues releasing some of their drug stores into that blood sample.
When you obtain the blood, when the person, the OME or whomever is obtaining the blood, does it, after death, does it matter where they obtain it from with regards to this redistribution?
Post-mortem redistribution should occur less if you take from a peripheral blood source like the femoral vein, because those veins aren't as close to the major organs, versus if you take blood from a central source like a cardiac, that is closer to your heart and all of the other organs. So it's more likely to have post-mortem redistribution in a central blood source compared to a peripheral, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen in a peripheral blood source.
Okay. So, does the literature say, identify what is a lethal dose of fentanyl?
So studies are published that provide concentrations of drugs found where it's been determined that fentanyl contributed to the death. So there are studies that give these concentration ranges, yes.
And does it vary from person to person?
Yes, so based on an individual's history of use with the drug, they might have a tolerance to it, which means that you might need a higher concentration to obtain the same desired effect. And it also means that you might need a higher concentration from someone, a chronic user, compared to a naive user for that drug to cause their death. So it can vary what is a lethal concentration for individual to individual.
For a person who has never taken fentanyl before, what is the literature say is a lethal dose?
So just in general, though, the lowest reported concentrations of fentanyl are 3 nanograms per milliliter, where it's been attributed to have contributed to their death.
Okay, so in this case, we had 15.
Correct.
Which is 5 times that.
Correct.
Okay, now, even assuming this redistribution, post-mortem redistribution, is that significantly still above this 3 nanograms per milliliter?
Yes, 15 is greater than 3.
Thank you. I am just a lawyer, so pardon my math. Okay, at a later time, were you asked to examine other of the samples that you were sent by the Utah medical examiner?
Yes, in October of 2022, the client requested that we perform a alcohol and drug screen on the gastric fluid.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did, following that screen, did you get positive results for which you subsequently performed confirmatory tests?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about those?
Yes, so ethanol was detected at 279 milligrams per deciliter. Quetiapine was detected at 16,000 nanograms per milliliter. Fentanyl was detected at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. Norfentanyl was detected at 52 nanograms per milliliter, and acetylfentanyl was detected at 29 nanograms per milliliter.
We haven't heard about acetylfentanyl. What is that?
Acetylfentanyl is a fentanyl analog, so it's similar in structure, but it's a illicit drug. So there's no prescription pharmaceutical drug where it's going to be prescribed. It's solely illicit, and it's often seen in illicitly manufactured fentanyl as a co-product.
So for purposes of an analyst or a criminal investigator, that would be a marker that this came from a source, this fentanyl came from a source that was illicit.
You could provide that interpretation, yes.
Okay.
I mean, they could have just had acetylfentanyl and maybe a fentanyl prescription, but often when you see acetylfentanyl, it's an indication that the fentanyl was illicit.
Okay. This 279 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol, I want to go into that. First of all, how much alcohol is that in layman's terms, like in order of, say, shots of liquor or 12-ounce beers or whatever?
So this will be kind of a multi-step answer. So the 279 milligrams per deciliter is a concentration. And so your question was asking just about milligrams. So like if you have a beer or a shot of alcohol, that's just in terms of milligrams of ethanol. So to figure that out, you would have to take the 279 times the total volume of gastric fluid that's available.
Were you made aware of the total volume?
Yes, I was.
From whom?
Dr. Armour,
Okay, and did she give you a figure?
700 milliliters.
Okay, and so from that you were able to make a calculation?
Yeah, so you would multiply the 279 times the 700 milliliters and doing the conversions for deciliter to milliliters, but you end up with around 1,900 milligrams of ethanol versus a standard drink of ethanol is 14,000 milligrams. So it's well below the amount that you would find just in one standard drink of ethanol.
Is there another possible source for this alcohol than alcoholic beverage?
Yes, so it's known that if you have a source of glucose and bacteria, that ethanol can be formed post-mortem. So the bacteria convert glucose, because it's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, just like ethanol. It can convert glucose into ethanol. And so Obviously, like in gastric contents, you might have a source of glucose if there's food there, and then your stomach naturally has bacteria. So this postmortem formation can occur either in the body prior to sample collection, but it could also happen in the collection container because often they don't have a preservative that would inhibit the bacteria from doing this process of postmortem formation of ethanol.
Is there any way you can chemically identify whether it's this postmortem decomposition or vodka?
Not in the testing that we performed.
Okay. Can you tell us, based on your knowledge of the volume in the gastric fluid, anything about this quetiapine, how much of a pill, if you will, would be there, or a dosage?
Right. So again, you would take the concentration, the 16,000 nanograms per milliliter, multiply it times the total 700 milliliters, and you get a very large number, but drugs are given typically in milligram doses, and there's 1 million nanograms in 1 milligram, right? So after you do that math, it ends up being 11 milligrams of quetiapine. I just want to state, like, the assumption is that 700 milliliters of gastric was homogeneous, so that the concentration was consistent throughout the entire volume, and that the sample that was sent to us represents that 700 milliliters as a whole. Like, that assumption has to be made for the calculations that I'm providing.
And so is it that 16,000 come to equal a standard dosage, prescription dosage?
I would say it's less than a standard dosage. I mean, it depends on a person's prescription, but typically like 75, 100, 250 milligrams of quetiapine might be prescribed versus our calculation was 11 milligrams.
Okay. Did you, a few minutes ago, did you have an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 9-1, a quetiapine bottle with its label on it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You also have the results that you obtained through screening and your confirmation test. With the knowns that you have available to you, are you able to say that the quetiapine and fentanyl had to have been taken sequentially, either one before the other one, or at the same time, or anything like that?
I cannot make any of those conclusions.
Okay. I have nothing for this witness.
Ms. Lewis.
Glass of water is for you.
This is the other defense lawyer, I think, or one of the others.
Good morning, Dr. Peterson.
Morning.
She's an
I'm
excellent
Wendy
witness.
Lewis. I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. Nice to meet you. So you've been working at NMS Labs, you said, for how long?
Since June of 2021.
All right. And prior to that, were you still doing the same type of work, forensic toxicology?
Yes, I was.
All right. So part of your job isn't working with live patients, true?
Correct.
All right. So you don't deal with when someone comes in who's maybe possibly overdosing from some kind of drug?
That's correct.
All right. So you look at what's happened only after death by looking at samples, correct?
I look at the data generated from those samples being tested.
That's fair. That's fair. How a scientist would describe it rather than an attorney. Okay, so I want to talk about fentanyl and follow up a little bit on what Mr. Burmester asked you regarding lethal doses of fentanyl. So here you said we had 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in the bloodstream. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. And fatalities for fentanyl, there's a fairly large range of what could be a fatal dose of fentanyl. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. So a much lower dose could cause the death of someone. True?
Lower than 15? Yes.
Yes. And in some people who have some tolerance, it could be a higher dose than that before it would be fatal. Fair?
That's correct.
All right. So when someone takes fentanyl, is it fair to say that it would take about 30 minutes from the time the fentanyl is ingested before it starts to show up in the bloodstream?
Yeah, some of it's going to depend on if the stomach is empty and if it's in liquid form or solid, but I would say usually 15 to 60 minutes it might take for absorption for it to be at a measurable amount in the blood.
All right. And is there any way to tell? Let me rephrase that. There was also fentanyl found in Mr. Richins' stomach. We spoke about that.
Correct.
So we know that he for sure ingested fentanyl. It wasn't given to him or he didn't take it any other way. Like he didn't use it, he didn't inject it. True?
I mean, you could do both, but the presence of it in the gastric contents does provide the interpretation that one route of administration was ingestion.
All right, that makes sense. Now, you mentioned that also present was norfentanyl.
Correct.
And norfentanyl is a metabolite, did I say that properly, of fentanyl?
Yes, that's correct.
So when the body starts to metabolite the fentanyl, you'll see norfentanyl also in the system, or in the samples.
Well, correct.
Okay, well, let me ask another question, maybe we can clarify. It's possible that someone could die of a fentanyl overdose so quickly you wouldn't see norfentanyl in the system, true?
That's correct.
All right. So in someone who's never taken fentanyl, hypothetically, it's possible that first exposure, they take it, they die so quickly, norfentanyl is not observed.
Yes, that can happen.
All right. So when someone has a high dose of fentanyl and we see norfentanyl on the report, the body has started to metabolize the fentanyl.
Correct.
And wouldn't it be more, well, strike that. Let me ask one question before I get to that one. So that would mean that after the fentanyl was ingested, Mr. Richins was alive long enough that his liver began to metabolize the norfentanyl, or the fentanyl resulting in norfentanyl.
Correct.
All right. And that would be more likely for the body to start to metabolize it before death in someone who it was not their first time taking fentanyl, correct?
I don't think you can draw that conclusion.
And, well, let me back up. So it's possible someone has no exposure to fentanyl, they take it, they die very, very quickly.
That's a possibility, yes.
And someone who has had exposure, I'm not saying that 100% wouldn't, they may show norfentanyl, but it's more likely that someone who's had some exposure to fentanyl would start, especially at a higher dose, would start to metabolize it, having the norfentanyl appear, as opposed to someone who had never taken it. True?
I don't agree with that.
All right.
Tried twice.
You talked about things that were not found in the blood, and was naltrexone tested for?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and there was no naltrexone in Mr. Richins' blood?
The screening result did not meet the threshold to go to that second confirmation test.
All right. All right, I want to move to post-mortem production of alcohol that you talked about with Mr. Burmester. So, post-mortem production of alcohol is more likely to occur in some scenarios than other scenarios. Fair?
Yes.
I mean, not every body is going to have post-mortem production of alcohol. We don't see that just because someone dies, that's not there.
That's correct.
All right. So some of the circumstances that might result in postmortem are things such as a long delay between the death and autopsy. True?
I mean, the two variables that are needed are glucose and the bacteria.
All right. But is it also true that there are certain scenarios where it's more likely to happen, such as a long delay between the autopsy and the death? You're more likely to see it than an autopsy that happened fairly quickly. Fair?
Are you talking about in any matrix or gastric in particular or just general?
Well,
Sorry.
well, now you're getting scientific on me.
I'll just answer your question that, yes, a longer postmortem interval is a pre-analytical factor that could lead to postmortem formation of ethanol.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And I'm not saying every time, but these are
Correct.
circumstances that make it more likely.
It can be, yes.
Okay. And we didn't have a long delay here between death and autopsy.
No idea.
Well, assuming he died somewhere between 10:30 p.m. and 3 a.m., autopsy's done at 7:30 a.m., that's not considered a long delay in terms of an autopsy, true?
That's just not something I do. So
Okay.
I don't have
So
an
that would be a
opinion.
question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Question for an Emmy.
Yes.
All right, fair. Does trauma to the body increase the chances of postmortem production of alcohol?
It can, because if you have trauma where the gastric tract gets broken open, then that bacteria is released and can be in the blood, and you need the bacteria to do the postmortem formation.
Right. And that didn't happen here.
No idea.
So a body being warm for a long period of time, that also increases the chances
It
of
could.
postmortem.
It could, yes.
And are you aware if when a body arrives at a ME's office, typically it's refrigerated, fair?
Yes.
All right. Was there testing done for yeast in his system that could produce alcohol?
No, there was not.
Because yeast in the system is something that would result in postmortem. Well, I might be phrasing that wrong, but yeast in the system could result in the production of alcohol that would be seen, such as it was here.
Yes.
All right, but that wasn't tested for.
No.
All right. So it's possible that there was postmortem decomposition, but it's equally possible that he took a drink before bed, correct?
Correct.
How long after taking a drink of alcohol? Well, is it fair to say alcohol takes about 10 to 15 minutes to hit the bloodstream?
Again, it depends on the stomach and if it's full or not. So if you have an empty stomach, then the alcohol can get to the intestines faster, which is where the majority of the absorption occurs. So yeah, maybe 15, 30 minutes if your stomach is empty. But if you have delayed gastric emptying, then it might take longer for you to reach that peak alcohol concentration.
Right,
But-
peak alcohol concentration.
Yeah,
but
for
that's
some alcohol to be in the blood, sure, 15,
Okay.
30 minutes.
within 30 minutes.
Yes.
And some fentanyl would be in the blood probably within 30 minutes of ingestion.
Again, yeah, within 15 to 60 minutes in general, yes.
So, if Mr. Richins had fentanyl in the blood but not alcohol. A real possibility is that he ingested the fentanyl and then took a drink, give or take maybe 30 minutes later. Maybe less, 15 to 30 minutes after he took the fentanyl. Fair assumption, correct?
I can't provide a timeline of when things were ingested. Some of it is, you say take a drink, did you take a sip? That might not even become measurable in the blood. Or how long did he live after the alcohol was consumed, and the body could have just metabolized it below our threshold for reporting. So I can speak generally about both. Yes, can be absorbed and be present in the blood within the 15, 30 minutes.
Well, that amount of fentanyl, typically someone would pass away, would die from that dosage of fentanyl within 20 minutes.
I can't provide an exact time frame. Sometimes there's delayed deaths with respiratory depression, so I can't pinpoint.
Okay, you can't I understand. I mean, we're talking in generalities here. So if someone takes that dosage of fentanyl that you found, what would you expect? Would someone live for hours after that? They wouldn't.
Again, I don't even know what dosage was taken, and I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug, so I can just say what was detected in the blood, what was detected in the gastric, and I can provide general information about absorption of alcohol and drugs and timeframes.
All right, so he might have lived longer this was not the first time he took fentanyl. He may have lived longer after he took the fentanyl.
Again, I don't know what dose was taken.
All right, I'm basing it on what was in the blood. You know how much was in the blood, which can give you an idea, approximately, of a dose that was taken. Fair?
I mean, assuming I'm not sure what you mean by dose, like how many micrograms of fentanyl were taken.
All right. You've testified that 15 nanograms per milliliter is 5 times more than a lethal dose of fentanyl.
Correct.
All right. So, and I understand, we don't know if that meant he ingested 1 pill of fentanyl or 5 pills of fentanyl. We don't know that. True?
Correct.
All right. However, he clearly took more than, and you're going to have to help me with the numbers, because I don't know how it converts from milligrams taken to what's in the blood. But you said a lethal dose could be as low as 3 nanograms per milliliter.
A lethal concentration.
So in your experience as a toxicologist, wouldn't that give you some idea of the amount of fentanyl that was ingested to result in that in the blood? Maybe not exactly, but you would have an idea.
Well, again, previously I testified about post-mortem redistribution, so I'm not aware if that happened or not and could have elevated that concentration of fentanyl. So there's limitations to being able to say what dose ended up with this concentration.
All right, let's try and put this in terms for a layperson. You're handed a fentanyl pill. It's got 1 milligram of fentanyl in it. Is that a lethal dose of fentanyl? Could it be? I know you don't know because it would depend on the individual.
Yes.
All right. And if someone took 1 milligram, a 1 milligram pill of fentanyl, and give me a range of what you would expect to see in the blood. Would that be more or less than what you saw here? A range. I know you can't tell me exactly.
So let's say you're given a 800 microgram dose of fentanyl, because fentanyl is very potent.
1
so
milligram would be a lot of fentanyl,
yeah, we don't
right?
give milligrams, we
Okay.
give micrograms, so 1,000-fold less.
Thank you.
But therapeutically, you're trying to get into that 2 to 5 nanogram range because it's a very small window of when it's therapeutic and when it's fatal. So,
All right. I think that helps me with my question. So someone's given a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital, which apparently is nanograms, because milligrams is a lot when it comes to fentanyl.
micrograms, yes.
Micrograms, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I ever took a science class in college, so. What would you expect to see range-wise in the blood had someone had a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital? Let's say they died, not for some reason or another, after they had that therapeutic dose of fentanyl. What range would you expect to see in the blood?
All right, so clinically, when they dose people, then like 2 to 3 nanograms per milliliter.
All right. So he clearly took more, obviously, than a therapeutic dose.
We're back
I
to the
can't
same
make that
problem.
conclusion.
There you
Well,
go.
it would be
Back
pretty
to the same
unusual to
problem.
see 15 nanograms per milliliter if normally you think you'd see 2 or 3. Or I think you even said lower than that, I'm sorry.
But again, I don't know if postmortem redistribution occurred. I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug. And so if they had tolerance, they could take a higher dose and be able to be alive with a higher concentration.
All right. And we don't know that. Okay, let me just boil it down. Is it possible, based on the findings here, that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl and then after he ingested the fentanyl, he had a drink of alcohol? We don't know how much, but he had a drink. That's a possibility, true?
True.
All right. I want to talk about the quetiapine for a minute. Now, quetiapine is not naturally produced in the body after someone dies, right?
Correct.
So he had to have ingested quetiapine.
Correct.
And it appears that it was not a very high dose. You said it was probably a fairly low dose of quetiapine
In the gastric, yes.
in the gastric. And again, the quetiapine had not made it to the blood. He died before there was a chance for the quetiapine to make its way into his blood. Correct?
There was no quetiapine above our threshold for performing a confirmation test.
Well, you couldn't measure any quetiapine in the blood. True?
No.
You did measure some in the blood.
Yes.
And where's that in your report?
It wasn't above our threshold for reporting or performing a confirmation test.
So in your report, there's no indication that quetiapine was found in the blood.
Correct.
All right. And your report's accurate.
Correct.
All right. So, again, quetiapine takes about the same amount of time to hit the blood as fentanyl, more or
Correct.
less, about
Correct.
30 minutes.
Correct.
So, a very possible scenario, likely scenario, is that he ingested the fentanyl before the quetiapine. Fair?
No.
Well, if you took them together, they would have both been in the blood, right?
That's not true. I mean, if you didn't take a dose that would lead to a concentration that's reportable in the blood, doesn't mean you didn't take it. It just means that it wasn't at a concentration high enough to be above our threshold for reporting.
All right, I understand that, but maybe my question wasn't clear. Whatever amount of quetiapine he took, there was not a measurable, reportable amount in his blood.
That is correct.
The fentanyl he took, there was.
That is correct.
The fentanyl had made its way to his blood prior to him passing.
That is correct.
The quetiapine had not.
Not above a concentration that would be reported by us.
Not even in a concentration that you noted in any way.
Correct.
So it is possible that he took the fentanyl and then later took the quetiapine. That's a possibility.
Sure.
All right.
That was a long time to get a very little bit of,
So one possibility here
here we go again.
is that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl, and then within the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, he had a drink and took quetiapine. That's a possibility. Correct?
Sure.
All right. Just give me a moment, please.
How long did that take to get that little bit of an answer?
Too long. I'm just posting, by the way, an article. If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, Surviving the Survivor, or Twitter at Podcast STS. And Joe, you'd be interested in this.
I
It
have
is
no further questions at this time. Thank you, Dr. Peterson.
written by famed criminologist
Mr. Burmester,
Catherine
within the scope of
Ramsland.
cross, please.
Criminologist who?
Her name is Catherine Ramsland. She taught Brian Koberger. She wrote an article called "The Value of True Crime."
Taking up
Benefits.
where we last were, aren't there other equally possible hypotheticals, such as a drink of alcohol with quetiapine and fentanyl taken at the same time?
Sure.
Is the problem that there aren't enough, there are too many variables that are left unknown that we can't fix any of those? We can't fix the hypothetical and say one is more likely than another because there are too many variables?
Yes.
One of those is that you can't tell this jury whether the alcohol in the gastric fluid came from an alcoholic beverage or decomposition.
Correct.
When you look at the 15 nanograms of fentanyl and the 3.3 of norfentanyl, can you give any insight as, is there a relationship, those numbers have some sort of relationship that we can tell anything from that? For example, how long ago it was taken, that sort of thing?
So assumptions still have to be made. So you would have, one assumption is this person has never used fentanyl before. Then that means that they lived long enough for the body to form norfentanyl. But for me, I have no idea their history of use. So there could be norfentanyl still present from a prior use, and then the new fentanyl was taken, and maybe they died before it started to metabolize, but that norfentanyl is still present from a prior use. But once fentanyl is absorbed into the blood, as soon as that happens, it's circulating, can get to the liver, and that norfentanyl can start to appear right away. So within a few minutes, you're going to start having norfentanyl formed and present in the blood once the fentanyl is absorbed into the blood.
Whether you're a previous user or a new user?
Correct.
We have the marker, possible marker of the acetyl fentanyl. And if we make an assumption that that came from the same source as the fentanyl,
Your Honor, I think that's beyond the scope. I didn't ask her anything about the fentanyl.
Well, let's see what the rest of the question is, and then you can renew your objection. Go ahead, Mr. Burmester.
we can make the assumption that it was an illicit source as opposed to a illicit source.
Same objection.
Sustained. Just keep.
Okay. Okay, it's fine. I'll just, that's all the questions.
Anything
I have.
further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome to step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, how
Go ahead.
effective was this testimony?
Give me a sense. Is this a 15-minute witness or a longer?
Shorter.
Okay, let's do it.
She held up pretty well. I mean, I really think juries with this sort of testimony want to believe that the expert knows what the expert is talking about, and maybe that they don't follow much
I
more
need you
than
next to the
that.
mic, Mr. Burmester. My apologies.
He wants to know if the witness can be released from her subpoena.
Ms. Lewis, any objection to releasing Dr. Peterson?
No, Your Honor.
Doctor, you are released. Thank you for your time.
You know, Joe,
And I
they've got to
think-
start. They've got to start vetting jurors for ADHD because I would be a horrible juror. I just can't focus on this. I mean, you give me like the meat and potatoes, the exciting stuff with Kouri on the stand, and I'm paying attention. But these other witnesses, I sort of like fade in and out a little bit.
Well, and I'm not
Exactly.
so
If you
sure
step
what
in
the
front of
jury
Brady, we'll
does.
get you
If they
sworn in.
have to have the experts give their conclusion, the jury doesn't necessarily have to understand all of it. They just got to believe that the expert knows what the expert is talking
Do you
about.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Here comes
And all
the
this expert really said that the jury has to know is that he died of fentanyl poisoning.
correct.
Period.
Yeah. People can't get enough of the judge's
Good morning,
voice.
sir. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Frank Root, Root,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
6 years,
And what's your assignment with the sheriff's office?
investigations detective.
And as part of your role in this case, did you meet with Robert Josh Grossman?
Yes,
And during one of those times that you've met with him, did you collect a cell phone from him?
Isn't
Yes.
that the lover?
Was that an iPhone 7?
yes, I believe so.
When did you collect that phone from him?
May 26, 2023.
Once you collected that phone, was it booked into evidence?
Yes,
Thank you, Elizabeth Kim.
Was it later transferred to be downloaded, the contents?
yes.
Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, any questions?
Mr.
Oh, Mr. Ramos, my
No,
apologies.
it's me. It's
This
me.
is the third.
Can we approach for just a minute?
Sure.
I think Robert Josh Grossman is Kouri's lover.
Yeah.
And
Did that just come up? Is he next?
I don't know, when we now know that this guy got his phone. I don't
Oh.
know the order because I haven't seen a witnesses. Most of the documents in this case were sealed.
Yeah, although I saw Primetime KCL let us know. I see in the chat right now. She mentioned, I think earlier, yes, let's see. She's talking about it right now. She's saying, let's see the salacious text. Josh Grossman texted each other hours before
Yeah,
the death.
yeah,
that they-
right.
Okay.
Well,
That's
and she
the,
also said to him, I think it was the day before, I'm paraphrasing a lot, but it was something along the other, just hang on because we're going to be together soon or something like that. Stronger than what I just said, actually, from which to draw an inference that she knew she was going to have her husband in the way of a relationship with this guy.
Thank you to Elizabeth Kim. Look at this, gifting 50
Wow, 50.
memberships. Yeah.
Terrific.
It's, human beings are both unpredictable and very predictable at the same time. But these cases, it always comes back to the lover, the money, the lover, and here we go. Can't help but notice some of the comments regarding the sheriff's deputy currently on the stand. Maybe some have called him a silver fox. AKA like Anderson Cooper. We'll see. They're but I didn't realize he's going.
Questions for Detective
According
Reed at this time.
Very
Primetime
briefly.
KCL. He's going to take the stand. This Grossman guy.
Good morning, Detective
he
Reed.
is.
How are you?
Good morning, counsel. Good, thank you.
I want to just make sure I understand. The phone you recovered from Mr. Grossman, was it one phone?
No, there were two phones.
Okay. And what color were the phones?
Oh, God.
One was black, one was white.
Did you recover both of them at the same time, or did you do two trips to get phones from him
No, I recovered two phones at that time.
together?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you'd ever met Mr. Grossman?
No, it was not.
Right. So you knew it to be Mr. Grossman because you had met him before.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way you had met him before is interviewing him?
Correct.
I can't go
This
into
is
the
a
interview.
lot
Okay.
for that direct.
We're going to talk about that at another time.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, were you ever asked to return the phones to Mr. Grossman?
I was.
Right. And then were you ever asked to go back and get them again?
I was.
So how many times total did you pick up phones, deliver them for review, take them back, pick them up, take them back? How many times did you do that?
I transported phones multiple times.
More than 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you give Mr. Grossman a reason why you had to keep coming back and getting his phones over and over and over again?
Your Honor, I think we're beyond the scope at this point.
We sure are.
Why don't you just ask him if he had a reason?
Did you have a reason for why you kept going back to get his phones, take them, bring them back, take them, bring them back?
I was instructed to retrieve them by my chain of command.
So you don't know the reason?
No, ma'am.
Right. And in those periods of time, in between when you'd pick up the phone, take it to the station, bring it back, pick it up, bring it back, in those in-between times, you don't know what he did with that phone, do you?
Can you be specific about the he?
Mr. Grossman, sorry. I'll try not to use a pronoun.
In one specific instance, Mr. Grossman had the phones. During that time, no, I do not know what he did with them.
Okay. Did he ever show you things on his phone when you were with him before you took them into your custody?
On those phones, no, they were not operable.
They were not operable.
Correct.
So you took inoperable phones from him.
Correct.
Did you ever take operable phones from him?
When I was instructed to get them back from Mr. Grossman, they were operable at that time.
And when you went to go visit him and look at his phone, did he show you anything on the phone?
On those phones, I don't recall.
Did he show you anything on any phone?
He has shown things on his current cell phone to me, but the phones in question, I don't recall him.
Did you compare his current phone to the, excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
My apologies. I interrupted you. Let me hear the question first, and then Ms. Sherbanek may have an objection.
Did you compare the current phone that he had to what was on that phone to the inoperable phones that ultimately became operable?
Pause for 1 second.
Your Honor, I do think we're beyond the scope now.
I agree. Sustained. Anything else about the 2 phones that Detective Root collected?
Did Mr. Grossman give you any reason why he believed the phones were inoperable?
Yes,
What was the reason he gave you?
he had broken them on accident.
Okay.
This
Your
is
Honor,
another
we'll
one.
reserve the rest of our questioning for a later time, and we would ask that this witness not be released from his trial subpoena.
Understood.
This is another one.
Detective, you're free to step down today. You may be called back in the future. We'll give you some notice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She doesn't want to call it her case. She wanted to go ahead and do the direct with him after this
Yeah,
cross, and they're not letting her do it. So if she wants to ask him more questions.
Appropriate time to
she's
take a
gonna
break,
have
Ms.
to call him.
Sherbanek?
Sure.
Okay, let's take a restroom break, folks. Thank
And
you.
the
Please
defense
rise for the jury.
So to the extent they want to ask questions of some of these witnesses, this trial will go a little longer because they're going to have to call back some of these same witnesses to get their part of the case in, assuming that they're going to do it and not choose, and instead of choosing not to call them because of what the state might get out
Mr.
on
Bloodworth,
cross.
Ms.
if they do
Sherbanek,
it.
who's on deck?
Cheney Engtao?
Okay, that person present.
Yes.
Okay, if you would let them know to be ready to go at 10:45, court's in recess until 10:45.
All rise.
Very good, thank you.
All right. Court is in recess for 10 minutes, I believe,
Yes.
right now. Second break. It's interesting how every courtroom is just run differently.
Yeah.
One thing, Joe, one thing I caught earlier, and I think you talked about this just a few moments ago, was the judge literally told her to rephrase the question, but then gave her the question.
And then helped her. That's right.
Yeah, he gave her the question. I mean, how is that towing a fine line there? I mean, everybody loves this guy because of his voice. He's handsome. I get it.
I don't think he would have done it for the prosecutor because that would have been closer to, particularly if he did it more than once, to risking a claim by the defense that he was biased in favor of the prosecution, and if Kouri Richins is convicted, that the jury convicted in part because they thought that's what the judge thought about guilt or not guilt. When you do it for the defense, he shouldn't be doing it, but it's not going to risk anything. If there's a conviction, what he did was help the defense, so they could hardly complain about it. If there's an acquittal, the prosecutor can't appeal, so it will never be an issue.
I have to read this comment, Joe, from Charles Murasola. Thank you, Joel COE and Prof. Joe Explains. I am a civil litigator for 38 years here in New York and New Jersey. Love New Jersey. And I never fail to learn something from you guys. You're not learning from me. You are the best. You're learning from the professor, but we do have the best guest in addition to Prof. Joe, who's one of our best guests. But thank you for that. And I have a good friend in New Jersey who is a civil litigator, and he watches the show, which is great. Him and I played high school tennis together all these years later. And I keep telling him, I'm like, Bill, you got to come on the show. And he's like, I don't do criminal. So it's interesting, even though he's in court all the time. But Charles, I bring that up because I was going to tell you to email me, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. We'll get you as a guest. But you civil litigators don't like to talk about anything criminal from what I get. But thank you. That's a huge compliment. And I got to be honest, one of the reasons I like hosting the show is I always learn new stuff. I'm trying to get myself back in motion here after thawing out from Iceland. Takes me a couple of days to get revved back up, but working on it. Look at this. Doreen, New Jersey is here. I've got to shout out. I got to shout out Scotland. I was getting yelled at for not shouting out Scotland. But Prof. Joe, in terms of the judgeship so far, do you think Richard Mrazek is doing a good job conducting the orchestra?
Yeah, I do think he is. I wish he would stop the defense lawyers, particularly the lead defense lawyer, from interjecting comments that are really not appropriate. And that I think that some of them are saying to the jury, hey, did you hear this? I really want you to hear this. But other than that, I think he's been fair. I think he lets the lawyers do what the lawyers need to do. And if the prosecutor isn't going to object, he doesn't interject when there could be an objection raised. I think he's got a nice style. I think the jury likes him. So, yeah, I think he's doing a pretty good job.
By the way, shout out to the Netherlands. Iceland is full of, what do you call people from the Netherlands? Netherlanders? Full of people from the Netherlands. Everywhere we turn, there were people from the Netherlands. And Joe, you like this. I met a woman who is an attorney at The Hague. And
cool.
yeah, she's
nice.
Shout out to her. We met her at a tomato farm of all. You know that Iceland, being as cold as it is famous for its ice cream, by the way. Amazing ice cream. And Joe, they have very few animals in Iceland, wild animals. It's not so much the cold. Oh, Dutch. We call them Dutch, Joel. I guess Netherlanders sounds too much like Neanderthals or something. So yeah, I get it. Dutch is a good. I'm going to get canceled eventually. I won't be allowed on YouTube anymore. But
hey, before we go any farther, did you just publish your second book?
No, I didn't. I saw a comment about that, though.
Yeah,
No.
and I said I thought I would have known, but if so, I wanted you to talk about it. So they're talking about, because there were comments about you could get it on Amazon.
No, that's the first and only book. But
Yeah,
I am.
but that's been on Amazon a while, hasn't it?
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
It has been. Yeah, no, it's been on for a while. I saw that a while ago. So yeah, thank you for clarifying that. But if you want my book, it's out there, Surviving the Survivor. But yeah, so Joe, Iceland has Icelandic horses, and when that wind picks up, I don't know how they are outside. It is so cold there with the wind that the sheep have to be herded into farmhouses. So they live in the winter. They live indoors. But when the wind picks up, the Icelandic horses, they all huddle together and they put their bums toward the wind. So it's fascinating. They all go in a big group and they turn their behinds to the wind. And I don't know how that wouldn't keep me warm enough, but that's what they do. And then the only other thing they really have there are these things called puffins that we did not see because it wasn't in season, but they're basically penguins. And what I learned about puffins is they live in the holes in the volcanic rock by the ocean, and the female puffins don't like to leave the caves. They tell the men to go grab fish, and they bring the fish back to the women in the caves. And I don't know if that's just during nesting or all the time. And then apparently the men do a little victory parade once they get back to giving their significant others the food. So yeah,
as men do always with whatever the little jobs they do, they have a lot of pride in them.
it is the honeydew list. But so yeah, puffins are Space Coast. Look, he knows about puffins. We didn't see any, but I got my daughter a little puffin egg that hatched, and it is hatched into a little puffin. It's in our house. Unfortunately, it is not real. But so Joe, now I was talking about how I can kind of zone out during, some of the more technical or medical examiner Emmy testimony. I know you love that because you're a law professor, so you're supposed to love that. But if we get this Paramore, Josh Grossman on the stand, I'm all over it.
Perk up, right?
Yeah. You think that's coming soon or what?
I don't know. I don't know who the other witnesses are that the state plans to call, and when they'll decide in their list of witnesses that they want to call him. I mean, they might end with him. They might put him in before the testimony from the housekeeper and the drug dealer, if they're going to call the drug dealer about where that fentanyl might have come from. I think he will be an interesting witness. I think he'll be a witness that the jury will be attentive to. And so the easy answer is the state's going to put him in the place that they think he will do most good, since he's going to be one they're going to pay a lot of attention to. And I think the texts the day before the murder are really not good for Kouri. But the walk the dog letter is more not good for Kouri.
Yeah.
So.
By the way, when the sister was on the stand, Katie, did she talk about that physical incident she had with Kouri?
No.
Did that come up? It didn't come up, right?
No.
Yeah, I was.
But it's in the letter. It's in the letter, and the only things that the judge said could not be admitted in the letter were the things that bordered on what might have been attorney-client privilege. And I believe he said there were 5, short statements in that 6-page letter. And so the fact that they had that fist fight or altercation is there, so the jury will know about it, assuming the state decides to put in the whole letter.
Hold on, look at this. I have some redemption here, if they're not being sarcastic. From Bettina, lots of love from Amsterdam. We do call ourselves Nederlanders, so maybe I'm not that off, but Dutch is probably a
Well, it's so
bet.
close to Peter Pan, Neverlanders.
Yeah. I hope the prosecutor wakes up after lunch. The other thing about this, Kathy Nestor, she's also, let's see this from Liz Kim. I believe if person case is dismissed or found not guilty, all person legal fees should be reimbursed. Law is the number 1 lobby in Congress. Interesting.
So if they're guilty, should they have to pay their legal fees? I mean, you shouldn't be able to do it one and not the other, and they're usually indigent.
Well, in a civil, I know, like in civil cases, if you're sued and you win, right, and you have to hire an attorney, it's usually the other person's got to pay your legal fees. But
could not always true.
Yeah, but not in criminal defense. So I know I was just about to say something, and now I forgot what I was going to say. But this guy's taken a few short morning breaks. It's only 10:45, as far as I know, in Park City, Summit County, Utah, which, by the way, we were out there. It's beautiful. And I don't think they got a lot of snow this year. So
no, it's all coming to New Jersey.
Yeah. Were you there for that storm, Joe?
No, I'm in Italy now, and I was in Italy when it happened, so I missed it. I've seen pictures of what my house looks like, but I missed it.
Look at this. Ecuador's in the house. Both love from all around the world. Thank you so much. Dutch is for people who live in the Dutch region of the country. Very interesting.
I didn't know there was another region. That's how good I am at this stuff.
Yeah, I didn't really
You know there
know.
was a region that was not Dutch in the Netherlands?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that either. So, JT Desert Dweller, let us know. But I'll tell you one thing. One of the reasons I love traveling is we all of us are guilty of just getting mired in our day-to-day, whatever we do, our habits, our thinking, in our case, stories that we cover. And then when you travel, you see that there's a great big world out there. And so I don't know. It's a good reset. It's refreshing to see a whole big world with different people doing different things, and it helps reset. The weather in Miami, when we arrived, it was chilly, but it's back to Doreen is in central New Jersey. That's my home state. Doreen, tell me where, and I think we've discussed
Ms.
it.
Nestor, okay, here comes Ms. Lewis. Are we ready for the jury, Ms. Nestor?
Yes.
This was my question,
Ms.
Joe,
Shermanack,
about...
were you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we invite them in, please.
We're going to bring this back up. But this being Tyler Robinson's attorney as well, who's, of course, accused of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, do you think that's getting in Nestor's way? I mean, those are two massive cases simultaneously.
They are, but if they were to get in her way, she shouldn't have been doing this one, or she shouldn't do that one. I assume she's able to juggle too. That one's not coming to trial for a while. I know she's doing prep on it, but it's not coming to trial for a while.
East Brunswick for Doreen. East Brunswick High School.
All right, folks, have a seat, please. Ms. Shermanack, the state's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll call on Mr. Cheney Entow. Before he takes the stand, I do need to move to admit the state's Exhibit 9-6 that Detective Root testified to. Is it just, because I have one talking bottle.
9-6 was 2 phones. Are we admitting both or just the iPhone 7 that he testified to?
The iPhone 7 is the one we need, but
And forgive me, I didn't catch the color.
the color,
Yeah, it's either white or black. Do we know?
it's the only iPhone 7.
Understood. Okay. Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the exhibit number, please?
It's
9-6.
9-6. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so the iPhone 7 that is part of 9-6 is admitted.
Thank you. We're ready for our witness.
Sir, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Cheney Engtow. Last name is spelled Echo November Golf hyphen Tango Oscar Whiskey.
Where do you work?
I work for the State of Utah Department of Public Safety Bureau of Forensic Services, but I'm assigned to the Intermountain West Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory.
How do we refer to that place in shorthand?
IWRCFL.
IWRCFL.
IWR, yep.
And what do you do? Is it okay if I refer to it as the RCFL?
Absolutely.
Thank you. What do you do with the RCFL?
I'm a digital evidence laboratory technician there, and my primary role is to access data from Apple mobile devices.
Are you trained to perform cell phone downloads?
Yes.
What kind of programs do you use to do that work?
For Apple devices, we typically use a device known as Gray Key.
Are you certified to, well, I guess, do you need to be certified to use that program?
No.
Are you also familiar with Cellebrite?
Yes.
Are you certified to use that program?
Yes, certain aspects of it, yes.
And what are your certifications in Cellebrite?
Cellebrite Certified Operator and Cellebrite Certified Physical Analyst.
What is Cellebrite?
Cellebrite's just software that can be used to download phones, and it can also be used to parse out extractions which are obtained from phones. So it puts the data in a readable format for people.
Did you receive a request from the Summit County Sheriff's Office to do extractions or downloads from cell phones?
Yes, they submitted 2 phones to the IWRCFL.
And were you able to complete downloads of those 2 phones?
Yes.
I want to talk first about the white iPhone 12 with the phone number ending 1987. Were you able to perform a download of this phone?
Yes.
And did you get a full file system acquisition from that phone?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's just the type of there are different levels of information you can get from a cell phone when you extract them. In this case, we were given the passcode to the phone by Summit County when they submitted it. If you know the passcode or are able to break the passcode of a phone, you will get what's known as a full file system, which is essentially all the data from the cell phone.
And so you were able to obtain the raw data from that phone,
Yes.
and it was put into a readable format.
Yes.
And was that information from that phone ending in 1987 given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same questions for the second phone. You said there were 2 phones. Did you able to complete a download from a green iPhone 11, phone number ending 9317?
Yes, I believe it was a 11 Pro Max, though.
11 Pro Max. And same question, you're able to perform a download for that phone?
Yes, we were given the passcode to that phone as well.
And did you similarly get a full file system acquisition?
Yes.
And was that raw data then put into a readable format?
Yes.
And was that information given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
Very briefly.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could we geek out for just a little bit?
Sure.
All right. Could you just walk the jury through the process of how you use Great Key, what that gives you, in what format, what you then do with Cellebrite, what you then get from Cellebrite, what the format is, and then ultimately how it gets back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office. So basically everything you've just talked to, but break it down if that's
Sure.
okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So essentially, we take the phone. Now, in this case, as I mentioned, we knew the passcode. So we would verify that the passcode worked. I would unlock the phone, and then you connect it to Great Key, which looks like a little computer. It looks kind of like an Apple Mac Mini is what it kind of looks like. Through a combination of the hardware proprietary, which is what Great Key is, hardware and software, it then accesses the data on the phone and it gets an extraction, which in this case, as we mentioned, was a full file system extraction. That data is saved by Great Key in the form of a zip file. Now, that zip file is not readable. You couldn't just connect it to any other computer and just open it up and look at it. So that data has to be parsed out, essentially.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you explain how the data would look if we were to open it up before putting into it the Cellebrite system?
You couldn't really even open it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would not be accessible. You need forensic software to access it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So then we use a program which was previously mentioned called Cellebrite. Now in this case, we're using Cellebrite Physical Analyzer, which is just a Cellebrite software that takes this extraction. So you load the extraction in, and then it parses that data from the extraction into the various types of data that everybody would see on your cell phone today. So you would see it parses it out into the SMS, text messages, MMS, messages, emails, Word documents, pictures, videos. All the data is just put into a format that when you go into Physical Analyzer, you could say, I want to see all the texts that came from this particular phone number, and then you could read the texts that were sent. Once that information is parsed out, you then create a report. So it generates a report of all that data, and it creates something we call using a UFED reader, which is just part of Cellebrite. It's like a standalone reader that allows us to give all the data from this report, along with the reader, back to the agency that submitted to us. And they take it. It typically is put onto like a Blu-ray disc. It depends how big the phone is. It may be saved to a Blu-ray disc. It may be saved to a thumb drive or hard drive. But in any case, that detective would then take what we've given them, they would load it into their computer, open up this reader program. The reader then is populated by the data from the extraction, and then they can go through and look for text or pictures or videos or whatever information that they're looking for.
And that's when the analysis will come in. Is that
Yes.
correct? Or the review of that information?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You did mention that you had two, would it be called certifications for Cellebrite, I believe?
Yes.
Could you explain what those are and if they have any acronyms?
One is the Cellebrite Certified Operator, CCO. It's a certification that gives you familiarity and experience with using Cellebrite as a whole. And then CCPA, which is the Cellebrite Certified Physical Analyst, is using that physical analyzer program, which is what we use to parse that data out from those zip extractions.
And do you have any other certifications in Cellebrite?
I have a certification with Cellebrite Premium.
And what is that?
Cellebrite Premium is kind of a competitor to Gray Key. It's used to access cell phones, mainly locked cell phones.
Perfect. With the CCO and the CCPA, those certifications, do you need to renew them at any point, or are they kind of lifelong?
Yeah, I mean, you do it once and
you're solid.
Yeah.
I imagine, because of the constant updates and technology in our phone, I imagine that Cellebrite also updates. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms of what they can extract?
Yeah, both Cellebrite and Gray Key
Perfect.
are updated constantly.
So I imagine because of that, you take additional classes or trainings. Would that be fair?
When and if I can, yes.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine you're quite busy.
Yes.
The last question I had is, you had mentioned, I put it in quotes, certain aspects that while using Cellebrite, that you were certified to use certain aspects. Are there certain things that your two certifications maybe wouldn't cover, or that if anybody was in that analysis process would need something else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Just one question, Judge. So you went through the process of how the raw data comes from the phone and then it's placed into a readable format. When that's taking place, is it correct that the data can't be manipulated in any way?
Yes. So when we get an extraction from Gray Key creates what is known as a hash value. You can think of a hash value as kind of like a digital fingerprint. So every file is unique. For instance, if I went into a Word and I created a file and I typed hello, and then I saved that file, and then I ran a hash, I got a hash value from it, which is just, a hash is just a mathematical algorithm that looks at the file, and then it gives you a unique like fingerprint, which is basically a big long hexadecimal set of alphanumeric characters. But they're unique to that file. So in my example with this Word document, it would give me a value. Now, if I opened that document again and I put a period after the O and then saved it, and then I would hash that file again, that hash value would be completely different. So the way we use that is, now that I have the hash value for the extractions that I got from these two cell phones, I copied those to staging media, which is essentially a forensically wiped hard drive. Once I copy it to that hard drive, I then hash the extractions on that hard drive. Those values that I got should and did match the values that Gray Key gave me. So now I know my files on that hard drive are identical to what Gray Key pulled off. Mathematically, it's impossible for them to be different. That hard drive was then provided to an examiner in our laboratory who then processed the data. When he was done processing that data, he would then hash the extractions again at the end. If those extractions show the exact same hash value, we can then say we did not change those extraction, which is the data from the phone, at all. And we could say it's identical to what Gray Key got.
And that's what happened in this case?
Yes, and in this case, the hash values all matched as they should.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
So that's kind of like a double-blind kind of validation process, correct?
If you want to refer to it that way,
Yeah,
sure.
just to make sure that everything's the same.
Yeah.
Now, because of that, because it can't be manipulated, or you verify that it can't be manipulated, there's no reason to do another extraction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Shermanek, anything else for this witness?
No, Judge.
You can step down, sir. May we release this gentleman?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Brian Holden is the next witness, Judge.
That was a forensic expert right there, talking about cell phone extractions. And the next witness is on deck. They're moving it along here. No way this goes 4 or 5 weeks. I cannot imagine, unless the defense has a very long case. Anyone
Well,
who, yeah.
we haven't had any information from any of them about what they found, either on the phone or in the text.
Yeah. Well, that's going to get juicy if we do.
Mr. Holden, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
All right.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Christina, tell us why. Why is it so different, this trial? We've seen some wacky trials.
Yes.
Thank you, Anna. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brian Holden, Holden.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
By whom?
I'm employed by the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, also known as the Utah State Crime Lab.
How long have you been with this state crime lab?
I've been with the State Crime Lab for over 20 years.
And what is your current capacity?
Currently, I'm a senior forensic scientist. I analyze unknown substances, determine their identification, and determine if that substance is controlled.
And were you serving in that same capacity in March of 2022?
Yes, I was.
I guess continuing through 23, 24 in that same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, in this particular case, were you given a number of items to test?
I was, yes.
What were you asked to test?
I was asked to analyze. Can you clarify? Are you asking what I was asked to look for, or what
were you
items?
No. You were given a large number of items to test.
Okay.
Were you given specific instructions to look for certain properties or certain substances?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was asked to look for a compound or a controlled substance named fentanyl in all of the items that were submitted to the lab.
Okay. And of all those things, let me just back up. When you receive something, is there a two-process testing that you do?
Yes, to be able to identify a controlled substance based off of our operating procedures, we do a presumptive test followed by a confirmation test.
And the initial presumptive or screening then tells you, oh, I can move on to this next step?
Correct.
I see. Okay. So of all the items you were given, did you run this screening?
I did, yes.
And after doing that, did you find, what were you looking for, I guess, is what I should be asking.
Like I previously stated, they asked me to look for fentanyl.
No, nothing else?
No.
Okay. So, were you able to confirm any fentanyl on anything that you tested?
No, I was not.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
Did he tell us what he tested? Because if so, I missed it.
I don't think so. And
Okay.
if so, I missed it too. But Western Australia is in the house here. Yesterday, YouTube, the chat was in every language but English. Made it interesting.
You were, what items, let's go through this. Are the items?
He's going to ask. His
Chelsea.
co-counsel over there said you didn't ask what items.
That's all the questions I have.
They're not going to ask.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
I do have just a few questions for you.
Sure.
If we could pull up for the witness only, States Exhibit 1-19.
For the witness only, not the jury and not the gallery and not those of us on watching in
All right.
chat.
Sir, can you see that document in front of you?
Yes, I can.
And can you tell me what that document is?
It is a report that was issued for this case, I believe.
Was it the report you issued to report the results of your testing of these items?
I would need to see the second page or
Can you
the
go
third
to the
page.
second I think your name
Yeah.
might be on the
There
last
should be,
page.
yeah, on the last page.
There it is.
Yes, it is.
That's your signature?
Correct.
Okay, great. Can we go back to the first page, please, Katie? Just to refresh your memory, sir, do you remember who was the investigating officer responsible for getting these items to you by looking at your...
The investigating officer is Jamie Woody, I believe
Right.
that's how you pronounce
And then
it.
who was the individual who delivered these documents, if that refreshes your memory at all?
Yeah, that'd be, oh, hello, Chelsea Gibson.
Okay. Now, on the documents that you tested, I believe you said you were only asked to test for fentanyl. Is that correct?
Correct.
Documents, I don't think there's any mention of testing documents, so.
May we agree to items?
Did I say documents?
You did.
I meant items.
Yeah, yes.
She's a little devil.
And were you ever asked to run any tests on any of the pills or other items that were seized from the home to see if any of them contained oxycodone?
No, I was not asked to do that.
And you've never been asked to do that in the last 4 years?
No, I was not.
And have you ever been asked to test any of the items that were pulled from the home for hydrocodone?
No, I was not.
And I didn't hear you say, do you have a chemistry background?
No, I have a degree in forensic science, which is heavy in chemistry and biology.
So do you know the difference between oxycodone and hydrocodone?
If I looked at the structure of them, yeah, they have a different molecular structure.
But are they both considered pain pills?
Correct. They're both opiates. They're both controlled, Schedule II controlled substances.
And you were also not asked to search any items for OxyContin.
No, OxyContin would be like the brand name, which would contain oxycodone. So
Okay.
no.
Thank you. And I believe you tested, it appears to me, and please refresh your memory if you need to, if we want to go to page 3 of the report, but it looks like you tested a total of 19 items that were brought to you. Is that right?
Correct.
And of those 19 items, were you asked to test an empty pill bottle, an empty hydrocodone pill bottle with residue on the inside of it?
I would have to refer to my notes.
Pause for 1 second. What's the objection? Mr. Burmester.
It exceeds the scope. It was.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
What's happening, Joe? Going
Well,
out of
Yeah, they're still pushing the, this is the typical, the investigation wasn't thorough enough. You didn't test for all the places you could have looked. You didn't look all the places you could have looked. You didn't test all the things you could have tested for. You didn't test for them in all the items you could have tested for them in, to end in a preposition, which I don't like to do. And the defense is making an argument that this empty pill bottle is really interesting, that the pill bottle, even if it has a different name on it, could have been used to store the illegal drugs or the drugs that were illicit. What's interesting is they keep focusing on the oxycodone and now the hydrocodone, but neither of those drugs was found in his body on the autopsy. But they're making the case that he's been using the other things. I don't know how they're going to test. How they're
The
going to
foundation objection is sustained. Would
Thank
you please lay some foundation?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. So I want to go back to the question I just asked you about the hydrocodone bottle. If you were presented with an item to test that was an empty pill bottle, what would you do to test that item?
To test that item, I would rinse it with methanol and then run our screening procedure.
Rinse the inside,
Correct.
and whatever residue would be inside that bottle, you would test it, and if there was none, you would say there's none.
Correct.
Right. So were you given the opportunity to do that with a hydrocodone bottle in this case?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I don't recall.
Please take a moment and let's let you go through the 19 items. Katie, can you start with one, and just when you're ready for us to go to the next page, sir, please let us know.
Oh, I will need to refer to my notes that I prepared that has descriptions of what I tested and what was inside of the packaging.
Have you provided those notes to anybody?
No, I don't. That's done through grandma requests.
Did you bring those notes with you today?
I did, yes.
Can you take a look at them?
Yes.
And can I see them for just a moment, please?
I can provide you with a copy of them, yes.
Yes. Can we do that now? May I approach Your Honor?
With Mr. Burns.
So what they're claiming that he was using other drugs and may or may not have been using fentanyl. They claim he brought, I think they're going to argue that he was in Mexico and carried drugs back.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, folks, let's
But
let
I
you
don't know
stretch
how
your
they're
legs.
thinking
Please rise
yet.
for the jury.
Here we
The
go again.
oxycodone or the hydrocodone with this crime, since neither was found in his body in the MA's report. So I don't know how they're going to do that, or what they're going to claim is the nexus that makes it all relevant to the death.
I had to Google it too, even though I didn't Google it. A grandma request. What I guess it's GRAMMA. I'm not sure what the acronym is for.
Have a seat.
I had not heard that. By the way,
one
is
of
it?
the two, if we're going to stay on the record, though, one of the two of you, Vordi, are the witness about what he's referring to when he says notes. Mr. Burmester's already there.
I did it again. Sorry, Chris.
Okay, I like
Yeah, that's fine.
I
Yeah, yeah.
don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, so this just describes all the packaging. Inside.
So now they're
That's what
looking
I'm
at his notes.
when I need to see it. Yeah, sure.
I'll tell you, if this was Judge Stephen Everett in the Adelson case, he would be very, very annoyed that they're inconveniencing the jury at this point.
I'm pretty sure this judge is also, he's just better
Hiding
at
it better?
hiding it. Yeah. I can't imagine any judge that wouldn't be annoyed because they're responsible for the jury and to try to make the time efficient for the jury.
Yes, it's so yes, it is.
Grandma is the Utah version of a FOIA request. Thank you for that.
Yes. And then there's a plastic container with a white hat. Yes.
But that one had 11 titles.
That is Eric Richins' father.
Notes and see if you find anything.
For what? Are you specific?
I think so, yes.
I'm asking if there's 50 hydrocodone bottle that you were
Government
asked
Records Access and Management Act.
Why don't they just call it FOIA the way the rest of the world does?
Because I would have stated down here notes that an empty is not analyzed. Notes.
So what do they think they were to find in these records of his that they don't already know?
I am not sure. I think that they're going to try to make it appear like he had some sort of drug issue.
Oh, no, that's clearly what the defense
Yeah.
is going to argue.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear that that's the defense.
Is there a court on Fridays, Joe? Do we know?
You know, in Utah, often not, but I thought we were going on Fridays, and then I saw something that maybe next Friday they won't be going, so I really can't answer it.
SDS Nation, do you know if there's court tomorrow? Let us know. Phil and Scott, by the way, will be with us tomorrow. They're doing the last Friday of every month. We'll, I'm sure, be talking Nancy Guthrie with the two of them tomorrow, and we're hashing out a time, probably about 1 Eastern tomorrow.
Did you see her latest posting?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Terrible.
Yeah, awful.
Really
Awful.
terrible.
Yeah.
She
Shout
looks
out.
like a different person. She doesn't look, I think if you put her up, you'd have
Yeah.
trouble identifying her.
Yeah, she is aged generation in a couple of days.
The hookah.
Why doesn't the judge put a stop to all this chaos? No one's prepared for trial, or is the defense trying to confuse and cause chaos?
I gotta hear it here.
It's a good question. And if
Yeah,
I'm
but
the
he can't put a stop to it because,
Cool their jets.
I mean, all you're doing is creating an appealable issue.
and if I'm the government, I'm expressing some frustration, I think.
Yeah, but you're going to grin and bear it.
Someone's saying no court Fridays.
Oh, I hope that's true.
Existence.
Karm
That
will
would
be on the
explain-
following week. Go ahead. No, go
I was
ahead.
going to say that would explain the length of the trial if they're only going 4 days a week.
We'll have to confirm that, everybody. But
Yeah.
2019, but yeah.
Because they were still. Yeah. So.
And they're up there. Do you see the judge? It doesn't even look to me as though the judge is participating in this. Is he there?
I think he's behind the bench, off to the left.
In front of the female defense lawyer?
No, I think he's to the right of the witness. I think.
So he's really not participating in this
Yeah,
conversation.
he's right. He's not. He's right.
Yeah.
He's not in the little.
Yeah, let's just have a clear record. You okay?
Yeah, this chair is awful.
No, I agree.
Jeez.
I apologize.
I was expecting wheels.
You're the 10,000th person to say that. I'm so sorry.
Get him a new
Anything
chair.
else before we invite the jury back in?
No, sir, I only have a couple more.
Mr. Burmester, Mr. Bloodworth?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, let's invite the jury back in, please.
That's an
They get a lot of,
incredibly-
these juries get a lot of steps in.
Yeah, it's an incredibly wealthy county. Park City, Utah's there. Get him a new chair. You can afford a chair with rollers, with wheels.
I believe it was.
Nikki, is that Hazel?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let us, if you know, let us know if you need a reason.
Okay.
Courtroom is packed for this.
Oh, well,
All rise, Mr. Jury.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please be seated. Mr. Holden, you're still under oath. Please wait for Ms. Nestor's next question.
May it please the court. Okay, so we took a little break and you had an opportunity to review your notes that would refresh your recollection if you were handed or asked to test an empty hydrocodone bottle. After reviewing those notes, what is your answer to that question?
There was no empty bottle that was submitted for me to test.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Burmester, anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burmester?
Yes.
Mr. Holden, you're free to go. Thank you for your time. Counsel, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, we're prepared to, but that might be splitting up a direct.
If you're comfortable doing that, I'm comfortable getting started. If you would prefer to not do that, I can understand why, and we can break for lunch now.
Your Honor, I think we also have some other issues to discuss, so maybe if we were to break for lunch now, we could discuss those other issues into the jury.
That's fine.
And then maybe reconvene.
That's fair. Does that work, Ms. Nestor?
Yes.
All right, folks. Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
I'm surprised. I feel like the lawyers are leading the judge here a little bit. They just got back from a break, and now he's suggesting that they go to lunch. And I think it's got to be frustrating the jurors at this point, Joe.
Not as frustrating as yesterday when they came in, sat for an hour, were told to go out, and in an hour they'd be back listening, and they came back in about 70 minutes, and the judge said, go home for the day.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you to CJ in LA. Good to be back. We are probably on the brink of lunch here, just so you know, for the rest of the day. And by the way, huge thanks again to Prof. Joe Explains, and check out our YouTube channel. But she's coming to us live from Italy, where it's 5-6 hours? Are you 6 hours ahead of the East Coast? Yeah, 6 hours. So shout out to Joe, but she is a night owl.
Recess for lunch. It is 11:25. Food will be here by 11:45, but this is a longer recess than we've taken the last few days, and so I'd understand if you want to get some sunshine, go get a cup of coffee, check on a family member, whatever. If you decide to leave the courthouse, which you are allowed to do, please remember the court's instructions. Do not speak about the case. Do not let anyone else speak to you about the case. If anybody in the outside world attempts to speak to you about the case, I need to know when you come back. Please do not listen to any radio or other media reports about the case. Please don't read any headlines about it. Please don't post anything about it. Please be back ready to go at 12:30. We will have lunch for you around 11:45 if that's something you're interested in. Please rise for the jury.
So that's 2:30 Eastern Time and 8:30 where I am.
Correct.
They certainly, in terms of how they're dressing Kouri, want her to look young, dowdy, and
Mr. Bloodworth, we're on the record.
In charge.
Your Honor, the state would like to make a record of, and I guess ask for reconsideration at the same time, what we discussed at a bench conference.
Can't go back in time, but you can make a record.
I appreciate it. It
Yeah.
may be more prophylactic than retrospective.
If when you're making this record, you would please remember that the court's ruling on any one objection to any one form of question is not necessarily a predictor of how it will rule on the objective form of a future question.
Understood and agreed, Your Honor. Yeah. The issue has come up where defense counsel is using hypotheticals with fact witnesses, and hypotheticals kind of are treated differently between expert witnesses and fact witnesses. It is the state's read of Utah law, and let me give the court a cite, please. It is Utah Department of Transportation versus 6200 South Associates, 872 P second 462. Quick and dirty, that's kind of, I think, the case, at least to start with. I also think, to be fair, it's a little unclear because it deals with hypotheticals in a expert witness context versus a fact witness context. But it's the state's read of Utah law that for a fact witness, a hypothetical has to involve admissible evidence. I think the defense, and I can give examples, I have a dirty of this morning's transcript, is presenting hypotheticals to fact witnesses based on inadmissible evidence. That inadmissible evidence is statements of the defendant that I do not see a hearsay exception to. Now, so I don't think those hypotheticals are, as a matter of law, permissible. Now, I can see a read under Utah Department of Transportation where it is in the discretion, it is in the court's discretion whether to admit those hypotheticals. And if that is the proper read of it, then I don't think it is, but it might be, then the state asserts that in these instances, the court should exercise that its discretion and exclude the defendant's, the kind of the defense counsel's hypotheticals that are based on inadmissible, self-serving evidence of defendant's statements. That's the issue, Your Honor.
I appreciate the record. Just practically speaking, on a going forward basis, I think it would be helpful to me and opposing counsel if, when the state is objecting on this basis, you just stand up and say objection foundation. let's see if they rephrase or if they push back, and then I can exercise discretion as appropriate.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay. May I also just ask a favor? Can we have a one horse, one rider rule going forward at Sidebar? You are, of course, allowed to confer, act as a team, but I just need one speaker from each side of the V at the Sidebar.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. Certainly. Can I clarify one thing?
Sure.
Does the rider at Sidebar have to be the same rider that's examining the witness?
That would typically be the rule.
I
We can just
understand that.
agree that that's not going to be the case. I'm not sure how you feel about your team dynamics if the person behind you is jumping up to object and.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I think
So
Ms.
maybe.
Nestor has often argued regardless, and I have often argued regardless.
So what I'm asking for going forward, and if you would please just give it the college try on a going forward basis, that, for example, this is just an example, I'm not picking on anybody. If Mr. Burmester is examining the witness and an objection is made, you're welcome to confer with him right here as he comes up, but I need Mr. Burmester to be the one talking into the mic.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir, we would appreciate that.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, you're about to say something.
No,
Okay.
I agree.
All right. Anything else on the record before we recess for lunch? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will be back on the record at 12:30. I need to make this crystal clear. If any of you see a juror out in the wild, you need to turn around and walk the other way. I cannot emphasize this more heavily. All right, 12:30. We're in recess.
He's not messing around there. If you see,
No,
yeah, you see a juror in the wild, turn around. I like that, a juror in the wild. Just so everyone knows, rest of the day plan. Today is Soccer Thursday, and I was gone for over a week, so I've got to take my son to soccer practice shortly. For those asking, I take my daughters to basketball and a lot of other things, so it's not no favoritism here, but today is soccer day. So I've got to do that. And then I'm back at 7. We're doing a show on the latest with Nancy Guthrie, and there's some things happening today. Last night we asked the question, is the case getting cold? And the consensus was absolutely not. But it seems like they've hit a little bit of, a fork in the road right now. I really hope that they can solve that case, and they can do it very soon. And
I think they need a new sheriff.
yeah, he's a problem. And one of our guests who just retired from the Pima County Sheriff's Department, he's coming back on. He was on last night. He was excellent, and he gave some context about that. Tomorrow, Phil and Scott are here for the last Friday of every month. They'll be here on the last Fridays, and then the following week, Karm will be here. And then as far as I can tell, Joe Patuto, there is no court tomorrow, so it'll just be the Phil and Scott show, but we'll be back. Yeah. Do you plan to be here next week, Joe, for the trial?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, cool. So
I'm committed to it, and so sure.
yeah. All right. So Joe will be here on next Monday, and maybe we'll get good old Tim Jansen to swing by one of these days. We're getting mixed answers. So mixed answers about whether or not there is court tomorrow. So best thing there is just try to follow me on Twitter or X at Podcast STS or Instagram at Surviving the Survivor. I post all the show times there. It is a 2-hour lunch or a 1-hour lunch. They are on break. That's a great question.
12:30. He said 12:30, didn't he?
Yeah, and it's 11:30, so it's a 1 hour. Yeah, 1 hour break. I'm screwed up on my time, so 1 hour. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've got to go get my son at school and take him to soccer. But Joe, any thoughts on this morning's session here from a law professor's perspective?
Yeah, no, they went very briskly. I'm not surprised that the judge finally said we can't have a crowded sidebar. pick your person who's going to talk. I thought it was interesting that the prosecutor wanted to be the one to talk, even if he wasn't the one who handled the witness. That suggests less than complete confidence in his team. And then he said Nestor, the lead lawyer on the other side, was doing the same thing, so maybe neither of them have it. I also thought the argument that the prosecutor made with regard to fact witnesses and hypotheticals that don't reflect the facts in the case or evidence that will be admissible was an interesting argument. He said that's Utah law, but if it's not Utah law, Judge, you should exercise your discretion and not let her do it anyway, is essentially what he said. And I think he's right. I mean, I don't know what Utah law is, but I think he's right on the discretion because it, from the state's point of view, to allow the defense to use hypotheticals about evidence that is not admissible, therefore a hypothetical about a case that doesn't exist in this case, is really not fair to the state.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I agree. And, I think the defense, they're kind of pitbulling their way, trying to stir up reasonable doubt with the whole drug issue. I don't think it's going to work ultimately. When we get this Paramore on the stand, I think that's going to obviously hurt. When we get to the so-called walk the dog letter problem, there are going to be serious problems.
Have you read that letter, Joel?
Yeah, I haven't read it in a while.
That's an interesting letter. I did a video on it and I thought it was just a really, really, I thought for her to describe it as the plot to a book just defies all possible, reasonable reading.
What's the defense on that going to be? Oh, she was just, she was just writing a fantasy story.
She said it was not a letter to anybody. It was a plot for a book she was going to write. I think that's her story.
I think
and
jurors
you read
aren't
it
that
and see
dumb.
if you could read it that way. I mean, I don't think it's possible to read it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the letter she specifically directs her brother to testify in a certain way, right? Which is,
but she does it as a kind of a, it's a little circuitous. It isn't tell him to lie. It isn't to tell him to say these things directly. It's more like remind him that he said. It's a coaching with the words not necessarily clear that what she's trying to do is get him to say something that's not true. But I think it's really the only way to read it. But she was trying to couch it in a way that she could say that was not coaching him at all. I was trying to remind him. But that wasn't her claim earlier. Her claim earlier was it wasn't anything of the sort. It was some sort of plot for a book.
Yeah. I think the jurors are going to read right through that.
Okay, so there is court tomorrow. Now, tomorrow I may not be able to do.
That's okay. I'll be here. Obviously, if we have Phil and Scott at 1, I'll have to duck out for that. But the trial will be, if there is a trial, we're trying to figure it out. The COE, we'll get to the bottom of it. Some people are saying no court. Others are saying there is court. When we get a definitive answer, if there is court, we will be here. Court is going to resume at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is 41 minutes. I'm going to let Joe jump out and grab a nice Italiano lunch, but maybe it's dinner.
Not in 40 minutes, I'm not, but I will get something.
You need 3 hours for that.
That's right.
But
see you in a little while.
All right, see everybody in a little bit. I'll be back for the 7 p.m. show tonight on Nancy Guthrie. Thank you all for being here, and the chat will be up as we await the return from lunch. And make sure, if you see a juror in the wild, do not feed it, do not talk to it.
9. Ms. Shervinack, Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is the state's next witness in the wings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. If you'd please invite the jury back.
Do you want me to move over some more space? Do you have your portable on? Oh, you do. Okay. Great. That's my other daughter. She's somewhere in her husband's. All right, the jury. Pick up Mary Lynn here.
Have a seat. My apologies. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Carmen Lobber.
Ms. Lobber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you pull, you can sit wherever you're comfortable. If you would just pull the microphone closer to you. It's easier to move that than the chair.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see if that's close enough.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Carmen Lobber.
Do you spell your last name Lauber?
Yes.
It's indelicate, but how old are you?
54.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability.
Okay, ma'am, we're gonna have to get you to, hold on.
Just pull it to the edge of the.
Get it right up, yeah, it's gonna be annoying to you.
Okay.
Push it back a little bit.
Yeah, that's like,
Okay.
that's like right here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, again, please, what do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability and mental challenges and stuff.
Do you have a history of drug use?
Yes.
When did that history begin?
6th grade, I was smoking pot, and then it just varied up through junior high and high school.
How did it vary up?
Through cocaine, through pot, through mushrooms, LSD, acid, just drinking stuff through junior high and high school.
Did it continue into adulthood?
Yes.
For how long?
For quite most of my adulthood.
Have you ever sold drugs?
Yes.
Do you have a criminal history involving drugs?
Yes.
Does it involve drug possession?
Yes.
Does it involve drug distribution?
Yes.
Do you have felony convictions for drug distribution?
Yes.
Are you currently on a type of probation for drug distribution?
Yes.
And are you on a probation for a felony drug distribution?
Yes.
Is that probation in Wasatch County's drug court?
Yes.
What is drug court?
Drug court is where you go in, they give you the tools to rehabilitate yourself. They give you groups, personal therapy, one-on-one treatment. They give you random UAs. They have you complete an MRT book. Just tools to rehabilitate yourself.
When you say UAs, is that urinalysis testing
Yes.
to see if you're hot for drugs?
Yes, we would call in daily, and you would either have a number or a color. And if your color or number was called, you had to go to a 5-minute clinic and do a UA.
And is the idea behind drug court that it's a rehabilitative program under court supervision?
Yes.
And that if you complete the rehabilitative part of the court supervision, there's some benefit to your pending charges?
Yes, it's a plea in advance.
Okay, and a plea in abeyance means it doesn't go down as a conviction.
It doesn't go on your record, yes.
Are you also pending charges in Wasatch County for marijuana possession and possession of a gun by a person who's prohibited from possessing a gun?
Yes.
Are you sober now?
Yes.
How long, ma'am, have you been sober?
A little over 4 years.
Is that the longest time in your life since 6th grade that you have been sober?
Absolutely. Except for the time I was pregnant. It's the only time I quit. And then I'd go back to being high. But yes, 4 years, a little 4 years.
Ms. Lobber, I apologize for interrupting you. We're going to make a small adjustment. Turn the mic a little bit towards me. We just need it to line up with your face a little better. There. And then pull it forward maybe 1 inch. There you go.
I feel like it's jumping out.
Yeah, you just, and you can lower it
Okay.
a little if that's a little more comfortable. There you go. Please.
Are you represented by a lawyer in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I am.
Are you testifying pursuant to several grants of immunity today?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Summit County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Salt Lake County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from the federal government?
Yes.
And is there also an understanding between you and Wasatch County, or at least your attorney and Wasatch County, that there is immunity for the gun and the marijuana in Wasatch County?
Yes.
And do you have those 4 grants of immunity because you have committed crimes in connection with this case in all 4 of those jurisdictions?
Yes.
What is your understanding of those immunity agreements?
With proceeding forward with the truth, and there will be no charges filed back on me.
Do you understand that they require you, in order to avoid criminal exposure, they require you to testify today truthfully?
Yes.
Do they require you to testify today fully,
Yes.
regardless of who's asking you the questions?
Yes.
And that if you don't testify truthfully and fully, you could lose all of that immunity?
Yes.
Did your lawyer assist you in getting that immunity?
Yes.
Did he advise you of the potential criminal exposure you face if you lose that immunity?
Yes.
I need you to speak up just a little.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. I may need to remind you from time to time.
Yeah, because
It's not
it's
personal.
like, yeah, you're fine.
Did you interview with investigators before you got immunity in those cases?
Yes.
About how many times?
Six times? 6 or 7 times?
And over the course of those 6 or 7 times, before you had immunity, about how many hours total did you speak with investigators?
Give or take 10, 15 hours?
Why did you speak with investigators before you were granted immunity?
Well, after they told me what I was being held for, sorry, I wanted to make sure it was the right thing to do, if this is actually what happened.
What do you mean, if this is actually what happened?
If they told me that Eric had died of an
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
Your Honor, if I may,
what are we approach this?
This is the woman from whom Kouri got the fentanyl. At least that's the state's claim. And she says she got it from a dealer who initially agreed and now says, no, he didn't give her fentanyl, he gave her oxycodone, I believe. I believe it was oxycodone.
Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lobber, I had just asked you why you'd testify before you had been granted immunity. You had started to say that the investigators told you that Eric had died. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you please pick up your testimony from there?
When they had first told me that, when they first mentioned that Eric, I already knew Eric had passed away. But when they had mentioned that it was from an overdose, that hit hard. Only for the fact that if that's what happened, I needed to step up and take accountability of my part in this that happened, or what I was asked for.
I believe she worked for Kouri's mother also.
At first, it took a minute to process everything. Sorry.
That's fine. Is it fair to summarize, though, that you interviewed with investigators before you had immunity, in part to take accountability for your part in Eric's death?
Yes.
Yeah, she's a big.
Was another part of the reason you spoke with investigators prior to a grant of immunity was that you hoped you would eventually get some benefit, some grant of immunity?
Yes.
Before you interviewed with investigators prior to the grant of immunity, right? The 6 interviews over 10 to 15 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Had you consulted with an attorney?
No.
Had you reviewed any materials to prepare for those interviews?
No, I was in jail. Yeah.
Did you meet with your lawyer to prepare for testifying today?
No, I didn't even. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry, ask the question.
I'll ask it again. To get ready for today, did you meet with your lawyer?
No. Oh, yes, sorry, in the back room, yes, sorry.
Not just today. Let me just ask generally.
Yes.
To prepare, you knew today was going to come, right?
Oh, yes.
In order to get ready for today, over the course of the several weeks or months, have you met with your lawyer to prepare to testify like you are now?
Yes.
In the course of that preparation, did you review any materials so that you would be ready?
Yes.
What did you review?
Some of my testimonies when I was in jail and some pictures and data from cell phones and
Ma'am, did you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How did you know her?
I worked for her aunt for LTD's personal house cleaning.
And as part of working for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning business, did you clean Kouri Richins' home?
Yes. Every other Friday, unless she needed an extra clean or a deep clean.
About how long did you know Kouri Richins?
I worked for her aunt for 9 years.
And did you know Kouri Richins that whole 9 years?
Yes. We got to know each other throughout the years.
Did you also perform other cleaning services for Kouri Richins?
Yes, when I wasn't working for Doreen, I reached out to her and asked her if she had any
Doreen is the aunt.
house cleaning or landscaping or anything that she needed help with.
Did you ever discuss your drug history with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How so?
We just talk about how how I was going in drug court and when I would graduate, and she would reach out and ask how things were going, or if we'd run into each other. I'd tell her I'm almost graduating.
And that's the drug court in Wasatch County.
Yes.
When did you go into drug court in Wasatch County?
Late 21. I had my evaluation in 2019 and I entered in late 2021.
So then am I right that your drug court discussions with Kouri Richins would have been while you were in drug court beginning in late 2021?
Yes.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I cleaned his house, and he'd come in and he would joke with us that we were there a little later than what we should have been. And he'd tell us, get out of here, we're working past 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. So I've gone to their house with my grandkids on a barbecue when it was one of their sons' birthdays with her aunt.
Did you know that Eric Richins owned a stonemasonry business?
Yes.
Did you know any of the workers that he employed in that business?
No.
Did Kouri Richins ever ask you to purchase for her illicit drugs?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
Did you purchase illicit drugs for her?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
When you purchased illicit drugs for Kouri Richins the first time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Susan Kohler.
When you purchased for Kouri Richins drugs the second time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Robbie.
By Robbie, do you mean Robert Crozier?
Yes.
How about the third time?
Robbie.
The fourth time?
Robbie.
Let's please begin with the first purchase of drugs for Kouri Richins from Susan Kohler, okay? How did Kouri Richins approach you about purchasing drugs?
She'd reached out and asked if I could do her a favor, and I said, yeah, probably, what is it? And then she had called me and asked me if I could reach out to somebody for some pain meds for an investor that she knew. And I told her I could see what I could do. So I knew Susan Kohler was still using at the time, an active user still. And then Susan Kohler reached back and told me she knew somebody that had some pain meds.
Ms. Lobber, I need you to speak up. Thank you.
Sorry.
How did you know Susan Kohler?
She used to work, she was working for Doreen at the time.
And how did you know Susan Kohler was an active user at that time?
Because That's one of the reasons why I quit working with Doreen, because they were still active users.
So you had worked with her at the time?
Yes,
Knew she was an active user?
over the year, yeah.
When did Kouri Richins approach you that first time to get drugs?
February 11th, February 10th, right around there.
Was it February or was it January?
Was it early February?
Early February?
In January, early February.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Lobber. I'm sitting within 3 feet of you and I
Sorry.
can't hear what you're saying. I just need you to speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. Like louder than you just did.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
That-
sorry.
We're going to treat that as the floor. It's that point and louder, okay?
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Okay, so sorry.
it's okay.
About what time? Month, beginning month, end of month? Is it end of January, early February, late February? When was it?
Early February.
And would that be 2022?
Yes.
How about the money for the drugs? Did Kouri Richins front you money for the drugs?
For Susan?
Susan, I'm only talking about Susan
Okay.
Kohler now. I think that might be confusing.
Yeah, no.
I'm only talking about Susan Kohler.
Okay. No, she did not. I had given Susan the money.
Okay, how much money?
$600.
What drugs did you ask Susan Kohler, what type of drug did you ask Susan Kohler for on Kouri Richins' behalf?
Just some kind of painkiller, an opiate.
And you gave Susan Kohler $600 of your money?
Yes.
What in return did Susan Kohler give you?
A couple hours later, she returned back to my house with an envelope full of pills.
Okay, what type of envelope?
Just a mailing envelope.
The normal letter?
Just a white envelope, yeah.
Did you look in the envelope?
No.
How did you know it was full of pills?
Susan told me that's what was in there.
Did you feel the envelope?
Yeah.
Did it feel like there were pills in
Yeah,
it?
they were just little round pills.
What did you do next?
Then I had texted Kouri and told her that I had got some pills for her and asked her what she wanted me to do with them. Told me she would, it was late when Susan returned, so she showed up in my driveway the next morning.
Okay, when you say she showed up in your driveway.
Kouri.
Kouri Richins showed
Yes.
up in your driveway the next morning.
Yes.
Did you hand Kouri Richins the pills that next morning in your driveway?
Yes.
Did she give you any money for those pills?
Yes. She gave me back the $600 that I put up for him.
You mentioned you have part of this transaction with Kouri Richins and Susan Kohler involved text messages. Do you have any of those text messages?
No.
Do you know what happened to those text messages?
I deleted them
Why?
because if I had lost my phone or anybody else got a hold of my phone or anybody in drug court wanted to see my phone, it was evidence that I was not following drug court rules. I was still involved with people that were using
It was evidence that you're dealing drugs,
and
right?
participating in selling drugs.
Let's talk about the second time that you purchased drugs for Kouri Richins, which is am I right, the first time you purchased them from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
All right. right, let's talk about that first purchase from Robert Crozier. How did Kouri Richins approach you on that purchase?
She had reached out to me in text message and said that her investor needed or wanted something stronger. And I kind of told her, well, I can reach out to the people I don't know. You just can't say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. When you're buying drugs off the street, you pretty much purchase what you get. And at the time, I didn't know anybody, so I reached out to another acquaintance that I knew that was still using, which would be Nicole.
Okay, you reached out, we have to keep your voice up, please.
What's that?
Can you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Okay. So you reached out to an acquaintance of yours, Nicole, that you knew was still using, right?
Yes, at the time.
And is that Nicole Cummings?
Yes.
How did you reach out initially? How did you reach out to Nicole Cummings?
On Facebook Messenger.
Scott, can I get 3-3, please?
Scott, can we go through our normal dance? Would you disconnect?
Yes,
Plug
Your
back
Honor.
in.
I don't know why that happens, but it seems that unplugging and plugging back in fixes it.
Fixes everything.
There we go. For the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just the witness.
There you are.
I know, I was like, oh, I can't see it.
Do you see it there?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, and you just, when you turn your head, the mic has to follow. There you go. Thank you.
Ms. Lobber, do you recognize that document as a, excuse me, as a Facebook exchange that you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes, it's off my Facebook Messenger.
And is that an accurate depiction of the exchange you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-3 in the evidence.
No objection.
States 3-3 is admitted. Would you like to publish, Mr. Butterworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lobber, do you see there, blown up out of 3-3 where it says, text me, I got a question and won't do it on this?
Yes.
Did you send that message by Facebook to Ms. Cummings?
Yes.
And it says on February the 5th, 2022. Is that when you sent it?
Yes.
Why did you send that message?
I was going to ask her if she knew anybody that had any pills.
And you didn't want to ask her over Facebook?
No,
Why not?
because once again, that's showing what I'm trying to buy. Illegal activities of buying drugs.
We couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Illegal activity of buying drugs.
Thanks, Scott. Did you ultimately speak to Ms. Cummings over the phone?
Yes, I did.
And what did you ask her?
If she knew anybody who had any opiate pills for sale.
And how did she respond?
She said yes, she had a friend that could help me.
And did she identify the friend?
Yeah, she gave me his name. She said Robbie.
And is that the Robert Crozier you've mentioned before?
Yes, it is.
Did she put you in contact with Robert Crozier?
Yeah, she gave me his number.
Did you call Robert Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did you ask Robert Crozier for?
If he knew anybody who had any pills, pain pills for sale.
And how did he respond?
He said he would reach out to a couple of people.
Did he ever get back to you after that?
Yes, he did.
When he got back to you, what did he say?
He said he had a buddy that had some fentanyl pills.
What then did you do?
I had texted Kouri back and told her that I had a friend that could get them, but they were fentanyl pills.
So you told Kouri you had a friend, a hookup for fentanyl pills.
Yes.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, okay, go ahead and get them.
So, did you go ahead and get them?
Yes.
What was the next step in getting them?
The next step was reaching out to Robbie and tell them to go ahead and get them.
Did you arrange a time and location to purchase the pills from Robbie?
Robbie did, actually,
Okay.
because he was coming up from up north. So he had me go to a Maverick off 126 in Draper. It was closer to his person.
Let me maybe do this one more time. The text messages between you and Robbie, do you have them?
No.
Are they deleted?
Yes.
Did you delete them?
Yes.
Because they were evidence of drug distribution?
Yes.
Objection leading.
I think you're going to testify about a lot of text messages. Did you delete them all
Yes.
for the same reason?
Exactly.
Okay, so you set up to purchase fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper.
Yes.
Did you front the money for these?
No. That was more, way higher.
How much money was involved in this transaction?
$1,000?
How did the money come about? Who?
So I reached out to Kouri and told her yes, that it was going to be kind of pricey. And then so she had, I asked her how she wanted me to grab him. I had to go to the house in Midway, not the mansion, it was a Midway house that she was flipping. And that the money would be in there.
Okay. So, let me make sure I understand. Kouri Richins said she would leave you $1,000 at a small house in Midway.
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-12, please? Ms. Lobber, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that the small house in Midway that you're thinking of?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the small house?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 8-12.
No objection.
812 is admitted.
Ms. Lobber, did you enter that house and get the $1,000?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
Kouri told me the back door was unlocked.
Was it?
Yes.
Did you enter through the back door?
Yes, I did.
Where inside the house was the money?
In a closet in a box with a couple of coffee cups.
Thanks, Scott.
Peculiar. Why didn't you just
So
hand
once you
it
got the money, what did you do next?
next time she was cleaning the house?
I had called Robbie and told him, okay, I had the money. How long it would take him to get down from where he was coming from.
Did you then drive to the Maverick and Draper?
I didn't drive at the time. I didn't have a car.
Who drove? Did somebody drive you to the Maverick?
Yes, Nancy.
Okay. Is Nancy Peters?
Yes.
Where did she drive? Where did she pick you up?
At my house in Heber, off of Center Street.
And then she drove you from your house in Heber to Maverick and Draper?
Yes, down Provo Canyon.
Down Provo Canyon. Scott, can I get 3-7, please? Ms. Lobber, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that an extraction of your, some photographs on your, from your cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Is that an accurate depiction of the photographs extracted from your cell phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 into evidence.
Your Honor, we'd object. I don't think that Ms. Lobber can identify the Cellebrite. The Cellebrite hasn't even been introduced into evidence. I suppose she could introduce the photos if they want to pull up the photos separately, but she can't identify the Cellebrite, which is not
She
in
can
evidence.
identify them as photos from her cell phone, correct?
I think she can, yes, as photos from her cell phone if they want to show the photos without it being on the Cellebrite extraction.
Okay. For the moment, Scott, can you?
Your Honor, we're going photo by photo as D1, D2, D3.
Let's do that. We'll come back to this. Is there? I'm sorry, counsel. My apologies. Would you approach briefly?
The issue is these photos from the phone may ultimately be, a foundation may be laid and they could be introduced in evidence, but not from this witness. That's at least a defense argument. She can say that her photos on her phone, but she can't talk about the downloading or anything else that the expert can. Sometimes what happens is the exhibit is allowed in to be published conditioned on the rest of the foundation being established by a later witness.
Ms. Lobber, those 4 photographs, do you recall where you were or where you were traveling to and from when they were taken?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what?
Can you see 3-7 on your screen?
Yes.
There's, if we scroll down, I think there's, is it 3 or 4 photographs? Scott, can you scroll down? No, there's a whole bunch. There's 6 photographs.
I see 3 on mine.
Scroll up. There's 2 pages with 3
Okay,
each.
yeah,
Is
now
that
there's
right?
total 6, yes.
Okay. And do you know where those photographs were taken?
In Nancy's car.
As you were driving from Heber to Provo Canyon? Or from Heber down through Provo Canyon to the Maverick and Draper?
Yes.
And do you see the time? Scott, if you can bring one up. Do you see the time
Oh, yes.
and day on
Yes, I do.
February the 11th, 2022, beginning at 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that an accurate date and time for those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, or actually, Scott, can I get 3-7 Delta 1? Is that one of those photographs?
Yes, it is.
Can I get, Scott, 3-7 Delta 2, please? Is that another one?
Yes, it is.
3-7 Delta 3, please? Are those 3 photographs accurate depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 Delta 1, Delta 2, and Delta 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3-7, D1, D2, and D3 are admitted.
Can we publish, Scott, 3-7 D1? Is that you in the photograph?
Yes.
Who's the dog?
That is my silver lab, Hemi.
And whose car are you in?
Nancy's.
And who's driving that car?
Nancy.
Hey, D2, please, Scott. Is that you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
Can I get D3, Scott? Another photograph of you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
In Nancy Peterson's car?
Yes.
Driving to meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper Maverick on February the 11th, 2022?
Yes.
Meeting, Your Honor.
He's already laid foundation. Overruled.
On the way down, thanks, Scott. On the way down Provo Canyon to the Draper, did you text with Mr. Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those texts?
Just how far out are you? How long is it going to take?
On the way down Provo Canyon, were you texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the context of those texts?
Sorry, it's taken long. I'm headed there now. I'll let you know when I leave the Maverick.
Did you end up meeting with Mr. Crozier at the Maverick?
Yes, I did.
What happened once you two met there?
He would text me and tell me what kind of vehicle he was in. I would tell him what I was in. He came up to the window. I gave him the money. He told me he'd be back like in 20, 25 minutes. And then he left the Maverick.
So the money that you gave him was the $1,000 you got from that small Midway house?
Yes.
Did he ultimately return?
Yes, he came back.
Did he have anything with him when he returned?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
He handed me a little clear baggie with some pills in it, little round pills.
Can you describe, please, the baggie?
Just a little clear baggie. Clear like a plastic cup clear, you can see it through it.
Okay. Small, big, like...
Just a small.
What's small?
Kind of small like, you know, if you buy a shirt and it has an extra button in it, that kind of size.
Gotcha. Did you see about how many pills were inside that baggie?
No, I didn't sit there and count them. It was 15 to 20 is what he told me.
Did you said they were circular?
Yes, just round.
Did you notice their color?
Kind of light green.
What did you do once he gave you the pills?
Left.
Left to where?
Back up through Provo Canyon, back up to my house in Heber.
On the way back to your home in Heber, did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those messages?
I let her know that I had him. What did she want me to do with them? I really didn't want them with me at my house.
Did she tell you what she wanted you to do with those pills?
She responded back with, take him over to the Midway house, put him in a shed. There was 3 sheds on that property. I didn't feel comfortable leaving him in the shed out in the open. So I went to the fire pit and kind of dug a little hole and put the gravel back on top of it and then kind of turned a brick to the side to kind of cover it up.
Scott, can you bring up 8-13, please? Miss Lobber, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That is the house in Midway.
Is it the backyard of the house?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the backyard?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 813 into evidence.
No objection.
8-13 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom. Is that the shed that you just referenced?
Yes.
Is that the fire pit that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
So you put the pills that Robert Crozier sold you at the Draper Maverick in that fire pit?
Yes.
There's no fire at the time?
Not at the time, no. There was no fire.
Thanks, Scott. I want to pause on the drug deals for a minute, okay? So we've got the Susan Kohler drug deal, the first Crozier drug deal, right? I'm going to pause. Scott, can you bring up 2-33, please? Can you split screen it with 2-34, please? Ms. Lobber, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Letters from Kouri saying I did some community hours.
Did Kouri Richins give you those letters?
Yes, she did.
Are they accurate depictions of the letters that she handed you?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves 233 and 234 into evidence.
No objection other than previous objection that is ongoing.
It's preserved by the record. It's been ruled upon. Court stands upon that ruling. Forgive me, the 2-33 and 2-34 are admitted.
Can we publish those, Scott, please, in split screen? You mentioned, Ms. Lobber, that those are community service, those are letters, I guess, evidencing, perhaps, community service.
Yes.
What's the
I'm
genesis?
so sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Yeah, we just need you to speak a little louder.
What's the genesis of these letters? Why these letters?
I was late for a couple of groups, so I got sanctioned from drug court to do 10 hours of community service.
Okay. So groups, do you mean group therapy sessions?
Yes.
And because you were late to court-ordered, they're court-ordered, aren't they?
Yes.
Because you were late to court-ordered group therapy sessions in drug court, am I right, the judge sanctioned you to community service?
Yes.
Then did you approach Kouri Richins about getting community service letters?
I had asked her if she knew anywhere I could get a letter with a head on it saying that I did some community hours.
Okay. Scott, maybe pick the one on the left and blow it up so that we can just read it a little bit easier. Thank you. Is the other one similar? Maybe you can just flip it out. Yep. Ms. Lobber, did Kouri Richins hand you those letters?
Yes.
Did you perform that community service?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever stepped foot on a Circle R ranch?
No, I have not.
Did you submit those community service letters to the drug court in Wasatch County?
Yes, I did.
How'd that go?
Not too well. I ended up in jail for a day and
What?
got more community hours.
Ms. Lobber, you were in drug court on a felony drug distribution charge, right?
Yes.
You just testified that you bought drugs for Kouri Richins,
Yes.
which is more drug distribution, right?
Yes.
And you just submitted a fake letter, 2 fake letters, to the drug court judge, right?
Yes.
Why on earth would you do that?
Well, obviously didn't have time to do my community hours because I was reaching out to Robbie Kazera and picking up pills.
But why would you try to put one over on the court at all?
In the early stages of addiction, when you're slowly getting clean, you still test the waters. You're not ready to surrender yet. You're not sure about how much you can get away with and what you can't get away with.
So at that point in time, did you think you could get away with more drug distribution and fake letters?
No, not get away with it.
But you tried.
Yes, I did.
Have you since surrendered to drug court?
Absolutely.
Let's turn back to the drug deals. We've been through the first one with Miss Kohler, then the second drug deal, but the first drug deal with Robert Crozier. Let's turn to the second drug deal with Robert Crozier, okay? You all right? Want to take a minute?
No.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins again approached you for illicit drugs?
Yes.
If you want to take a minute, let me know.
No, I'm good. I'm fine.
Do you recall about when that second time with Mr. Crozier was?
Still in February. I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Would you just say whatever you just said again a little bit louder?
I said I'm not quite sure of the date.
When Kouri Richins approached you that second time involving Mr. Crozier, what did she ask for?
She said her investor needed something a little bit stronger. And I proceed to tell her, like, it's not something you can just, when you're buying something off the street that's man-made, you just don't say, hey, this is what I want to order. She told her you get what you get.
Did there come a time when she asked you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
Yes.
Was that this time?
Yes.
What did you understand the Michael Jackson stuff to mean?
I actually wasn't sure. I had to Google it.
So you said there was ultimately this third buy from Robert Crozier. Did Kouri Richins give you the money up front for the third buy?
Yes, it was the Midway house still.
Was it the same way she?
Same little house in Midway.
Okay.
Back door.
Did you enter the back door of that little
Yes.
house in Midway?
Yes.
Did you get some money?
Yes.
Do you remember about how much?
About $1,000.
Was it cash?
Yes.
Was it cash the other time also?
Yes.
Once you got the $1,000 out of the small Midway house, what did you do?
I texted Robbie.
What did you say? What did you set up with Robbie over text?
Just saying, hey, does your friend still have any of those left? And then, of course, it doesn't happen right then and there. I could text him and he'd say, I'll get back to you in a couple of days. I'll see what I can find out. So then when Robbie texted me back, I let Kouri know that I could get him, and then head back down, had Nancy take me once again down Provo Canyon to the Maverick on 126th.
Just like the time before.
Yes.
Like before, were you texting with Robert Crozier on the way down the canyon?
Yes.
And what was the content of those texts?
Same texts. Or how much longer? How far out are you? Because he always had to find a ride as well.
Were you texting on the way down Provo Canyon with Kouri Richins
Yes.
What was the content of those texts?
Same thing. Sorry it's taken long. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'll keep you posted.
When you arrived at the Maverick, were you still texting with both Robert Crozier and Kouri Richins?
Yes, I would text Robbie and tell him I'm here at the Maverick. How much farther out are you?
And what would you text?
I would
Kouri?
text Corey, sorry he's taken longer than I thought.
And you deleted all of those texts?
Of course.
Did you ultimately meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper that second time?
Yes.
What happened when you met up?
Same routine. He'd come up to the car, I'd give him the money, he'd leave again for 20, 25 minutes. Then he'd come back. And then he'd give me the little clear baggie with pills in it. And then we'd go our separate ways.
Can you please describe the baggie?
Clear little baggie. Just a small little clear baggie. As if you were putting an extra button in it.
Same as last
time?
time?
Yes.
Do you recall about how many pills?
15 to 20. I never stopped and counted them. But that's what he told me was in the baggie.
Were they round again?
Yes.
What color were they?
A lighter blue.
Once you received the pills from Robert Crozier, what did you do?
Text Corey and told her I was headed back up Provo Canyon. And I'm sorry it was getting late, so what does she want me to do with them?
Okay. Did you text with Kouri Richins on your way back up Provo Canyon to Heber?
Yes.
When you got back up to Heber, what did you do?
Oh, went to my house in Heber.
Did you still have the pills with you?
Yes.
What ultimately did you do with the pills?
Well, it was Nancy that drove me, so I had taken her to my house. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm getting confused. Hold on a sec.
Take a minute.
This is a lot, hold on. Okay, sorry, you can repeat the question.
So, sure, the second buy from Robert Crozier, you went back up Provo Canyon to your house in Heber. Nancy Peterson was driving, right?
Yeah.
And you had the pills with you when you arrived back at your home in Heber. And the question is, what did you do with the pills?
I had them with me.
Did you hold on to them?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
I had given Nancy a couple for taking me, because that was her drug of choice at the time. Not very long.
What did you do with them?
I reached out to Corey and asked her what she wanted me to do with them, because I didn't like having them on me.
What did she respond?
That she would come pick them up.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
Where did she pick them up?
In my house, in Heber, in my driveway.
Is law right? You should speak up.
She picked him up in my house, in my driveway, in Heber.
Okay, so we've been through the first purchase from Susan Kohler, then the first purchase from Robert Crozier, the second purchase from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And that second purchase was the end of February?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins' death, did you buy any other drugs from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins died?
Oh, no. There were just, wait, now you confused me. Can you ask me again?
Ms. Lobber, my apologies. Pause for 1 second. Hold that mic a little closer to you. We're having trouble hearing you. If you would re-ask that question, Mr. Bloodworth, please.
Yes. You testified about 2 drug buys from Robert Crozier, right?
Yes.
Other than those 2 drug buys, before Eric Richins' death, did you ever buy drugs from Robert Crozier before?
Have I ever bought any from him?
Do you remember when Eric Richins died?
Early March?
Before Eric died, how many times did you buy drugs from Robert Crozier?
Twice.
Any more than twice before Eric died?
No,
those
just
2
the
times?
twice.
Before Eric died, have you ever been, other than those 2 times, to the Maverick and Drake?
No.
You just said Eric died in early March, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when you learned that Eric died?
It was one of Doreen's employees that had told me that Eric had passed away.
And do you recall how soon after Eric's death she told you that?
It was a day or 2 after.
Did you ever speak with Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
When?
A couple days after.
Where were you when you spoke with Kouri Richins the first time about Eric's death?
I was with my friend Nick, and we were on our way to do a UA for drug court.
Is Nick Von Savage?
Yes, it is.
And the UA again is a urinalysis?
Yes, it is.
So you and Nick were together. Were you on a way? Were you driving to the UA?
Yes.
When you had that conversation with Kouri Richins about Eric's death, were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could Nick hear the conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her?
I said, please tell me these pills were not for him.
Did she respond?
She did.
How did she respond?
She said, no, they were not. Eric passed away from a brain aneurysm.
Did there come a time after that conversation where you asked whether Eric died from those pills? Or you asked Kouri Richins whether Eric died from those pills? Did there come a time after that conversation when Kouri Richins again asked you to purchase drugs from her?
Yes.
How did she ask?
She asked me if I still had the hookup or my friend.
Scott, can I get 2-44? If you look down that column labeled description, Ms. Lobber, do you recognize that as a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Is this an accurate text exchange? An accurate depiction of the text exchange?
Yes, it is.
And did it occur on March the 7th, or sorry, March the 6th and into the 7th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Does it accurately show the type of message and whether it's an incoming message or an outgoing message?
Yes, it does.
Does it actually accurately show the sending party, the from party and the receiving party, the to party?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-44 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. The Cellebrite extraction has not been admitted into evidence, and she cannot identify a Cellebrite extraction where it came from.
Please.
I apologize for that. Please rise, stretch your legs. You folks are taking a break.
See, we're looking at Brad talking about, and I started to say, wait.
Everybody have a seat. Carmen, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go wait in the lobby, okay? Just for a moment. I need to have a conversation about some legal issues. I need to make sure that that conversation does not pollute or affect your memory in any way. Mr. Moffat, you can't counsel her regarding her testimony during the break. Understood, sir. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, if you would please, however the form of it you wanted to admit to the published to the jury and admit it as an exhibit, would you put that form on the screen so we're all talking about the same thing at the same time?
Your Honor, it is there now.
Okay, so it's the zoom in that we're currently looking at, rows 1 through 5.
Right, we can back it out so you can see the whole form.
Is this the page? Is it one page?
It's two pages.
So it did say Cellebrite. I thought it did.
Please pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You want to, I'm sorry, I don't have control yet. State's Exhibit 2-44 is a 2-page exhibit that says Cellebrite extraction report at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you'd like to admit this 2-page extraction report through this witness, not just the content of the text messages and the metadata regarding to, from, whatever.
Your Honor, the state wants to admit the content. Now, I can see the 244 at the top is labeled with Cellebrite's branding. You know, if we were to, for example, redact the labeling, that's fine. But the content...
The distinction, I apologize for interrupting you, so I can just provide a little more context for my question. The distinction I'm drawing is the previous photographs. We admitted just the photographs.
Yes.
Not the report from which the photographs were derived.
Correct.
Here, it seems we're doing something, the state is proposing to do something different. That is, admit the report, not just the content. That is the photographs in my analogy.
That is correct, but the state proceeded to just admit the thumbnails as photographs simply to keep things moving along, not because the state thinks that the report is inadmissible. The state just didn't want to bog down in this discussion.
May we do the same now, understanding that the state's ultimately, as I understand your position at Sidebar, going to be, we have another witness that's going to get this report and many others in.
Yes, Your Honor. That is why I think the way we can do that is to just redact the heading. And that leaves us with nothing but content without identifying the source of the content, but Ms. Lobber has already authenticated the content itself.
Ms. Lewis, if you'd put your position on the record.
On the record, Your Honor, this is a Cellebrite report that has not been admitted. We don't have testimony as to how it was extracted. We don't have testimony as to what it is, and it's not authenticated. That can come in through a later witness, I agree. That witness probably should have been called first, but was not. You're right that now we're doing something different than we did on the prior report. And I don't think just extracting Cellebrite, the word Cellebrite, solves the problem. You ruled from the bench just a minute ago that this could be used as an impeachment document.
I did not. I said specifically you cannot use it if it's not admissible because there's no foundation for it.
Well, then we discussed it further, and you said, go ahead and show it to her and ask her if she remembers it, and then the text.
That was
and then-
not in the context of impeachment. That was in the context of the Mr. Bloodworth and his direct using it to refresh a recollection of a witness who may not specifically recall the content.
I misspoke. That's what I meant. To use it to refresh her recollection. And you ruled that that would be appropriate. Well, then Mr. Bloodworth attempted to change your ruling, which happens a lot, which is what
Don't do
gets
that.
me.
Please stay
Well, that's what
focused.
gets me frustrated.
Please stay focused.
I think your ruling was appropriate, that it can be used to refresh your recollection. We discussed this, you ruled, and I think your ruling should stand.
You understand that this will limit your use of this document in impeachment.
That's fine.
Okay. Blair, with any further record?
Yes, Your Honor. To use the photograph analogy, it doesn't matter who took the photograph. If somebody was there to observe the content of the photograph, they can impeach it, or they can authenticate it. That is what we have here. Carmen Lobber was a participant in this text message exchange. She can authenticate it. And that is the only substance in this report. She has authenticated 100% of the substance of this report.
Are you comfortable presenting it to her as, this is a document? Does this document match your recollection of text messages you had with this person on this day?
Your Honor, not only am I comfortable with it, that is precisely what I did when I had her authenticated.
Okay.
And how it was extracted doesn't matter. That is when you don't have a witness who was present to authenticate it.
I understand.
Okay.
I hear you saying if you had a screen grab of text of bubbles from a phone and her testimony was the same, like, I remember this,
Yes.
I remember this exchange on this day at this time, you would seek to admit the bubble as a document that she laid foundation for.
Correct. Regardless of who took the screenshot of the bubbles. Right here, Cellebrite took the screenshot of the bubbles. Doesn't matter.
I understand the state's position. Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so the defense has a thought-provoking argument that including all the stuff in the header gives this document some imprimatur of technical proficiency or additional weight regarding which this witness has not laid foundation. So, State's Exhibit 2-44, just the table, not anything from that blue line in the header or above, Scott, may come in through this witness. Yeah, show me page 2, Scott. Mr. Bloodworth, any further record regarding the court's ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis. We didn't, 3/7 by itself didn't come in. It was D1, D2, D3 only. Yeah, but those photographs I don't think had.
Nothing further.
Did they? No, yeah, okay. So, we have, I'm really just talking to Scott at the moment. It's going to stay this way, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And can you, the state, at some point before tomorrow morning, print this version of 2-44, understanding this may be mooted through Mr. Katradimos at some point, but
So what's coming, what she's going to be able to talk to and what the jury, I guess
Yeah,
they're going to
let's-
show. us
let's
the
do that, Your Honor.
See.
Let's label this 2-44 Romeo, R,
okay,
to denote it as a redacted version of 244.
got it.
It's the text of the text message, but not anything
Okay,
that shows
Brittany,
that
do you need
this
anything
came
else
from
for
the
the record?
Cellebrite extraction.
All right, what I would like to do, counsel, is complete the, well, you know, we've taken want to take a restroom break now, and then we'll just go directly from direct into cross. Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, listen, Nobody can talk to Ms. Lobber out in the lobby, please. No appearances of contact with Ms. Lobber. Let's take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
When the Cellebrite expert, when the person who's going to talk about what was extracted testifies, then they can go back and enter the full exhibit that shows the extraction, although I'm curious as to why they care. As long as they get the information, the substance of the text in, I don't know why they would care that, because we can't see what the heading is. So, you know, we're talking a little, at least I'm talking a little blind about it. This may be a very long cross-examination. Because this witness is really important to the state. So are there any questions or no? I see that people in the text are doing the math and they think the 600 was for one drug, the 1,000 was for another, which could be right. I mean, certainly there's a difference in price. Yep, there's another break, Margaret Walker. They're discussing the text messages, Deborah Jones. And the question is whether she can talk about the text messages looking at the exhibits that had some information as to how they got the text messages. They were extracted by that Cellebrite process. When she can't authenticate how they were extracted, obviously, because she didn't do it. But she can say the text messages are things she recognizes. That's what they were arguing about. So she is going to be able to talk about the text messages themselves, but they're going to cut out from the exhibit that the jury sees anything that shows where these words came from. And then the expert, when he testifies and can say, yeah, that's how I got them, da-da-da-da-da-da, they can get the exhibit that shows the extraction information. I can't do better than that without seeing what it is that the exhibit was that we haven't seen. But what I'm saying is, I don't see why it matters if she testifies to what the texts say. That's what matters in terms of the case against Kouri Richins, not how the words were acquired. Monique Dawn wants to know if Kouri has prior drug use, can that come in? Generally, no, unless it's related to some issue in the case. And if they are going to make the case that she has never used drugs, the drugs are in the house and they were Eric's, then certainly if she got on the stand and testified, they could ask her those questions to impeach. We'd have to hear what the arguments are that the state makes as to why they should be able to get it in if she doesn't get on the stand. And they may decide not to try to get it in, frankly, in order to avoid a potential appealable issue later. But it's certainly potentially relevant to the question as to whose drugs they were. All right, let's see if there's anything else here. Catherine L., timing and day of the extraction, the reason. I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, the lawyer, she did argue with him about what his ruling was. But she's being, you know, if you were on trial for murder, you'd want an aggressive lawyer too. Okay. Catherine wants to know if I think that defense will go hard on this witness. They might. I mean, she's an important witness and they're going to go after her for, you know, the deal. and whether it's really true that she testified without any deal. I mean, it's probably true that there was no deal, but whether she testified for the reason or provided information for the reason she gave, which was when she learned that Eric had died, or whether she really was trying to get some deal to get herself out of jail, I think they'll go after her. Who's winning the battle? It's too early to tell. I don't think the state is in any difficulty right now, but I do think for a reasonable doubt case, this one has more potential to show reasonable doubt than a lot of others we've seen. Because, the question is going to be whether they can show, the defense can show a reasonable doubt as to whether the drugs were Eric's and whether he took the fentanyl and mistakenly gave himself too much. I don't know. Maybe they're going to argue that he tried to commit suicide or did commit suicide. But there's at least a little more here than some of these reasonable doubt cases turn out to be. And this police investigation doesn't appear to have been as precise and crisp and thorough as others. Okay, can the judge admonish Kouri's facial expressions towards the witness? Well, theoretically, the judge can tell the defendant not to do anything in an effort to influence the jury. But here, I don't know that it's helping her to make, I haven't seen what her facial expressions are, but I don't know that it would help her if she's staring or making faces at the witness. She's not intimidating the witness. And if the jury is looking at her doing that, that may not inure to her benefit. And that's the same question that was asked a minute ago, worded differently. Is there enough for guilt? I think certainly in the information and evidence we had before this trial started, there's enough certainly for the jury to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. Leo Wren said that witnesses easily confused. The defense will purposely be difficult to follow. Well, if they're too purposefully difficult to follow, the jury will pick up on it too. So you may be right that that's what the defense is going to try to do, but they're going to have to walk a fairly tight line in doing it. Will Kouri claim that she had been buying those drugs for Eric? I think, and somebody in the chat may have better recall, but I think that was one of her claims at one point, that he had been in pain and maybe it was the gummies that she was buying for him. And she did say, where was it? I think it's in the walk the dog letter, but I'd have to go look at the letter and I don't have it with me. That when he was coming into the country with drugs, he'd have them in her suitcase. So if they were caught, it would be she that would appear to be smuggling. And although she claims she never took drugs, he might on occasion cajole her into taking a drug with him. I don't recall what the drug was that she claimed he enticed her to take or forced her to take on occasion. But she certainly, with regard to that, well, I think it's in the walk the dog letter where she's claiming that, as they say, on occasion, he would have her carry his drugs in her luggage when they traveled. Okay, so Patter Bulldog wants to know if stronger means more pills. I think they meant stronger pills, not more of the weaker pills. That's what we would say. Well, the Cellebrite extraction can have date and time of the extraction, and maybe we'd have to see what it is that the report, because Cellebrite can do reports different ways. So it could have the date and time of the text, which would corroborate her memory of, when the purchases were made. Okay, Mel von Moncresis light green round are 15 mg oxycodone fast relief. Street prices are $1, so $15 a pill. They charge Kouri $50. So dealer housekeeper what? Cheated her? Got money. Well, dealers make a profit, don't they? They don't sell at the cost. I mean, this is not an area I know a lot about, but if I were a dealer and I was running the risk of being arrested and prosecuted, I wouldn't sell the drugs for what it cost me to get them. Okay, back the bus up says this defense attorney is extremely dense. Okay, let's see if there's anything else in here. Hun Lover wants to know if we learned why yesterday was so short. No, we did not. And Hun Lover thinks it was a personal matter that the judge had. That could certainly be true. It might not have been related to this trial at all. Where can we read the Walk the Dog letter is Rhonda Davis. I have a video on Kouri Davis. I think it's called Walk the Dog that I did maybe 6 weeks to 2 months ago. If Amber's on this chat, she's going to be able to remind us, but you can find it. I did a summary of the evidence as it was available to us at the time, and then I had the letter and we went through it line by line. So, and I watched it the other night and I think I did a pretty good job, so I recommend it to you. All right, 13 Mandy says 3 pages are admissible. If the defense goes down the route, they obviously are. It's a 6-page letter. And I had thought more was in than 3 pages, but I will believe 13 Mandy. And there was someone else who said the same thing. But as I say, I went through it line by line, and we had it up on the screen so that in that video you could also read it yourself. And I don't think I can find it on my own. I'm just not, I'll have to come out of this to look, but I can look for it, I think. Let's see if I can find it. If I say Walk the Dog in mine, let's say. All right, let's look. I am now looking for it. And I don't see it here. Let's say videos. Let's try oldest. I don't think oldest is the way to do this either, but I'm looking. Nope. So I can't, oh, he's back. Okay.
Thank you for the reminder. All right, Ms. Lobber, I'll give you the early warning. Just get close to the microphone.
Sorry.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It just feels like it's so
I know.
in my face.
You'll get used to it.
Okay.
Mr. Ms. Lobber, you are still under oath. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed. We have 2-44R queued up. Would you like to publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. You hesitated. We don't have to do that. Did you want to go somewhere else first?
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, any further record on this?
Nothing more for the record, no.
Understood. Let's publish 244 now. 244R, my apologies.
Ms. Lobber, you just testified that you had recognized a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins beginning on the 6th of March, continuing on to the 7th of March. Is this that text message exchange?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Lobber, you had testified that Kouri Richins had asked you if you still had your hookup. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the text message where Ms. Richins asked you if you still had your hookup?
Yes, it is.
And when you received that text message from Kouri Richins, what did you do?
I messaged back to her, text back.
And did you ultimately arrange to buy illicit drugs from Mr. Crozier the third time?
Yes.
After that, do you still have your hookup text exchange? Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, about a drug buy? What was that conversation about?
That I could reach out to Robbie again.
And how did Kouri Richins respond?
Okay. Same routine.
Same routine.
Mm-hmm.
So, did Kouri give Richins then provide you with money to buy drugs?
Yes.
How so?
In the house to Midway.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Sorry, what?
Did Kouri Richins give you money to buy drugs that last time from Mr. Crozier, right? I'm talking about the third drug buy from Mr. Crozier now, after Eric's dead.
Oh, no, she gave me she told me that the investor would leave money under her doormat at her house.
The investor would leave money under the doormat of her house for you to buy drugs?
Yes, in Camas. Her
Okay.
house in Camas.
So, did you go to her house and pick up that money?
Yes, I was with Nick. Nick drove me.
Okay, is this the same Nick Bond-Savage
Yes,
that was in the car when you asked her whether the
yes,
pills caused Eric's death?
yes.
So Nick drove you from where?
Nick picked me up at my house in Heber, and then we headed to the backside of Jordanelle to the house in Camas.
Kouri Richins' house in Canada.
Yes, Corey and Eric's house in Camas.
Did you check under the mat at the front door for the money?
Yes, I went to the door, lifted up the mat, there was nothing there. So I kind of looked at Nick and kind of shrugged my shoulders and ran around to the back door to see if there was anything under the mat there. There was nothing there, so I ran back to the front. And I kind of threw my hands in the air to Nick, like, what do I do? And I went up and rang the doorbell. It took Corey a minute to get to the door. She answered it. She told me to come inside. I told her the money wasn't there. I gave her a hug and asked how she was doing. And then I told her the money wasn't there. And then she asked if she could write me a check. So then she went over to her kitchen counter and grabbed kind of a book about so big and wrote me a check.
I just put the link in my chat.
Yes.
One on Prof. Joe Explains to that walk.
Scott, can we bring up 5-31 for the witness, please? And it's 3 pages. If you could slowly scroll through so she can view all 3 pages, please. Ms. Lobber, do you recognize those 3 pages?
Yes, I do.
Do they depict the front of the check, the back of the check, and a deposit slip for the check?
Yes.
Are they authentic depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 531 into evidence.
No objection.
States 5-31 is admitted. Published.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, let's zoom in on the check, please. Ms. Lobber, is that the check that Kouri Richins wrote you that morning?
Yes, it is.
In the memo section, do you see where it says construction clean midway?
Yes, I do.
Did Kouri Richins owe you any money for any cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money for any construction cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money related to Midway?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money that would make construction clean Midway memo make sense?
No, I never cleaned a house ever in my life for $1,300.
Okay. Let's go to second page, please, Scott.
That's a good point. This one, that was a good
Is that the
point.
back of the check?
Yes.
1,300
Yes, it is.
cleaning.
Third place. Third page, please. Okay. Do you recognize that as a deposit slip where you deposited a portion of that check and took out cash for the other?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please explain how this came about.
I had to go to the bank and cash the check. I was in the negative, so they had me deposit some to clear up my negative balance. And then they gave me the remaining balance of $1,000.
Okay, when did you go to the bank in relation to picking up the check?
The day of.
So you picked up the check.
Yeah, that morning,
Did you go
yes.
straight to the bank?
Yes, I did.
And who drove you there?
Nick.
Okay. Do you see where the date says March 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Is that the date that you picked up the check, went straight to the bank and deposited it?
Yes.
Deposited 300 of it and took out 1,000 in cash? Does that
Yes, I
sound right?
did. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Once you deposited a portion of the check at the bank, cashed the remainder, what did you do next?
Nick and I drove down Provo Canyon, touching bases with Robbie. He said it was taking longer than he thought, so Nick and I went out to couple of thrift stores.
Where did you go to thrift stores?
In Orem County.
And you said you were texting with Robbie Crozier as you were driving again down through Provo Canyon and as you were in Orem
Same
County?
routine.
Same routine.
Yes.
Were you also texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I was.
Did, like before, you meet up with Robert Crozier at that same Maverick and Draper?
Same Maverick up 126, yes.
What happened when you met up with him?
Same routine, but a little bit different. We waited there for a minute. He left for 20 minutes, came back, and said he couldn't get his friend to answer the door if we wanted to follow him. So we followed him down the road to a couple of townhouses or duplexes. I didn't go to the door with him. We parked down the street, but we could see what complex he walked into. And then we waited there about 20 minutes to a half hour. And I kept texting him, like, hey, this is taking too long. It's too late. I don't like sitting out here. Just wrap it up. Let's go. And then he texts back. He's like, no, I got my friend. He was asleep. I finally woke him up.
Okay, had you already given Robert Crozier money before he went into the townhouse?
Yes.
How much?
The 1,000. Well, no, it was only 900 because Nick got 3. I put 3 in my check and my bank account, and Nick got 3, and then he got the remaining balance.
Do you know that math does not add up?
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, I put 3 in my account. Nick got 3, so Robbie got the remaining balance.
He got the rest.
Yes.
Can we call that 700?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I had to count on my fingers. I'm like, yes.
When Robert Crozier came back out of the townhouse, did he have anything with him?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
A clear little baggie with 15 to 20 pills in it.
Same kind of clear little baggie as before?
Yes.
Were the pills round,
Yes,
just like before?
yes.
What was the color?
A little darker blue.
What did you do once you received the pills from Robert Crozier?
Left.
Where did you go?
Back up Provo Canyon with Nick. Nick had dropped me off. It was late. So Nick had dropped me off. Nick went home. I went into my house. Texted Kouri, told her I have him. What does she want me to do with him? And then same routine back to the Midway house.
Did you text with Kouri Richins back up through the Provo Canyon?
Yes,
Towards Heber?
yes,
And then you ultimately left those pills at the Midway house?
yes. In the closet on the right above. Like you walk in the kitchen and there was a door, put on top of the closet.
Is that the same closet where you'd previously gotten money from?
Yes.
After that, did you ever have any additional drug deals with Robert Crozier?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been back to that Maverick in Draper?
No, I have not.
Only 3 times you dealt drugs with Crozier were the 3 that you just testified.
Yes,
And the only 3 times you've been at that Draper Maverick were the 3 times to which you just testified.
yes.
Did Mr. Crozier continue to hit you up for more drug deals?
Later on, he did. He said that his buddy had some more, and if my friend needed any more.
When he told you that, what did you do?
I reached or if your friend needed anything.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said no, her investor had left town.
Thank you, ma'am. I do not have any further questions for you at the moment, but I'm sure defense counsel will, okay?
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Who's doing the cross, do you think?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lobber. Let me turn on my mic. Does that work?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lobber.
Good afternoon.
My name's Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. I'm going to hand you some binders. We're going to go old school here.
Oh my gosh.
These are
Yeah, I don't know this one.
okay.
You can put it over here.
I'm going to ask you to refer to
just don't
these
like
as
this
we
bit.
talk. These are the transcripts of the interviews that you did in April and May of 2023. All right, and just to help you out here, take a look. Here's the first 2 interviews. And we're tabbed here, interview 1 with the date, interview 2. All right,
Okay.
this is interview, we've got the dates, March 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
This is separate. This is the interview from March 10th. You want to just set that aside till we get to that? And then your last 2 interviews, 13th and 14th, are right here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be referring to that.
Well, that's a lot.
All right, so according to your testimony that you just gave, when you were arrested in April of 2023, between April of 23 and May of 23, you had 7 interviews with, it was Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, and then there were some other people too, but those were the 2 main ones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So since that time, since the last interview that we have a transcript of, May 13th, 2023, how many times have you met with, we're going one at a time, how many times have you met with Detective O'Driscoll?
While I was incarcerated?
No, after you got out.
After? There was a couple of times.
Couple, okay.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I'm not sure on the numbers. It was a while back.
in what circumstances did you meet with him?
They would come and they would check on my ankle monitor when I was on my ankle monitor. Sometimes it wasn't charging. Sometimes they'd swing by and ask me a couple questions.
Questions about the case?
Just about my part.
Okay. So about the things you're testifying about?
Yes.
All right. And you say they. Was that Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard together?
Yes.
Did you always meet with them together, or did you sometimes meet with them separately?
No, they were always together.
Always together. And so they came to your house a couple. What, does a couple mean 2, or does a couple mean 5? Does a couple mean, what does that mean to you?
We can go out on a limb and say maybe 3 to 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And they would talk to you about your testimony during those visits sometimes?
Not really my testimony. They'd ask, if the question came up, like, okay, where was you at this time? Stuff like that.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded any of those conversations with you?
I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
You think they were recorded?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Did they call you on the telephone after you were released?
No, I kept in touch with them with ankle monitor.
So you called them on the telephone?
No.
Oh,
I was just being tracked by ankle monitor with them.
All right. Did they drive you places?
They did when I was in jail. They drove
Right.
me sometimes up to this courthouse.
And, okay. And after you were out, did they drive you to Wasatch County Courthouse?
They did a couple of times when reporters were there.
All right. When you were in the car, did they have conversations with you?
No.
All right. What other people from Summit County Sheriff's Office, if any, besides Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll, did you talk to?
Were there detectives?
Yes. Were there any others?
No.
All right. Have you met with the prosecutors in this case, either Mr. Bloodworth or anyone else?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
There was the initial meeting when this case first came appeared with Bloodworth, and then a couple times over the last couple weeks.
So when you met with them over the last couple of weeks, was that to go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did they practice your testimony with you in those meetings?
They kind of prepared me for what kind of, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of. They kind of prepared me a little bit of it.
Did they review your answers with you?
Pause for 1 second, Ms. Lewis. I apologize for the interruption. Hold the mic a little bit to your left. Yeah, you can move blinders
The
down.
chair closer to the mic.
Now pull the mic more in front of you.
Yeah.
Let's try that. I'm sorry, if you ask your
Sorry, go
last
ahead.
question one more time.
Did they review your answers with you?
Yes.
All right. So they reviewed with you when the drug buys happened, correct?
They would ask me the questions and I would answer.
Would they correct you if they thought if they thought your answer was wrong?
Not really, no.
All right. Did they practice cross-examination with you?
Yes.
So they did we call it a mock cross. Someone pretended to cross-examine you, is that fair?
Yeah, they kind of just brought up how you were going to bring up my past, how I was going to feel.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
All right. Did they tell you how to answer the questions that I might be asking you?
No.
They can give you any advice on how to answer the questions.
No.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Actually, I'm the one that's asked, like, if I needed to know Robbie, I put in my phone, like, obviously it says Kouri, Doreen's niece, Robbie, Nicole's friend, just stuff like that.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I understood your answer to my question. So my question was, did they help put the pieces together for you for your testimony, and what was your answer?
I said I'm the one that asked for pictures and stuff like that.
So you asked them to help put the pieces together for you.
I don't know if it was actually helping me put the pieces together. Kind of refresh my memory a little bit. It happened a long time ago.
That's true. It's happened almost 4 years ago. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And your original interviews with detectives was almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna get back to that. Who else have you spoken to about your testimony in this case?
Nobody.
Well, now,
When I was in jail, when I was incarcerated,
okay, and Jill, who did you speak to about that you were going to be cooperating?
there was O'Driscoll, Maynard, and I can't remember the lady that came from the feds, but I didn't really talk to her.
That would be Miss Whistler.
I cannot remember her
Okay,
name.
well, we'll get back to that too. Would you talk to Nick Bond Savage that you were cooperating in this case during the time you were in jail?
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay, so you told your best friend that you were cooperating.
Yes.
And you told your best friend, man, I don't even remember what happened. You got to help me out here, right?
Just in the part in the car, yes.
Okay. Because Nick was with you one of the times you met Robbie Crozier.
Yes.
And you had Nick help you remember that because you did not remember that. Specifically, you did not remember the dates, right?
I don't remember the dates exactly, no.
Okay. Today you remember the dates
Well, yeah.
because they were told to you.
But no, the more you think about it, the more it pops up.
Okay. All right. So the dates you couldn't remember 3 years ago, you thought you remember them now.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that. Ms. Crozier, do you have mental health diagnoses?
Do I what?
Any mental health diagnoses?
No.
You're not diagnosed with any mental health problems?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
What about anxiety?
Yeah.
Do you take medication for that?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about drug court.
I didn't know anxiety was a mental health problem.
2021, you were given the opportunity to participate in the Wasatch County Drug Court.
Yes.
All right. And that is an opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you were allowed to go to drug court, you had been arrested for a number of felonies.
Yes.
It was, let me grab some papers. I mean, you were arrested for how many first-degree felonies?
I'm not sure.
All right, well then give me a moment to find it. Here we go. Okay. 2 first-degree felonies, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Is that right?
Yes.
A third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then a number of misdemeanors that all dealt with possession of controlled substances, paraphernalia, or driving under the influence.
Yes. Is that 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that was me and my exes, yes.
All right. And that was the case that you were allowed to go to drug court on.
Yes.
All right. So you talked about this a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody understands. And when you go to drug court, you get what is typically what you do is you get a plea in abeyance, right?
Yes.
So that means you plead guilty to all or some of the counts that you're charged with, correct?
Yes.
And then it's held. The court holds that plea. They don't put it on your record yet, right?
Correct.
And then if you successfully complete drug court, those will be dismissed. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So, and right now, I mean, you haven't been, we're going to talk more about this, but you haven't successfully finished drug court yet. True?
Yes, it's on pause.
Okay. But it sounds like you're doing really well
Yes.
and you're clean.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Yes.
And drug court's really hard, right?
It is, yes.
I mean, I was an attorney in
They
drug
expect a
court.
lot in the beginning.
It is. I was an attorney in drug court, so I have some familiarity, but you're expected to do a lot.
A lot, yeah.
You're expected to go to treatment. True.
Oh, yes, sorry. I thought you were going to continue. Sorry, yes.
Sorry, I'll try to do better. You're expected, you get very regular UAs to make sure that you're clean.
Every day you call in, yes.
And then, so it's random. You call in every day. And
Yes, it's a random color number depending what phase you were in.
All right. And how many phases are there
5.
at Wasatch Drug Court? 5.
Yes.
All right. And so treatment, drug testing, do you have to work?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to be employed. You have to show up every week at first?
Yes, for your groups. So you had not only did you have one-on-one therapy, you also had attended groups Monday through Friday, depending what phase you were in as well. So you had 5 groups.
Okay.
You had therapy twice, 2 or 3 times a week with your one-on-one, depending what phase you were in.
All right. And you started your drug court program in 2021.
9 of 2021, I believe.
You think it was September?
Yeah, I think. I do believe.
Well, let's take a look.
Or maybe that was my initial evaluation.
I think you might be right. Let's just.
Why does it matter?
Okay. Sure, it looks like September of 2021. Now, is it fair to say that between September of 2021 and when you were arrested, which we're going to talk about, you talked a little bit with Mr. Bloodworth in April
of 2026 or 22nd, something like that?
Not quite.
I mean, no, I mean the date.
April
I mean the date.
2023.
Yeah, 23.
You were arrested. You're right. I think it was April 26th or 7th.
That's what it was, yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were struggling in drug court, fair to say?
In the beginning, yes.
Well, that whole time, until you were from September of 21 until your arrest in April of 23, you were struggling.
Not the whole time, no.
All right, let's take a look at that. So, do you recall that? Well, let me show you. I'm going to show you a document. It might be easier. Katie, do we have, it's Defense Exhibit 1007. Can you pull it up on the screen just for Ms. Lobber? And I don't think it has page numbers, but we can go by dates. So maybe pull it up starting from 9/22/21 for her to look at. Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm like, I
All
barely
right,
see that.
so let's look at, so each time you go to drug court, there's a little note entered in what we call the docket of the case,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
About what happened in court that day.
Yes, it's the
Okay.
drug court team members' notes.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
So you started drug court September 15th, September 22nd, you missed your group therapy and your individual therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what came up at drug court. You were missing treatment.
Yes.
Which is, in drug court, that's a problem, right? You're supposed to go to all your treatments.
Pause for a moment, Ms. Lewis.
Can you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. And you had to pay a $40 fee, or you had to pay for your mistreatment?
Yes, that's still in the beginning of when I entered drug court, yes.
Correct. So that'd be a sanction that you had to pay for that?
No, if you missed it, they considered that a waste of the therapist's time when somebody else could have took that spot.
All right, well, that's fair.
It was not a sanction, no.
Okay, so the next month, October 20th of 2021, a little lower on that page, you failed to appear at drug court.
I don't recall that one, but yes.
Is that what it says on the docket?
Yes. Mhm.
And they issued a warrant.
Yes.
The next week, October 27th, you tested positive for benzos. Well, I'm going to rephrase that. You actually tested positive on October 10th, October 6th, October 8th, but it was at the 27th drug court hearing that those problems were addressed. That would be a more accurate statement of what happened, right?
Yes, once again, still in the beginning of drug court.
That's right. And benzos would be drugs, I don't know, well, you tell me, do you know what benzos you were taking?
That was my Valium, I believe.
Valium, all right. And you were sanctioned, it says.
Yes.
All right. Now, you continued through November to miss therapy, true? Look at November 3rd. It's okay. Take your time. Do you see it?
I don't know, you guys are moving them all over, so.
Would you ask the question again, Ms. Lewis?
I mean, I understand the question, but you're moving the paper like back and forth, or whoever it is.
Can you see the note from November 3rd, drug court?
I see 11/10 of 21. Okay, there you go.
Your Honor, I don't know if it'd be all right, but this might be faster if I could point it out to her. Would it be all right if I stood closer to the witness?
Of course.
Thank you. All right, let's see.
Ms. Lobber, just remember, when you answer the question, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, November 3rd, drug court, you missed therapy and received, oh, you didn't get a sanction yet. They waited.
Yes.
All right. And then November 17th, you came in and you'd missed your drug tests that week. Missed a drug test, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So tell me, now in drug court, a missed test is considered the same as a positive test, right?
Yes, but some of those due to working with Doreen coming off the mountain or we're running behind.
Sure, that happens, but as a participant in drug court, you are expected to make all your drug tests.
Yes, unless you call ahead and say, I'm running behind from work, can I do it next day?
And
With
they
approval.
sometimes allow that, but it wouldn't show as a missed drug test if you had got permission.
It'll still come up as a missed test because
Well,
you didn't go the day of.
It would, well, you got a sanction, so
Yes.
it was a missed test.
Yeah, so therefore, I went the next day, but still received a sanction for it.
It doesn't say that. but all right. You continued missing tests in 21 through February. You continued missing your drug tests. Right here, missed tests and treatment. Missed tests. You were sanctioned, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now that's good. You got a negative drug test, it looks like in.
What's the year on that?
There, you got a negative drug test.
No, what's the year on these ones?
2020. Oh, now we're moving into January of 22.
Okay, so what were the years on these ones?
I misspoke. I said February. It was December of 21.
Yes.
All right.
Still, once again, the beginning of drug court.
Okay. Well, now it's January of 22. Okay. So you're missing drug tests. Then, on January 28th drug court, they said you had tested positive for methamphetamine.
Yes.
And you said, no, retest it, that's not true. I didn't use.
No.
But then the next week, you came back and you said, well, actually, I did use. You don't need to retest it, I relapsed. Which happens.
Well, yes, working with active users, once again,
Yeah.
with the cleaning company, they were all still active users.
Well, but it was your choice to use.
Absolutely, but if you keep getting offered and offered as a drug addict, yes, obviously you're going to relapse. You're going
All
to
right.
fold.
And you lied about it.
Yes.
All right.
That's what addicts do when you're using.
That's true. Addicts lie. All right.
Active addicts.
And then in February, now we're getting into the time period at issue here. January, February, March of 2022. All right. So at this time, let's get the date here. February 9th, you missed your group. Your treatment, so you were sanctioned then, right?
Yes.
February 11th, you tested positive for amphetamines. Tested
Yes.
positive on February 11th.
Okay, yeah.
And again, you denied it.
Of course.
But that's the same day you said you were out buying drugs from Susan Kohler, right? February 11th, 2022.
Yeah, it's just, yes,
Okay.
I was with Susan that day, yes.
So you're using.
Yes. Once again, when you're going to relapse when you're around active people,
I
yes.
understand. And let's see. As we move into March of 22, you tested positive for methamphetamine February 11th, March 1st, and March 3rd, and March 16th, correct?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it was there. It's from drug court notes, yes.
So if it's, I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
mean to like
you're-
poke you with that.
You're fine.
So, well, if it's in here, it's accurate.
Yes.
All right, so this whole time that you say you remember purchasing drugs, all these text messages, you were high.
I'm sorry, what was that? Sorry.
This whole period of time that you just testified, that you say you remember all these texts and you remember all this information from March of 2022, you were high that whole time, February, March 22.
Not the whole time, no.
You were using very regularly.
I guess so, yes.
Okay.
So
Now,
I think that was effective cross-examination.
this continues all through,
Ms. Lewis, may we pause for a minute? May we take the document down so the witness is not distracted?
we may.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. So this continues the missing drug tests, the positive tests, sometimes you do well, other times you're doing poorly, continues all the way up until your arrest of April of 2023.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was, we started talking about, we were talking about that you were using all through February and March of 22. And now I'm saying from February and March of 22 until your arrest of April of 23, you numerous times either missed drug tests, missed treatment, were sanctioned, tested positive. You had a lot of missteps between the beginning of drug court in 2021 until your arrest in April 2023. Correct?
Yes.
All right. In fact, you were held back on phases.
Yes.
You were asked to restart phases.
Yes.
But you started doing a little better right before your arrest in April of 23. You were finally moved to phase 5. True?
Yes.
All right. And then you're arrested.
Yes.
And you are arrested for, well, first of all, there was, all right, well, let me do this in 2 parts. You were arrested for possession of marijuana, correct?
Actually, no, I was arrested for driving on a revoked suspended license.
Okay, that's fair. You were originally pulled over and arrested for driving on a suspended license, and then there was an order to show cause issued in drug court.
Yes.
Right? Now, an order to show cause is a little bit different than an official charge, right?
Yes.
So an order to show cause, can you pull that up, please? Just for me and the witness. So an order to show cause, just so the jury can understand, is when you're in drug court or probation, on probation, and you're accused of committing a crime, they say, all right, these are the things you're accused of doing, and you need to come into drug court and explain what happened, and then we will make a decision as to whether you're going to remain in drug court, if you're going to be charged with these crimes officially, if you're going to get kicked out of drug court because you've got new charges. That's what an order to show cause is, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you got an order to show cause, and it was for, I think that's in front of the screen. Does that look like what an order to show cause looks like?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And you recognize that as the order to show cause that was issued in May of 2020. Well, I'm looking at the date. You were ordered to April 26th, the day of your arrest. 2023.
Would you restate the question?
Is that the order to show cause that was issued in your case in April of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit and to publish Defense Exhibit 1008.
Sure, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Defendants 1008 is admitted, and we will publish it now.
All right. So that's just so the jury can see what that looks like. Now, if in drug court you're found to be in violation, you're found to have committed new crimes, what happens is your plea in abeyance goes away and you are sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony that you pled to, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Okay. Trying to explain so they all understand how this works. If you were to go into drug court and the drug court found that you had in fact committed new crimes and violated drug court, then you could go back. Your plea in abeyance would no longer be in effect, and a plea of guilty would enter,
Your
correct?
plaintiff bounds would be revoked.
Revoked. So you would be guilty of those crimes, and you would go back to your sentencing judge and be sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and 2 third-degree, I'm sorry, 1 third-degree felony.
Yes.
And in addition to that, you could be charged with the marijuana that was found in your house the day of your arrest, correct?
I wasn't aware of marijuana, but I guess if you have the paperwork.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that. I think you've just forgotten. And there was a firearm found in your home.
Yes, that was my roommate's son's, yes.
And, well, possessing a firearm, whether it's yours or not,
Yes.
is a crime if you're a felon.
Yes.
A serious crime,
Yes.
potentially a federal crime.
Yes.
All right. So, we're going to get back to that, but I want to go now. So you're arrested on April 26th. You don't know yet about the firearm. You said you've forgotten about the marijuana, but you don't know about the firearm. You just know you were brought in on driving on a revoked license.
Yes.
The next day, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard show up to talk to you. April 27th, 2023.
I guess it was the next day, yeah.
All right. And at that time, you didn't know why they were there.
No, I had no idea.
But they told you, hey, we searched your place and we found a gun under your bed, correct?
Yes.
And they tell you your drug court is in jeopardy. You could be violated.
Yes.
And if you're violated and you go back and be sentenced on your 2 first-degree felonies and your third-degree felony, you are looking at 2 5-to-life prison sentences and 1 0-to-5 prison sentence potentially.
Yes.
And the court could choose to run those consecutive, which means you do 1 5-to-life, then you do a second 5-to-life, and then you do your 0-to-5. That's a possibility.
Yes.
So you were potentially looking at a long sentence if you were violated in drug court.
Yes.
Can I just get a, not. But in that very first meeting, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard say, hey, we're not here to jam you up, though. We want to talk to you.
I don't recall the exact words, but yes, they were there to talk to me.
And if those weren't the exact words, it was words to, we don't want you to get in more trouble. We want to talk to you. Words to that effect?
Yes.
All right. And that's when they tell you that they think Kouri Richins poisoned her husband, Eric Richins, and they think that she killed him.
I don't think that was their exact words.
All right, well, I'm not necessarily using their exact words, but they give you that information.
Yes.
All right. And that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they did inform me that he died of an overdose.
And that was the first time you'd heard that. True?
From the officer, yes.
Well, from anyone, that he died of an overdose.
No. One of Doreen's workers were driving down the road. It was Nancy. She had yelled out the window. She's like, Eric died of an overdose. And that's when I had made the phone call to Kouri asking if, please tell me those weren't for him.
Okay. You never told the officers that story, did you?
Not till later, I don't think.
Well, not in these 7 interviews, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right. In fact, what you tell them is you don't use fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And you tell them meth, heroin, maybe a few oxys here and there, but I literally never dealt with fentanyl.
Correct.
That's true. Wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. One reason you didn't deal in fentanyl is you had a daughter who had some problems with fentanyl.
I had a couple of daughters.
You have a daughter, I'm sorry. She's not past tense. You
Yeah,
still have
no,
your daughter.
She is doing great.
Yes, and I'm happy to hear that she had a problem with fentanyl.
She had a problem with heroin and it turned into fentanyl, yes.
Yeah. And did you tell them she overdosed? I know she survived, but she overdosed, right?
My daughter has overdosed a couple of times.
All right. So fentanyl scared you?
Absolutely.
All right. But they tell you, hey, it's okay. You're not going to get any new charges until we push the button, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on push the button.
Sustained. I don't know what that means, Ms. Lewis.
Well, why don't you look at, let's look at the April 27th interview that we pulled up there.
In the book?
In the book,
Or
yes.
You can pull it up.
No, we're going to use the book. So we're going to go old school on these interviews.
Oh
There's
my
too many
gosh.
pages to ask poor
Where do I
Katie
gotta go to?
to find them all.
You can help her, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5:30, right?
Let's go to the first notebook. Interview 2. No, interview 1. Let's go to page 98. Why don't you, well, actually, why don't you start reading here to yourself? Remember that now?
Yeah.
Okay. So they tell you in that interview, these new charges, none of them are going to go through until we push the button to make them go through. That's what they tell you.
Yes.
And they say, and we have Wasatch County prosecutor on board, and they're going to charge you, but we're going to help you out.
Yes.
All right. And you know, because drug court has not been going the most smooth, if you get kicked out of drug court, you're looking at potentially a lot of time.
Yes.
And you do not want that to happen.
No.
In fact, you tell them you want to get out of Utah, right?
Yes.
You want to go to Vegas
Yes.
because you have a fiance in Vegas.
Yes.
And in fact, because of your cooperation in this case, you've been allowed to do that, haven't you?
I was allowed to go visit him when I was in drug court as well.
After you started cooperating in this case, not before.
No, not true. I would have, Judge maybe would grant me time to go see him. But I had to let her know when and what time and the address and everything.
All right, so you're saying we're going to find on the docket that she let you go to Vegas before you started cooperating in this case? You're sure?
I do believe so.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Katie, can you check into that, please? All right. So they say, but we think you can, something to the effect, now I'm not saying word for word, but something to the effect, we think you can help us out. We want you to help us out. They tell you that in general, right? On April 27th.
Yes.
And they said, we're going to give you some time to think about this and we'll be back.
Actually, I asked for the time to think about and process everything. I told them it's a
Why don't
lot
you
to
take a look?
process. Open it back up?
Yeah,
To what page?
the end.
The end? Like the end?
No, this section. Let's see, I don't think. Okay. So weird.
So we're going to talk. We need to talk.
Right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they're telling you you could be in trouble in drug court and you say, it's gonna fucking kill me.
Right.
Say, all right, we're gonna give you some time to think about this. We'll come back. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So they just leave you sitting there 4, 5 days
Yes.
and you don't know what's going on, but you could be looking at a lot of prison time.
I just know this whole thing was a lot to process while you're incarcerated.
That's fair. But it's also true that you could be looking at a lot of prison time and you're very worried about it.
Altogether, yes.
Well, you call Nick Bon Savage and you tell him you're very worried about it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I talked to Nick quite a bit.
And your daughter,
Yes.
Kelsey, is that right?
My daughter, yes.
Okay. So they come back on May 2nd. And they bring, it's Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Maynard, and they bring a DEA agent with them this time, right? Agent Sorensen.
There was another officer there, yes.
And you recall that he was with the Drug Enforcement Administration?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
So a federal agent.
Yes.
So this time they tell you, by the way, Carmen, you're not just possibly looking at 2 5-to-lives and a 0 to 5 in state prison. You could be looking at federal prison. Right?
Yes.
Because if you provided a drug to someone and someone died from that drug, that's a 20-year minimum mandatory in federal prison.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the law.
It does not misstate the law.
Folks, you're going to have to lay some foundation one way or the other, Ms. Lewis. If you can rephrase about what her understanding was, I think we can get past this.
They told you that there is a federal charge you could be looking at.
Yes.
Distribution resulting in a death.
Yes.
And that federal charge carries a minimum mandatory of 20 years in federal prison. They told you that day.
Yes.
All right. They also tell you, don't worry, we're going to help you out. Right?
Yes.
All right. So you tell them for the first time, but you also said here today, that, okay, yes, Kouri Richins contacted me. She said, I have an investor with back pain and could you get me some pills?
Yes.
And you told them you thought that would maybe, you didn't know for sure what she wanted. She just asked for some pills to help with back pain.
Yes.
And you thought maybe she meant muscle relaxants, maybe she meant some pain pills, you didn't know.
Right.
All right. Wasn't fentanyl. She didn't ask for fentanyl.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. But you couldn't remember when that happened. You just couldn't remember, right?
I couldn't remember the exact dates, no.
Well, you told them all you remembered was there was a little bit of snow on the ground.
Yes.
And they're trying to help you pin down a date, but you say, you told them multiple times, I really don't know. There was snow on the ground.
Really wasn't absolutely correct on the dates, no.
Okay. But you did tell them that, okay, yes, I reached out to Susan Kohler, my friend and coworker, and asked her for some pain pills.
Yes.
Not fentanyl.
No.
Because Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl, correct?
Not at the time, no.
Okay, we'll get to that. And you were aware, I'm not sure if I'm right about this, were you aware that Susan had a friend who was selling some prescription oxycodone, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that Susan could get you some prescription pain pills.
Yes.
All right, so you went to Susan and asked her to do that for you.
Yes.
All right, but during that interview, you told the officers numerous times, I have been using drugs since I was 6th grade.
Yes.
My brain is not that good.
Correct.
I don't remember things.
Yes.
You have a learning disability also, correct?
Yes.
Can you share what that is?
No. No.
I would ask you to share what it is. That was a question, not a request. Sorry. I apologize, but it could be relevant.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lobber, if you would please answer the question.
Yes, I do have one.
And what
is it?
It's not the highest education of. It's a low grade education.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your learning disability?
Yes.
All right. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. A lot of people have that.
Right.
All right, so you go to Susan, and did you ask her for Roxy's, or did she tell you she could get Roxy's?
That's what she told me she could get.
Roxy's. And what are Roxy's?
Like a hydrocodone pill.
Are they, and I'm asking, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you need you've got some water there?
Ms. Lewis, would you pause for one moment? I apologize for interrupting. Carmen, when you dab your eyes, which you're allowed to do, you also cover your mouth.
Sorry.
Which blocks the sound. If you would just answer the last question again, and if you need Ms. Lewis to restate
What
it,
was the
that's
question
okay.
again?
I'm not sure. So you said that Susan brought up the word Roxy's, not you?
She told me that's what she could get from her friend.
Okay, and what are Roxy's?
It is a pain pill.
Is it oxy? I'm sorry, say that again.
It is a pain pill. It's an opiate.
It's not bad. Is it oxycodone?
Yes.
What are Roxy 30s? Do you need a break?
Just for a sec.
Your Honor, we've been at this since about 12:30.
Yeah. Ms. Lewis, any objection to a short restroom break?
No,
This
no,
witness,
no.
of course, will not confer with anyone during the break.
That's fine.
Folks, please rise for the jury.
So after.
Have a seat, please. Ms. Lobber, we're going to take a break. You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Thank you. Let's come back at 3:25. The court is in recess. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's patience. In a moment, before the jury comes back in, I just need to remind everyone in the courtroom that there can be no audible reactions to any of the evidence or any of the events in the courtroom. You just need to sit, be still, listen, no audible reactions to anything. If anyone is unable to follow this instruction on a going forward basis, I'll need you to step out and the deputies will help you do it. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Ms. Lobber in the wings? Looks like they're grabbing her now. Okay. I'm going to let her take the stand before we have the jury come in. Thank you. Patience, if you'd take the stand again. Please watch your step. Here, just stay standing for a second. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lobber, same warnings regarding the microphone, and please remember you are still under oath.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. I forgot to introduce an exhibit. Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1007 again? And Ms. Lobber, we spoke about that. That's your docket from drug court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'd move to admit Exhibit 1007. We don't need to publish it at this time, though.
No, Jackson, Your Honor.
Okay, defendants 1007 is admitted.
All right. Okay. Carmen, let's go back to when you went and got the pills from Susan Kohler. So right before the break, you said that Susan got you Roxy's and that Roxy's are oxycodone. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. What are Roxy 30s?
They are a stronger pain pill. Hydrocodone, I believe.
Okay. Are they 30 milligram oxycodones?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see. Now, but Susan got you some prescription oxycodone, and when you were interviewed on May 2nd, the interview we're talking about right now, you said that you left those pills in the fire pit at the house in Midway. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Can you look at page 41? Do you see that?
Yes, I do see.
Okay. So at that time you said I left the pills in the fire pit at Midway, and the money was in the fire pit in Midway. Remember, that's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's different than what you said today, though, right?
Yes.
All right. Fair to say, though, 3 years ago, you might have remembered a little bit better than you do today what happened, right?
No.
Did someone tell you what you said 3 years ago was wrong, so now you're saying something different today?
No, nobody told me what I said was wrong.
All right. But you did say then that you left them in the fire pit at Midway.
Yes.
All right, we'll get back to that. Now, in that interview, you told Detectives Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, and Agent Sorensen that you never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri. Turn to page 41.
I'm on 41.
It says you never exchanged pills with Kouri. Isn't that what you told them then?
Yes.
So you said then, I never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri, but today you're saying you gave those pills directly to Kouri.
Yes, in my driveway.
Okay. And you said that the pills were $600.
Yes.
And that you fronted the money. That's what you said today, is that you fronted the money.
Yes, to Susan.
So you didn't make any money off doing that?
No.
So you just
Not this one, no.
did that. It's not a very good drug dealer, correct?
Right.
All right, so you just took the money, got the pills, paid for them, took them back and forth, risked drug court just because.
Just, I thought she was a friend.
All right. So at that time, at that interview, you told detectives that, again, that you bought the pills from Susan, left the pills in the fire pit, and you told them that this was the first of 3 times you bought drugs from Ms. Richins. That's what you told them back in May of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. You bought pills once from Susan, twice from Robbie.
Oh, once from Susan, 3 from Robbie.
It's not what you told them then, though, right?
I'm not sure. It was a lot to process, and it was many years ago.
We couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
It was a lot to process, and it was quite a few years ago.
Let me see, look at page 54, I think it is. Let me just be sure. Next one, might start here. Let's see. Okay. This is typical, but I'm kind of looking right here and right here. Okay. All right, so when you were being interviewed in May, and you were telling them in May of 23, and you were telling them, I picked up the money from the fire pit, I got the pills from Susan, I left the pills in the fire pit, detectives told you that it was really important you had to be very clear what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you were doing your best, I would imagine, to tell them what you remembered happened. No, I'm just asking you if you were trying your hardest to tell them what you remembered.
Yes, there's a lot to process.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what you told them. I left the pills in the fire pit.
Yes.
And you talked more that day about how you really needed to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And why don't you turn to page 62, but you told them you were gonna fight. You were gonna fight hard to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And they told you, well, lucky for you, we're on your side. And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you. Remember that?
I don't recall.
We'll take a look there on page 62.
62?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And that's what they told you. Lucky for you, we're on your side.
Yes.
And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you.
Yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever I can. Correct?
Yes.
And you tell them throughout this interview and really throughout the next 6-7 interviews that you have a lot of memory problems.
There's a lot to process, yes.
I understand. You told them, though, that you have a lot of memory problems.
I don't know if those exact orders, but
Look to page 64.
yes.
Okay. And you told them more than once over those days you had a lot of memory problems, correct?
That my memory wasn't the best, yes.
Yeah. You told that to Nick Von Savage when you spoke with him on the phone. Remember that?
Yes, still once again, a lot to process when you're incarcerated.
And you told them that you had fried your brain using drugs.
A figure of speech, yes.
But you said that figure of speech numerous times over those interviews, right?
Probably yes.
Numerous times. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My brain is fried.
Yes.
All right. And during this interview, they're still telling you you might be going to prison here.
Yes.
But that's not going to happen. We talked about that as long as you help them out, correct?
Correct.
And by helping them out, they tell you that means you need to give us the details to make sure Kouri gets convicted of murder, correct?
I don't know if that's their exact words.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1032? Or how do you want to do this? This is for impeachment. Do we play this just for the witness, or can we? I'm not admitted. It's a demonstrative for impeachment. Can I play that to the jury at this point?
I at least got to give Mr.
He has the exhibit.
Are you familiar with what it is? You just gave a number. I don't know what it is, so I can't tell you.
I provided it.
Do you need a chance to review it?
Can they bring it up?
It should be up for counsel. Am I wrong about that? Okay.
Is there a transcript of this? Yes. Where's the transcript?
Is there a date that you can identify?
Do you have the transcript from the interviews, or do you want me to pull up that one? I can.
There it is. It's up.
Oh, thank you, Katie. You're very good at this.
You can just take me to the point in the transcript. What are you talking about?
Can you go to the next page?
It's on that page, it's at the bottom.
Sure, but there's.
He wants to see the next page.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you want to use the transcript or the video?
Or the video?
This portion.
Yes, it's a small portion. Can we play that for the jury now?
Any
How does she hear it and not? I'm sorry. I might not be following.
There, please approach. My apologies. If you would pay attention to the screen for a moment. Katie, if you'd cue up the video, right, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And then fast forward to whatever
Just the
timestamp.
clip that we have.
Yeah. And then let me know when you're ready. Okay. Go ahead.
So here's where it's at with Katie in your drug court, okay?
Oh, wait a minute. 1 second. That's all right. This happens. If you would, Katie, do me a favor. Unplug, plug back in. If you cue up the video again. And press play, please.
So here's where it's at with Katie in your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and this is going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two firsts. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
So that's what they said to you.
Yes. Yes.
And let me just identify a couple of people here. The first person speaking to you, telling you that, first he says, I talked to McKay. McKay is the prosecutor in Wasatch County Drug Court, right?
Correct.
McKay King.
Yes, correct.
All right. And that in talking to McKay King, you may be getting 7 years in prison on your state case.
Correct.
But if you help him out, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And by helping him out, that means you need to give us the details that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted, correct?
Correct.
And you are willing to do whatever it takes to save yourself from getting kicked out of drug court and going to prison, correct?
I'm willing to go forward with the truth, yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yes. That means incriminating me, yes.
But then you tell them, but I need a blueprint about what happened. Because you don't know what happened, right?
I mean, I just needed, I guess you want to call it a blueprint, kind of a layout of what was going on.
That's right. You said you need to lay out for me what you want, right?
Not lay out what they want, lay out what had happened or what.
Look at page 80.
Page what?
80 of the same May 2nd.
Okay, correct.
You need a blueprint, you need, lay it out for me. Correct?
It just says a blueprint, yes.
All right. And then you said, I'll do whatever because you struggled really hard to get where it is. I'll do whatever it takes. Correct? That's not on that page. I'm asking if you remember that.
Sorry, yes.
It's fine. Okay, you did tell them that. And so they say, all right, that's great. We'll go to the prosecutor and we'll try and hammer out a deal for you, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you recall, and if you don't, you can turn to page 69, that during that meeting, Detective O'Driscoll asked you to write down everything that you could remember for your next meeting, to help out with the next meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever do that? Did you write that out?
No.
Okay. I just wondered if that had happened. All right. Now, you tell them, and I think you said this again today, that after you got pills from Susan Kohler, the next set of pills you got were light green pills, correct?
Correct.
Katie, can you pull up Exhibit 1030? Can you see that, Ms. Lobber?
Yes, I can.
Does that look similar, or I don't know, how close do those look to the pills that you received?
Those are darker green.
Okay, so the pills you got were even lighter green than that.
Yes, those are darker.
Okay. Can I admit that? For comparison, she says the pills were lighter than the pills in that picture.
No, Your Honor, authenticity?
I can blow it up bigger. It's just a picture of the pills.
Just the picture.
If it's just the picture of the two pills.
Tablets, yeah, that's fine.
But there's a whole lot of.
No, how about, can we just publish this? We don't have to, do you want to admit this as a redacted copy or just publish it?
Let's admit it as a redacted copy for now.
Any objection?
If we redact everything around the pills.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about
Okay.
here is this, what's on the counsel and witness screen, Mr. Bloodworth.
She's redacting it in real time.
There you
Is
go.
there a second page? No, I'm sorry, is there a second?
No. Oh. I don't think so.
Yeah, that too. Should we? If we want to publish the photo of the two pills now, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll mock
and
up,
then redact it later and.
Understood. Let's publish just the photograph of the tablets. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, pausing there for just a moment.
So your memory is the first pills you got from Mr. Crozier were an even lighter green color than that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if they said anything on them? Like those pills say something on them.
I don't recall. Like I said, they were in a little plastic bag. I didn't sit there and count them and play with them.
Okay. Now, you now have a conversation with the detectives. We can take that down. Thank you, Katie. And they are telling you, well, you asked for blues. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then they ask you, actually, some of the same questions I was asking you. They are asking you, you asked for, what are M30s? Do you remember? They were asking you about M30s and Roxys or Oxys.
I don't recall.
Okay, why don't you turn to page 90? It's over 90 and 91.
Whoops.
All right, and they're asking you about M30s. You see that? Are you on page 90?
I am on 90.
Okay.
What's the question, Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, what's
The question is, they ask you what M30s are, and you tell them that M30s are either Roxys or Oxys, correct?
correct? But I'm not seeing the question in here at all.
All right, well, maybe you just remember. They asked you what M30s were, and you told them M30s are Roxys or Oxy, which is oxycodone, correct?
Ms. Lobber, I'm sorry, we're getting confused here. I need you to be more specific about when you're asking her, whether it's something in the transcript or if you're asking something based on her memory.
Okay. Do you remember that they asked you what M30s were? Or they asked you about M30s?
Yes, that's right here.
And you told them M30s would be Roxys or oxycodone?
Yes.
Oxys.
Yes.
But isn't it true that Sergeant O'Driscoll says, no, M30s are fentanyl? And I'm not using his exact words, but he tells you M30s are fentanyl.
Yes.
And you say, well, what do you say? Do you remember? Is it there?
I don't recall.
Did you say, oh, okay, see, that's how much I don't really deal with them?
Yes, with fentanyl, yes.
Okay, but you don't know anything about fentanyl?
No, not really.
And every time, we'll strike that. Kouri Richins, she never did ask you for fentanyl, correct?
No, when I had told her what Robbie had, she said, okay, go ahead and get the fentanyl.
That's your testimony today?
Yes, she did ask for, when I told her what I had, that's what she said, yes.
That's the first time you've said that, though, right?
No.
You told them that Kouri never asked for fentanyl.
In jail or, now I'm confused. Can you repeat the question?
You told authorities during the course of these interviews that Kouri Richins never asked for fentanyl.
Yes.
And you kept telling them during this interview that you got Roxys.
The ones from Susan Kouri, yes.
They tell you that you got fentanyl for Kouri Richins, correct?
No, when I had reached out to Nicole Cummings, she would reach out to Robbie. Robbie's one that told me that he can give fentanyl.
That's your recollection today.
Yes.
That wasn't your recollection then, though, was it?
No, like I said, it was a lot to process. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what you do tell them is not that Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Yes.
You tell them that.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
And you Google it.
Yes.
And you discover that it's a drug called propofol.
Yes.
And propofol is not fentanyl.
No.
It's a sleeping drug, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Lobber, we couldn't hear you.
Correct.
All right. they keep telling you that you must have given her fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall them saying that that's what.
You turn to page 124. And while you're looking, let me just, so up to this point, you've told them you got Oxycontin, Roxy's from, or I said Oxycontin, oxycodone, from Susan, that you, or Kouri asked you for the Michael Jackson drug, that you didn't know what that was, and then they tell you it's fentanyl, and you said, well, they tell you M30s are fentanyl, and you said, well, I didn't know that, just to recap. And now at this point, you say, well, I must have asked for fentanyl. Because why else would I have asked unless Kouri told me to ask for fentanyl, right?
Correct.
Ms. Lobber, I need you to speak louder.
Correct, sorry.
And as you turn to page 125, you say, I want to say that is the only way that got in my head.
Correct.
So you're telling them, well, I guess Kouri must have asked for fentanyl because how else, why else would we be talking about fentanyl?
When I reached out to Nicole, she gave me Robbie's number. Robbie said that he had a friend with, I asked for the fentanyl, or he said he had fentanyl, and I had reached back to Kouri and said that he has some fentanyl.
Okay, we're going to come back to that because this is a new story today that you've never told before. But let's talk about the story you told on this day. This day, you said, how else did I get fentanyl in my head? Right?
Correct.
Ms. Lobber, isn't it fair to say you got fentanyl in your head from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard? They're the ones that put fentanyl in your head.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Because up till this point in the interview, you've said, no fentanyl. I don't deal in fentanyl. I didn't get her fentanyl. I got her Roxy's. I got her Oxys. Oh, she asked for Michael Jackson drugs. Oh, I guess I got her fentanyl. How else would fentanyl be in my head? Right? That's what's happened up to this point.
Correct.
And the only person up to this point who has put the word fentanyl in your head are these detectives, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Lobber, you're on the stand. At that point, they are the ones that told you it was fentanyl.
They're the ones that told me that Eric passed away from fentanyl.
They're the ones that put the word fentanyl in your head.
They're the ones that told me that that's where Eric passed away from.
Okay. But during this interview, you're very confused about what happened because first you told them that you dropped the oxys from Susan in the fire pit. Correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them you gave Kouri some pills standing in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
But you told them the pills in the driveway were not the pills from Susan, they were the light green pills that you got later, correct?
No, I believe I said that the ones that Susan gave me, she came and picked up in my driveway.
Let's see. Let's go to page 135 of that interview. Where did you tell them you left the pills?
It's combined, yes. No.
Oh, okay.
There's, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just show it.
I'm looking at the There's a comment from Susan, and then another one, and then another one. So there's three different ones. Yeah, there's three different ones right here. So they're the ones in my driveway.
Folks, we can't have a private conversation here. I need you to pull that microphone back.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. She was explaining, and I'll ask
I
the
know, that
question
may be,
based
but-
on that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Carmen. All right. So you're saying at this point now that you're telling them about 3 transactions.
Right here it says that.
And it says, go ahead, tell me what you said.
It says combined, yes, because the ones from Susan, and then the green ones, and then there was the other ones that were the fire pit. The third one was the fire pit.
But you don't tell them that the ones from Susan were in the driveway during this interview, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But then later on, you tell them that, let's go to page 159. Because you change your story. Tell me if you recall this. Go to page 159, then I'll ask you. I'm sorry, I know I.
This is a lot.
You would just pause and listen to Ms. Lewis's question. Thank you.
Do you have it on the page?
Yes,
Okay,
159.
then listen to my question, and then if you don't remember, I'll have you look at the page, okay?
Okay.
So you changed your story and you said, no, the first time wasn't in the driveway or the fire pit. The first time was in a cup in a closet inside the Midway house. You tell them that at this interview. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay, look at the page there.
No, this just says one was at the house.
It says in the closet.
One was in the closet and one was in the fire. Sorry.
The first time was in a cup in a closet in the Midway house.
It doesn't say the first time. It just says one of them.
All right, fair. Now, when was that then that you left it in a cup in the closet?
It would have been the third one.
You think it was the
I
third
think
one?
I do believe so, yes.
Now, the third one, which, the original third one or the new third one? Because originally you said there were only 3 transactions. 1 from Susan, 2 from Robbie. Now you're saying there's 4. 1 from Susan, 3 from Robbie. So are we talking about the original third transaction or the new third transaction?
Your Honor, objection foundation to the same transaction.
I think she said the transaction. She
There'd
said
be
there
the
were.
third one no matter what you do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what?
The third is the third no matter what you do.
It's the fourth that
Yeah,
was
so
added.
sustained. It's the 4th that was added.
All right, well, no, then let me reframe it. The third one originally would be the last transaction. Now, the third one would not be the last transaction. So are you talking about, because originally you said you were 3 transactions. So when you said the third, did you mean the last transaction?
When I say that, I mean the 3 from Robbie, including Susan's or excluding Susan's.
Well, this time you said there weren't 3 from Robbie. There were 2 from Robbie.
I don't recall that.
All right, we'll get back to that in another interview where you talk about that. For now, let me ask you this. Do you know when you left the pills in the cup in the Midway house? What approximate date?
I don't know approximate date.
Was it after February 11th? You testified on direct you bought pills from Susan on February 11th.
Yes.
So it would be after February 11th.
That second one would have been in my driveway. The third one would have been in the other house, the Midway house.
Okay, so that would have been sometime in February.
Approximately, yes.
All right. What was inside the Midway house at that time when you went into the house and left it in a cup in the closet?
It was pretty empty. There was just doing some construction stuff on it, and in the closet, she told me there would be a box with some coffee cups.
Okay. And were there any boxes in the house or just in the closet?
There was just the one in the closet. I didn't go looking in the house.
Now, as you're going through this interview with them at this time, you tell them again, I don't really know. My memory is messed up. It's foggy.
Yes, possibility.
Do we need to find it?
No,
Do you remember saying that? My memory's messed up.
I don't recall.
Want to turn to page 213?
What was your question?
That you told them your memory's messed up and it's foggy.
I don't see it on page 215.
213,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
213. You said 15. Correct.
Okay. And then you also told them during that interview, I bought pills for Kouri 3 times, period. That's on page 165 if you don't remember saying that. If you remember that, you can just say, yes, that's, I remember.
I don't recall.
Okay.
What page?
165.
Yes. It says 3 purchases were. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, all 3 purchases were before it, yes.
You said there were 3 purchases all before Eric died.
Correct.
All right. They come back later and tell you that's not correct, right? That's not on the page. I'm just asking. Did they come back another day and say, no, the last purchase was after Eric died?
The 4th one?
The new 4th one, yes.
Correct. Actually, yes, correct.
All right. You didn't remember that.
I don't recall.
All right. Finally, at the end of this interview, where you've said, and I'm not going to go through it all again, we've been through all the different things you said like 3 times. You said to them, just write it all down and I'll sign it.
I don't recall saying that.
Page 183.
Oh, yes.
You did. You said, write it all down, I'll sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them to write it all down for you, and you'll sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor, objection.
To what?
I'd be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony and argument.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a nicer tone.
You
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you, or I'm sorry, you told them, write it all down and I will sign it, correct?
I asked if they could write down my statement, yes.
Right. You asked them to write it all down for you, correct?
To write my statement, yes.
For you.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes, they asked them
And
if
you
they
would
could
just-
write it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to over. You would just sign whatever they wrote,
No, not sign whatever they wrote. My statement.
that they were going to write for you, correct?
I asked if they could write it as I did it, as I
That's-
spoke about it.
That's not what you said here. You said, write it all down and I'll sign it, correct?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered.
I'm not sure we got a clear answer. I'm still not sure what's on that page. So the question, Ms. Lobber, just so we can move on from here, is whether the transcript shows
It
what
says
Ms.
yes.
Lewis states.
Can you guys write it and I can sign it?
Thank you. All right. We're going to move to the May 3rd interview because they come back. I think it might just be Detective Maynard that comes back on May 3rd. I don't know if you recall. According to my notes, Detective Maynard comes back on May 3rd.
I know Maynard came one day, but I don't recall the date.
All right. So that interview starts out with Detective Maynard saying to you, well, because of what we came up with, it doesn't look like you're going to be charged. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. You're having a very, I mean, and I understand this was 3 years ago. It's hard to
Yes.
remember.
It's a lot to process, period.
Okay. But you remember it now. Okay. But 4 years after it happened, you remember it. But a year after it happened, you didn't remember it.
What was the question?
It was probably not a very good question. I'm going to ask it
No.
again, okay? Sitting here today, you can't remember anything you said in these interviews. Well, not anything. That's not fair. A lot of what you said in these interviews, you can't remember.
This was 4 years ago.
This was 3 years ago.
Well, 3 years ago,
yes.
yes.
But sitting here today, you remember very well what happened 4 years ago with these now 4 transactions.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's look at page 3 of the interview on May 3rd.
What page?
Page 3 of the May 3rd interview. It might be in the next book, book 2.
Now what page? Sorry.
Page 3.
Okay, what was the question?
Detective Maynard starts out this interview by saying, because of what we came up with yesterday, you're not going to be charged.
Correct.
And you tell him, again, I'm willing to do whatever. Do you recall saying that?
I say, oh, okay.
Do you recall saying I'm willing to do whatever?
Yes.
Okay. All right. They tell you that they're going to have to talk to Susan Kohler, right?
Yes.
And that they tell you that, well, Susan could end up being charged with murder if her pills led to someone's death, correct?
I don't recall that.
Page 11.
Oh, what's wrong page?
And they tell you Susan could be charged with murder, but you're not going to be because you are helping us.
Correct.
All right. Now they start to ask you about Nicole Cummings. You brought her up a couple of times, but this is really the first time during the interviews that you talk with the detectives about Nicole Cummings.
Correct.
All right. And this is after you said that Kouri said, I need something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug.
Correct.
All right. And you contact Nicole Cummings, who you knew, were you roommates briefly? Is that how you knew her?
She was my roommate's son's girlfriend.
Roommate's son's girlfriend. Okay.
So the bedroom I rented, it wasn't my house, I rented a room.
Okay.
And her kids stayed there, and his girlfriend would
Okay, that makes sense.
pop. Yeah.
And at that time, Nicole Cummings was a user.
Correct.
All right. So you reach out to Nicole Cummings to maybe get something stronger than the prescription oxy that you had got from Susan Kohler.
I think it was after the second one.
Well, it couldn't have been because you met Robbie through Nicole, right?
Sorry. Okay, are we talking about, this is where I get confused because we have the three. So if we're eliminating Susan's, just talking about Robbie's?
No, we're
talking
still,
about Susan's.
we're talking about after you bought from Susan the first time.
Okay.
You get a text from Kouri saying, my investor wants something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug, which you don't know what that is.
No.
But it's not fentanyl.
No.
And that's when you do a Facebook message to Nicole asking her to get you something.
I actually have her.
I know what you're going to say because I said that wrong. You did a Facebook message to Nicole saying you needed to talk to her.
Correct.
All right. And when you talked to her, you said, I'd like some Roxy 30s.
I just asked her if she knew anybody that could get some pills.
That's your memory. So you don't remember saying, can you get me some Roxy 30s or...
I think I named off a variety. If she
I'm
could
sorry,
get me,
what?
I think I named off a variety of pain pills.
Roxy 30s or blues, you said.
Yes.
What did that word mean to you at that time, blues?
Blues mean on the street that they are a man-made drug.
Okay. So we're talking about early 2022. Blues at that time did not necessarily mean fentanyl, right?
No, they meant fentanyl on the street. The street drug is blues for fentanyl.
I know that became the street name for blues, but did it mean that when you reached out to Nicole?
Blues are blues.
All right. Okay. And she told you need to talk to my friend Robert Crozier.
She said I had a friend.
She arranged, like, gave
She gave me his number.
Okay. But you don't remember, at least at that time, you didn't know what date that was.
No.
And they're trying to help you figure out when you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Sorry, what was the question?
Detective Maynard, I guess I said they, but I think maybe
You
it was
said
just
they,
Maynard. Was trying to help you figure out the dates that you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And they tell you you contacted him twice for drugs. Robert Crozier.
I don't recall if that's what they told me.
We'll look at page 87.
Okay, what was your question?
They're trying to help you figure out the dates, and they tell you they find two dates that you contacted Robert Crozier by looking at your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. You actually didn't remember Robert Crozier's name initially, right?
I actually knew him as he was up in Ogden.
Okay. Called him like the Ogden dude or something like that, right?
Somewhere up, yeah, the Ogden
Okay.
guy.
And that they helped you figure out his name, right?
Actually, I told him if you would bring me if I had my phone, I could put it to link them together.
Okay. And that, I mean, they did. They found his contact in your phone, right?
Yes, it
And
said
that's how you-
Robbie and Nicole.
Okay. All right. So they say you contacted him twice for pills, and you said, yes, that's probably right. I was probably meeting him for pills.
Correct.
And then you tell them, I hope that helps you.
Correct.
And they say, well, we need more detail than that.
They said I had to go into more detail.
They told you they needed more detail.
That I needed to go into more detail.
Okay. All right. So you're going back over again and about the first buy from Susan during this interview, correct? And today, or not today, I'm sorry, that day, May 3rd, is when you tell them that you fronted the money to pay Susan, right? Correct?
For Susan, yes.
Okay, but the day before, that's not what you told them.
I do not recall.
Okay, let's go back to the interview the day before, May 2nd.
Okay.
Can you go to the other binder with the May 2nd interview?
What page?
Ooh. Might have to help here. Go to page 40. Actually, maybe could you pull up 40? If I don't know what's quicker for you to or for me to walk up there. Actually, would you take that off that? All right. So the day before, you tell Detective O'Driscoll and Agent Sorensen that somebody left the money for you in the fire pit. Look at the bottom. And we may need to go to the next page. There it is. So in that interview, you're telling them you picked up the money in the fire pit, and then you picked up the pills, and then you went back to the Midway house and left the pills in the fire pit. That's what you told them on May 2nd.
Okay, what was the question? Sorry, I was just reading.
Okay. That on that day, you said the money was in the fire pit and you left the pills in the fire pit. We're talking about the pills that Susan Kohler sold you. That's what you tell them on May 2nd.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And you said, I never exchanged money with Kouri.
Correct.
Okay. But now the next day, you said, no, I fronted the money to Susan. And then I went and put the pills and picked up the money all at the same time.
I don't recall that.
Okay, let's go back to May 3rd. Page 108, going over to 109.
Which binder?
The May 3rd interview, binder 2.
Okay, go to what page?
108 to 109. That's when you changed your story to that you fronted the money to Susan, correct?
I'm on page 108.
Over to 109.
I've got to be in the wrong binder.
Needs help?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be on the binders. Because that one's showing different. Oh, yep, I was in the wrong binder. Yep, sorry, I was in the wrong binder.
That's fine. Okay.
You're confusing me. Let me get this one out of the way.
Well, it's confusing.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you're telling them, I didn't get any cash from Kouri ever.
I'm not sure what question is pending, Ms.
Yes.
All right.
What's your question?
I was backing up a little. I'm going to back up a little from the last question. You said you didn't get any money from Kouri ever. And then you said that you fronted the money to Susan.
Correct.
And then later got it in the fire pit. That's what you tell them on this interview.
Correct, but I think I was mixing up the purchases.
That's not what you told them.
Your question?
Okay. I'm saying that's not what you told them, correct?
Correct.
You told them it was the Susan, the Susan Kohler purchase.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, and then they go back and they're still telling you, well, you still might be looking at time, state and federal time, right?
Correct.
But they tell you you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card because of you helping us. Remember them telling you that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but
Page 112.
something like that.
Bottom of 112 over to 113.
Correct.
Okay, you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card from us.
Correct.
From them. Okay. And I think actually Detective O'Driscoll was there at this interview. I think he's the one that told you that, right?
No, it's Detective Maynard.
Okay. I still think he was there, but we'll move on. But all right. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. Because go to page 116. This is where Detective O'Driscoll.
Okay.
Let's do this. First, I'm just going to ask you if you remember, and if you don't, then look down at the page, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember that Detective O'Driscoll tells you something to the effect that this whole case is hinged on you, and you have to finish painting the picture because they don't have enough yet?
Correct.
Okay. So you go through your story again, correct?
Just listen to Ms. Lewis's question.
They go through so you try and go through the story again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you tell them again that Kouri said, I need some pills for an investor with back problems the first time she reached out, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that you know for a fact the first 2 times you bought pills were not fentanyl.
I don't recall that.
All right, let's go to page 127. No, actually, I'm sorry. Let's go to page 131, I think it is.
So 131?
Yes. Let me see. I'm not sure which page. Right, okay, do you see down towards the bottom of the page? All right, so I know for a fact the first ones weren't. That doesn't help when you blow it up here. And then let's go to, do you see that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to 134.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. What was the question you were asking?
The question was, on this page, she says, I know the first time wasn't fentanyl. She said correct. Right?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you was asking the question. What was it?
So at this point, you say, I know for sure the first time wasn't fentanyl. Correct?
It says here, I know for a fact the first one in the beginning was not fentanyl.
Okay. Now, can I see page 134? Okay, I'm gonna look at, I can't find the exact spot I'm looking for right now, so I'm gonna go back to that.
Counsel, may I just have a quick scheduling conversation with you?
At the bench?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just briefly.
Yeah, I think this will be an all right place to stop.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. My now becoming traditional warning, please, though, hear me out. Do not talk about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case. Please affirmatively avoid listening to, reading, or watching any report about the case on any source. Please do not do any internet searches about the case or anything you heard in the courtroom at all. Please enjoy your evening. Travel safe. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lobber, I appreciate your patience today. I need you to come back tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay. I need you to be here, ready to go again at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
All right? An important instruction. Between now and then, you cannot talk to anyone about your testimony. You can say things like, I have to be back in court at 8:30 a.m. They're not done. But the substance, the questions, can't talk about any of that. It's as if you're still on the stand. Can you do that? All right. You can step down. Please travel safe. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, I'd like to make a record regarding the note from the jury and the action we took. Any objection?
No objection. The note regarding the jury,
Oh, I understand, thank you.
not from the jury.
I got it.
I think this was written by a juror.
Oh, I had understood.
Yeah, this was passed out from a juror. So, during an afternoon recess, a juror passed a note to one of the bailiffs that read, quote, "Judge," I'm having a little trouble with the handwriting, so bear with me here. Are there members of the audience in the courtroom that are sketching members of the jury? Question mark. Is that allowed without consent? Question mark. It is distracting and a concern. Please advise. In response to this note, court staff confirmed that there was a member of the spectators that was in fact sketching jurors and identifying the sketches by juror number. That sketchbook was confiscated. The sketches of the jurors were removed from the sketchbook. That person has been removed as a spectator, will not be allowed back in. We cannot have anyone doing anything to identify the jurors in any way. And then the jurors were informed by a bailiff, not by me, that we responded in that way, so they do not have to speculate about whether that's continuing. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, no, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else on the record before we recess, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Counsel?
No.
Okay. We'll recess for the evening. Please travel safely. Take care.
All right.
Court's in recess. Thank you.
And that's a really bad idea. Welcome everybody, or goodbye everybody, but I appreciate you guys being here all day long. Just back from soccer and getting ready to kick off a live show about Nancy Guthrie right now. And believe it or not, there's actually brand new video that emerged tonight that could potentially be a big key in solving this case. So if you want to learn more about that, check us out in 8 minutes. We've got two former Pima County sheriff's deputies. One is a homicide detective coming on tonight, along with David Sarney, retired NYPD detective. Interesting testimony this afternoon. I was listening as much as I could, and looks like we will be back on the stand tomorrow. I will be here tomorrow for the trial, and can't promise that I won't be a little loopy because I'll be doing it solo. Big shout out to Prof. Joe Explains for being here. And we also have Phil and Scott coming on tomorrow to discuss Nancy Guthrie. And what I'm thinking with that is to really spend a large portion of the time beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern, just having them field questions from STS Nation because there is so much happening with that. So if you guys have questions, tomorrow would be the day. But what was this person thinking, drawing the jurors? Both creepy and dumb at the same time. And as you heard, that notebook was confiscated. Good call by the jurors, by the way, to notice that they were being sketched, and that person, the notebook was confiscated, and that person will not be allowed at the trial moving forward, which is the right move. So still a ways to go in this trial, and we'll continue to cover it. You've been watching the Kouri Richins murder trial, accused of murdering her husband, Eric Richins, with 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl. And in 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh Yaw, you can check us out doing Nancy Guthrie stuff. I'm just pausing for a moment. Spacey, I assume that I should end the stream. Is there some sort of automatic if people want? I don't know if they want. I'm just going to end the stream. Bear with me, everybody. Trial's over. Can't get yelled at for ending the stream, although I might get yelled at for ending the stream. We don't know. If there's an automatic, I forget what the word is. There you go, redirect. I forgot that word. I added a redirect and whenever. There you go, everybody. There's a redirect to the show beginning in 6 minutes. Love you all. Let's get justice for Eric Richins. We'll see you on the flip side. We'll see you tomorrow morning. We'll see you in a few minutes.